It begins with the image of a young man whose entire body is torn to shreds. And this young man happens to be our protagonist today, as a mocking voice rings in his ear. What the hell do you think you're doing? You useless piece of trash. On the other side, Sigrun urged, hurry up and steal that curse from Lord Arthur. Do it now, quick. Crash shut his eyes tight and thought, damn it, I've hit my limit too. In a trembling voice, he said, I'm taking it now. At that moment, his hand, glowing with incantations and deep purple spiritual energy, reached out. Crash Valheim was born into the most powerful clan. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock. Crash manipulated his aura into a long, winding ribbon stretching toward Arthur. His background was nothing short of curse. Right after that, a strip of fabric on Arthur's shoulder was ripped open. Just like that, Crash's hand continuously radiated mysterious waves of purple energy. Among the heroes who stood up against the world erosion, he was the one standing all alone in what was known as the Azure generation. A second later, Crash coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Sigrun completely ignored him collapsing and held out a potion to Arthur. Lord Arthur, here, please drink this potion. He momentarily looked up at the sky. Right then, the Blue Death arrived, riding a dragon, wielding a sharp Hoat Phi axe, continuously raining down fiery red spheres. The man let out a blood-curdling roar, radiating several sonic rings. The fireball slammed directly into the ground. Arthur spoke with a trembling voice. Are we really planning to defeat the Blue Death Knight with just this many people? His sword dropped, and he asserted it was impossible. Sigrun, Abella, Mary, everyone, get over here quick. The whole group rushed to Arthur's side, crying, Lord Arthur. Crash, clad in tattered clothes, looked up. Arthur, you bastard. What the hell are you doing? He looked down and replied, I'm going to end this right here. Right now, the hope of this world has been severed. Only ruins remain. His blood boiled, and he gritted his teeth, demanding, Are you saying you're giving up? After everything we've done to get you here, do you have any idea how many people died for this? Oh, because you were too busy fooling around with those girls. Have you finally lost your mind? Sigrun couldn't help but snap. Shut your mouth, Crash. Soon in Ephania, the third princess of the Ephania Empire, the Azure generation crossed their arms and hurled insults. Arthur did his absolute best. You're just a piece of trash who doesn't know how to do anything but steal. Don't you dare talk back to Arthur. Hearing this, he clutched his face and repeated, Trash? Who the hell are you talking about? How dare you talk like that to the person who saved your lives? Listen up, you guys wouldn't have even made it here if it weren't for my skill, and if you've forgotten, let me remind you. Starting with you, Abella. Abella, the Red Witch of the Magic Tower. The Azure generation ignored him, only tearing up as they asked, Lord Arthur, are you all right? Crash roared. You were the one who said you couldn't use magic if you lost your voice. Didn't you beg me to take that curse away? Now I'm the one suffering from your curse. Yet you attacked me when I want to get painkillers. Recalling her cold face, he continued, Back then and even now, your habit of looking down on others hasn't changed one bit. And standing beside you is the strongest spear in the Empire, Mary Diana, a royal knight of Ephania. The brainless fools of the Azure generation rushed in without thinking, got hit by all kinds of curses, and then whined for me to take away their pain. And you, princess, you call your benefactor, the person who sacrificed his own eyes for you, trash? You've targeted me since our academy days just because I belong to the Starlawn Kingdom faction. Even after being bullied like that, Crash reminisced about the time he was beaten and humiliated. Look at him, that loser can't even fight back. Is he some kind of idiot? Gritting his teeth even harder, his tone sharpened. I still endured it all just to heal your eyes. Why? Because you guys are the Azure generation, the ones who are supposed to save this country. Meanwhile, I'm hated by the entire kingdom just because I have no combat ability. I've been cleaning up your messes all this time. So what was the point of it all? I don't care about anyone else, but you guys are supposed to be the ones saving the world. Arthur, you're the one who needs to lead those idiots. I watched you stand at the front lines of the Azure generation, and I resolved to stay by your side until the very end. So why are you giving up so easily? Only then did Arthur's lips move. I can finally tell you the truth now. Like I said, this world is done for. so I'm going to redo everything from scratch. He glared at him in disbelief and demanded, "Redo it? What the hell are you talking about?" He explained nonchalantly, "That's right. This isn't the first time I've witnessed the apocalypse, because..." Crash froze when he heard Arthur's next words. "My skill is regression. Right now, I will cast a memory preservation spell, and we can return to the past with our memories completely intact." A thought suddenly crossed his mind. If everyone could start over with their current experience, the chances of preventing the apocalypse in the next world would skyrocket. Arthur wrapped his arms around his people and burst into laughter. "That's my plan. I will start over from the beginning with these three. The four of you. But what about me?" Arthur suddenly broke into a mysterious smirk. Arthur raised his finger to emphasize, "You aren't needed." He placed a hand over his chest, his entire body seemingly paralyzed. Arthur pointed to his own head and conceded, "I'll admit your black hat skill is indeed useful. Sure, you can steal even the most inviolable curses, but what use is regressing with a crippled wreck like you? Honestly, what else are you good for? So wouldn't it be better to wipe your memory completely, letting you become a totally different person in the new world?" A single tear fell from Crash's eye as he wondered. "So, I was just a disposable tool to you all along? Did this bastard view me as a throwaway tool from the very start?" He sneered with a smirk. "Don't worry. I'll put you to good use in the next world, and the world after that too." His eyes widened as Arthur's words echoed in his ears. "See ya, Crash." He scrambled to his feet, taking a step forward and shouting, "Hold on, wait." Crash reached his hand out toward them from the very depths of his heart. He had always known this. Back when the Azure generation and Arthur just stood by and watched, he knew Arthur had never truly considered him a comrade. Crash collapsed, screaming in desperation, "Take me with you, you bastard." Up ahead, Arthur just laughed like a total maniac. Crash's consciousness began to fade from the accumulated curses. His life would extinguish before this world could even crumble. Crash clenched his fists tightly, calming himself down. "No, I won't let it end like this," he told himself. "I will become the strongest, the most important figure, slaying dragons all by myself. I'll win with my intellect and defeat the four heavenly kings." Black Hat isn't just a skill that steals curses, it steals skills too. I've never tried it on Arthur because his skill isn't merely a curse. But this time, it's worth taking a gamble. Activating the Black Hat skill, Arthur's back immediately caught Crash's eye as a surge of energy began radiating around Arthur's body. His hand, made of pure energy, gradually made contact with Arthur. Crash continuously manipulated his spiritual energy from behind, then suddenly froze, letting out a groan. "Wait!" A tongue suddenly poked out, licking around the teeth on that hand. The exact same thing seemed to be happening underneath Crash's palm. A voice called out, "Arthur." He closed his eyes, bowing his head as he asked, "Crash, you still haven't given up?" Retracting his palm, he spoke hesitantly. "You've been through countless apocalypses, and every single time I lose my utility, you throw me away like trash. You leave me behind in a dying world time and time again. I wonder how many times I've tasted that exact despair. But this time, Arthur, you're the one being left behind." He looked confused and asked, "Are you out of your mind?" Crash just remained silent, beaming with a brilliant smile. As the blue death was flying down from above, Crash cheerfully pointed up at the sky and noted, "Maybe I am." As the blue death was flying down from above, Crash cheerfully pointed up at the sky and noted, "Maybe I am." Arthur flinched violently, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes wide as tears welled in the corners. A second later, Arthur's entire body went rigid, and he collapsed. Crash turned his gaze toward the blue death and roared, "If you don't want to die, struggle for once on your own." The creature rapidly blasted down a beam of energy, and he emphasized each word. "I will be the one to save the new world." Not long after, Crash still had his eyes tightly shut. He suddenly frowned as his breathing became labored. Crash abruptly snapped his eyes wide open. He reached his hand up toward the chandelier, letting out a sharp scream. Crash froze for a moment at the sight before him, noticing a familiar door just outside. Crash scanned the room skeptically. "This place is..." Touching his own face, he gasped, "Isn't this my childhood home?" Crash Valheim returned to when he was 13 years old. Regression complete. He panicked and screamed, Did I turn young again? The world's erosion, a phenomenon where the world is invaded by another dimension. When world erosion occurs, the environment changes accordingly. But worse, invasive creatures from that other world pour in. Among them, those with human appearances are called world invaders. People ran around in a panic upon seeing them, shouting, "There's an invader! Go report to the knights right away." The ones who stood up against the world's erosion. One person slowly raised their staff forward. A battle cry rang out to commence fighting, and the group immediately charged forward together. They were known as the Azure Generation. At this moment, Crash raised his hand filled with purple spiritual energy, and with a body capable only of sealing curses, Crash joined the Azure Generation. Yet he was treated as a mere vessel for curses before ultimately being betrayed by his teammates. Crash Valheim truly lived a pathetic life. Back in reality, his jaw dropped at his own childlike body. Crash couldn't hide his terror, letting out a sharp scream. He looked around the well-furnished room skeptically. Is this my room? Just a moment ago, it was the dead of winter, and now it was a summer so hot it made him sweat. If I'm at Greenpine Manor, where I lived as a kid, that means the final card I played was using Black Hat on Arthur. Did I actually succeed in stealing his regression skill? Crash ran a hand through his hair, chuckling dryly. He glanced to the side, wondering, but how on earth did I manage to steal it? People usually think the Black Hat skill can be used freely without limits, but it has a fatal flaw. Black Hat can only steal a target's item once the user unlocks it. That padlock is created based on the value the owner assigns to the item. Even a random pebble by the roadside, if the owner considers it a treasure, the difficulty skyrockets. The unlocking condition is to transfer 99% of the world's assets to the owner. For something like a unique skill that the opponent deeply treasures, the difficulty of stealing it must be insanely high. Crash rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The greater the value, the more conditions there are, and the harder they are to fulfill. Arthur, what the hell was going through his head? Crash knew Black Hat had activated back then, but he didn't see any padlock. Crash muttered, the total absence of a lock means he actually wanted to get rid of this skill? He wanted to abandon his regression skill. Recalling the past, come to think of it, Arthur would sometimes show a face of absolute exhaustion. He acted as if he were reluctantly carrying out a chore. In a world constantly hurtling toward destruction like this, if Arthur had to repeat it all alone time and time again, he probably couldn't stay sane anymore. Crash pondered. Was Arthur just drunk on his own tragedy, playing the lone savior of the world? Perhaps to Arthur, regression was no different from a curse. That was why he wanted those three to inherit their memories and regress along with them, while cutting me out entirely. The fact that I could steal the skill with Black Hat means the Arthur I knew lost his regression skill, got left behind in that doomed world, and died under the meteor shower of the Blue Death Knight. Which means Arthur is dead. Back to reality. Crash stood up, his tone cold. I took away the thing you wanted to discard the most. You ought to thank me. Thinking of this, he smirked slightly. Crash recalled his miserable past, thinking, you always excluded me and me alone. As if bearing a curse is something just anyone could do. You never paid attention to the comrade suffering in the shadows. Back then, Crash's life was probably worse than death. Tears always on the verge of spilling. He sneered triumphantly. Serves you right, you piece of trash. Cut to the hallway of Greenpine Manor. Before leaving the room, Crash looked in a mirror, thinking he was so small. He looked about 10 years old, short but with lean muscles. This was the result of practicing swordsmanship day and night to survive in the Valheim clan, the strongest martial family in the Starlon Kingdom. Crash looked out at the garden and deduced, if I'm at Greenpine Manor, it means the 10th year proof ceremony just ended. The Valheim clan's proof ceremony was where one demonstrated their ability by revealing the contracted god and the bestowed skill. The Valheim main lineage was always highly revered, but Crash was the sole exception. He possessed absolutely no martial arts capability from birth because no god chose him. Afterward, Crash was kicked out of the main estate. He recalled the moment he stood all alone in front of the massive estate gates. Crash bit his lip in silent fury as he was banished to Greenpine Villa, a place where failures were kept under house arrest. Now he alone, the most incompetent person in the Valheim lineage, knew about the upcoming apocalypse, a catastrophe that even the Azure generation couldn't stop. Can I actually stop it? Crash imagined a pile of corpses stacked on top of each other and muttered, "The end of the world, huh?" He tremblingly raised his tiny arm high. Crash immediately clenched his fist, telling himself, "Stop whining. This isn't a matter of whether I can do it or not. It's something I absolutely must do. Because if the world ends, I die too." Crash curled his fingers, putting on a devilish face. So there really was no other choice. And the first step to preventing the catastrophe is... Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. Heir had placed a hand over his chest, bowing 90 degrees as he called out, "Young master." He stepped forward and immediately recognized a familiar face, Ari. So he's still alive at this point, he thought, before cheerfully asking, "What are you doing here?" Heir, the sole butler of Green Pine Villa, took Crash's hand and replied, "Is something the matter?" "Young master, Ari is the one who takes care of a failure like..." But his face suddenly dripped with sweat upon hearing the words whispered in his ear. "That poison my older brother gave you to kill me." With vacant, lifeless eyes, the boy questioned, "When do you plan on using it?" That very man was the mastermind who poisoned Crash when he was 14, teaching him the first lesson of betrayal in his life. Cut to the training grounds, where a bunch of young men were knocked away and sent flying all over the place. And the one who defeated them was a young girl wielding a long weapon in her hand. Her entire body radiated a mysterious spiritual energy right as the others crashed heavily onto the ground. The spectating crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Is she seriously only 15? The knights couldn't even touch her. The title of Sword Saint isn't just for show. Charlotte Valheim, Crash's older sister, spoke nonchalantly. How boring. People kept gossiping around. Rumor has it she's a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yeah, exactly. That's why the clan is placing so much expectation on her. Velokin Valheim, Crash's half-brother, overheard all of this. A genius born from a new bloodline. That's what they said about her. Thanks to her, the Valheim clan would never fall. He glared, his voice filled with murderous intent. I will wipe out that entire bloodline. But Charlotte was too dangerous, and her mother was formidable too. The two people sitting in front continued to whisper, "What's up with Lord Velokin?" "Shut up." Velokin laughed maniacally. "Then that leaves only that useless loser." Not long after, he slammed both hands on the table, discussing with Heir, "I plan to kill him first. You too, Arius. You must be struggling a lot, right? Your career is stalling all because of Crash. If you give Crash just one drop of this, your daughter's treatment and all your debts will be taken care of." "Got it. So why are you still hesitating?" He lowered his face and protested. "Young Master Crash is someone I raised like my own son. How could I do that to him?" He crossed his arms and let out a sigh. "Arius, are you going to choose someone else's child over your own biological daughter?" Arius bit his lip tightly, his voice trembling. "No, sir." In a flash, someone coughed up a mouthful of blood right in front of a plate of food. A tiny hand shot up, and a horrific scream pierced the air. Tears welled in Crash's eyes as he watched him collapse, calling out in a panic, "Ari!" Clutching his neck, his voice shook. "I'm so sorry, young Master Crash." Before you regressed, Ari had intended to assassinate. He then gently stroked Crash's cheek. "Even though young Master Crash is as precious to me as my own child." A second later, Arius's hand dropped heavily to the ground. He groaned, "But what have I done?" Arius couldn't bear the guilt, so he had eaten the poisoned soup himself before passing away. Back to reality, his eyes widened as he listened. "That poison my older brother gave you to kill me." He emphasized each word. "When do you plan on using it?" Heir had flinched and gasped. "What poison?" Crash frowned, exposed. "Are you going to play dumb? You intended to kill me for your daughter's sake. Because I'm a failure, right?" He lowered his face as he listened to the interrogation. Crash thought, "If I keep this up, I'll drive him into a corner again." Then he sighed and said, "Anyway, if you want to keep pretending, suit yourself. If I hadn't been a failure from the start, you wouldn't have taken that order anyway." Arius frowned in deep thought. He thought the boy would blame himself upon learning of the betrayal or cry out in rage, but he didn't. Crash suddenly turned around to face him. He raised his hand and spoke, "Join my side." He flinched, wondering, has young Master Crash changed? Cut to the library filled with neatly stacked books. Arius looked around, wondering, why come to the study all of a sudden? At this moment, Crash reached out to a nearby wall and commanded, Ariad, break this wall down for me. He gasped in shock. What? He laughed. If you're a butler of the Valheim clan, this should be easy, right? Ari replied hesitantly, Of course, sir. After that, he lightly lifted one foot. Ari dropped to both knees and drew his sword. A surge of spiritual energy immediately radiated from the weapon. He quickly executed a few slashes, splitting the wall wide open. Moments later, it collapsed, revealing a passage leading inside. Crash gasped, what a clean slash. Ariad couldn't help but be deeply shocked. There's a secret passage here. Walking ahead, the boy praised, well done. He watched Crash's back, deep in thought. Just as I thought, he's a completely different person from yesterday. Is he using a glowing night gem to light the way? He exudes an aura that reminds me of the family head. What on earth happened? Crash now opened his eyes wide, recalling memories of the past. The last time he came here, everything had been burned to ashes, but this time Crash had made it in time. Before that happened, Ariad offered, Young master, let me break these chains. Glancing back, the boy stopped him. No, you can't break these chains. Crash raised his hand, grinning widely. How about I test my strength this time? Activating the black hat skill, his aura instantly surged toward the chains. It sliced through them with absolute ease. A second later, Crash grabbed the padlock, leaving Arius in utter astonishment. He dropped it down, signed to himself, So heavy, the skill's power hasn't faded at all, huh? The butler asked curiously, Young master, have you perhaps formed a contract with a god? Hearing this, Crash's face darkened as he deduced. So at this point in time, I haven't formed a contract yet. Then he spoke up. Yeah, I just signed with a nameless god. And as for the library, feel free to report it to Father. Ariad froze for a moment, temporarily at a loss for what to do. He recalled, just yesterday, the young master's eyes looked like those of someone who had lost his reason to exist. But in just one night, he had changed because of a divine contract. He must have received an incredibly powerful skill. After all, he shares the same bloodline as Valheim's greatest genius. Even if he couldn't manifest a divine form, the current young master Crash, he nervously swallowed hard. Arius called out, Young master, causing the boy to glance back. Placing a hand over his chest, the butler promised, At least until you accomplish what you intend to do, I won't reveal this to anyone, sir. Crash thought gloomily to himself, I see. This is the downside of regression. Because my actions differ from the past, Arius is changing accordingly too. But Ari, a man who once betrayed me, will forever live in my memory. Is this paradox why Arthur endured it all and forced me to learn the regression skill? Arius, if I cure his daughter's illness, he'll surely swear his absolute loyalty to me. Right? I need to increase the number of pawns I can use while living here. Crash suddenly turned around, waving his hand as he said, Do whatever you want. In his heart, he thought, I'll figure out the cure for his daughter later. Right now, the secret library is my top priority. As the door cracked open, a surge of red aura wafted out. Crash's pupils dilated immediately after, and right away, a burst of flame shot straight toward the two of them. He couldn't help but feel startled by the sight. Feeling that energy, Crash muttered, I can't believe that even after going through so many world erosions, I still shudder before this place. There's no mistake. That person's secret technique is definitely here. Not long after, he noticed a thick book, found it, the secret library of the Blue Pine Pavilion. The ancestors who were deemed failures by the Valheim clan. They had recorded all of their techniques and memories. It wasn't just skills, but the ultimate fruits of human labor. And this was the place holding the secret techniques to reach the absolute pinnacle. Originally, anyone could enter this place, but because of one single person, it became a secret library. That person was Damaris Valheim. He was the worst failure in Valheim's history, but he was also the one swallowed by the world's erosion who ultimately became the strongest. At this moment, Crash gave a forced smile, slowly raising his arm. Placing his hand on the book, he thought to himself, Sorry I'm late. Ancestors, now it belongs to me. The secret technique left behind by that horrific failure was a secret about to be unveiled. The man whose entire body was stained blood red, showing only pearly white teeth, was Damaris Valheim. He was indeed the worst failure in the history of the Valheim clan, but at the same time, he was the strongest person to ever exist here when he was at the peak of his power. The image of Damaris fighting all alone appeared. The world's mightiest warriors had challenged him. He unleashed the power in his hands and wiped them all out in the blink of an eye. Though there were many powerful opponents, no one could stop him. Damaris carried an extreme blood poison within him, a toxin that had seeped directly into his blood. Holding the book in his hand, Crash frowned. He had integrated the world's erosion into his own body and mastered a crazy secret technique to control that power. He recalled a past where he didn't possess the complete set. Before, half of the book had been burned to ashes, so I never understood why Damaris ended up the way he did, and he broke into an amused smirk. Did he go mad because he couldn't control the rampant chaos of the erosion? Crash reminisced about the past, thinking back to when he was attacked by the world erosion curse. He had used Black Hat to weaken the curse, and somehow managed to endure it by balancing it with other curses. Staring at the book, he calculated in his mind. If the same principle applies to the rampage of the extreme poison, a white snake on one side and a black crow on the other, Crash thought, and somehow I managed to endure it by balancing it with other curses. Those two beasts fused together, creating a perfect sphere. Looking at it, he used his skill and thought smugly to himself, I can become just as strong as Damaris. Crash called out, Ari. Arius immediately replied, Yes, young Master Crash. He commanded, From today on, make sure no one enters the Blue Pine Pavilion. That's an order. He immediately complied. Understood, sir. Arius adjusted his glasses, deeply moved in his heart. The young master had overlooked his mistake. I must repay this kindness. I will reject young Master Belokin's offer, because my only master is young Master Crash. Inside his room, Belokin snapped furiously. What did you just say? You turned down my invitation all because of that idiot? He continued to hurl curses. We can't keep trash like him in the Valheim clan. Damn it, those two, the one called a rare genius and that absolute failure. It's driving me completely insane. Belokin recalled the past and thought, if it weren't for that bitch's filthy bloodline, both Lilith and I would have kept our positions in the main clan. He remembered the disgusted look on Lilith's face. Belokin gritted his teeth in sheer rage. He barked out, Hey, subordinate. A lackey stepped forward and asked, You called for me, Lord Belokin? The lackey listened as Belokin ordered, Go to the Blue Pine Pavilion where Crash is staying immediately. Find out why that butler changed his mind. Investigate it thoroughly for me. The subordinate reported back to him, But sir, we can't get inside. Belokin gasped in shock. What? Belokin gasped in shock. What? The lackey replied, Young Master Crash's butler, Arius, has sealed off the entrance. He has banned everyone, including the family head, from stepping foot into the Blue Pine Pavilion. Belokin frowned and growled. Banned even the family head from entering. While that was happening, Crash was busy training, and he grumbled irritably, You're way too arrogant, you failure. On this side, he exhaled a breath. Crash circulated his aura and said excitedly, Finally, I've reached the beginning stage of an aura expert. He reviewed the aura ranks in his mind. There are several levels of aura: Aura Emperor, Aura Master, Aura Expert, and Beginner Aura. The first stage is Beginner Aura, the state of just learning how to utilize aura. Crash thought about the second stage, Aura Expert, which is the level most people reach and also the boundary separating ordinary people from geniuses. He thought in admiration, I've only just reached the realm of an ordinary person, while Charlotte, who is only 2 years older than me, is already an aura master. Her talent is truly mind-blowing. But Crash remembered the image of her collapsing. Even Charlotte, an anomalous monster, had been utterly helpless. Charlotte's exhausted and despondent face flashed before him amidst the destruction. He pondered, I'm still just a total rookie. Crash thought gloomily, can I really save the world at this rate? But the adult Crash spoke up. You won't know until you try. His adult self said, whining is useless. In the first place, we couldn't even use aura before traveling back in time because of the curse. But things are different now. The scene of her standing beneath the radiant sunlight appeared. though he couldn't compare to Charlotte. Looking at the book on the table, Crash thought, but I can still grow if I master the secret technique left behind by that failure. Both his adult self and his younger self were determined. I, with the magic power within his body overflowing, can become stronger. This is enough for now. He walked over holding a towel, gently calling out, "Young master, congratulations on reaching the beginning stage of the aura expert realm." Crash took the towel and replied, "It's nothing worth mentioning." Wiping himself down, he asked, "More importantly, why were you waiting in a place like this?" Arius replied respectfully, "Your fiancée, Lady Bianca Hardenhearts, has arrived at the Blue Pine Pavilion, sir." Crash was caught off guard upon hearing the name, immediately associating it with the Bianca of the future. The white demon, Bianca. He recalled her appearance on the battlefield. Even though she was a leader, she became a pawn for those trying to seize the world and wanted to destroy this world. She was also the one who defeated one of the 10 great heavenly generals to claim the title of the White Demon. Crash looked down from the window. Even though right now, she was just the youngest daughter of the Hardenhearts clan. Right now, the little girl was standing by the gate, waiting for their political marriage. He thought about the arrangement. Even though right now, she was just the youngest daughter of the Hardenhearts clan. The Valheim clan saw an opportunity to get rid of a useless failure. Meanwhile, the Hardenhearts clan would become the overlords of the North and form an alliance with the most powerful martial family. Crash mocked himself. Both of us are just being used by our families. As Bianca waited below, Crash said, "Actually, I have some business with Bianca too. I didn't expect her to come looking for me herself." He thought about her past. Bianca Hardenhearts, the youngest daughter of the Hardenhearts clan, the overlords of the North. Because her mother was affected by the world erosion curse before she was born, she had been devoid of emotions since birth. The image of an emotionless newborn baby appeared. The curse had dug deep into her soul, making it impossible to break through exorcism. And with a contaminated body, she couldn't form a contract with a god. He pondered. She was even considered a cursed child, born at the cost of her mother's life. The scene of her being all alone appeared, which was why Bianca was treated coldly by the Hardenhearts family. Crash wondered as he thought back. I wonder if Bianca hates me? He plotted in his mind. As long as it doesn't interfere with stealing Bianca's curse, it's fine, because the snow doll is precisely the curse needed to suppress the violent rampage when the extreme poison seeps into the blood. Crash turned and asked, "Going out dressed like this probably isn't a good idea, right?" Catching his drift, the butler replied, "I will prepare a change of clothes for you right away." He said, "Yeah, thanks." Crash ordered, "Invite her inside and tell her to wait for me for a moment." Crash had brushed off Bianca's hand 5 months ago. He had said crankily, "Get lost. You only care about the Valheim clan's power anyway. So don't bother pretending to be my fiancée." She just stood there watching, completely emotionless. Right now, Bianca stood alone in the grand room, letting out a breath as she said, "I didn't really want to come here either." Bianca thought about what they had told her. Daughter? The only way for the Hardenhearts clan to survive is by relying on the Valheim family. Since you have a pretty face anyway, you'll surely win the favor of the Valheim family's youngest master. The old man patted her shoulder. Bianca touched her shoulder, remembering that the fate of the Hardenhearts clan rested entirely on her shoulders. She thought that, even without emotions, she could still distinguish right from wrong. Bianca recalled Crash's arrogant attitude, thinking to herself that if she weren't forced into this political marriage by her family, someone who was constantly cursing, pessimistic, and a total failure like it. Rubbing her shoulder, Bianca felt absolute disgust in her heart. He was exactly the type of person she would definitely reject. A moment later, Crash panicked. "Oh, shoot," giving a forced laugh as he said, "I didn't expect them to serve hot tea like this to someone with sensitive taste buds like you. I'll remind the servants later. Let's just leave it here for now." Bianca looked at him with her usual emotionless expression, then glanced out at the garden and suggested, "The weather is lovely today. Shall we take a walk in the garden? There must be many types of flowers there that don't grow in the north." She uttered her agreement. Crash said, "Arius, bring some macadamia cookies out to the garden." Arius immediately complied. "Yes, young master." As they walked, he struck up a conversation. "Bianca, it must have been a tough journey for you to get here." She replied coldly, "Since we are engaged, meetings like this are quite necessary, sir." Crash asked, "Is that so?" He chuckled and said, "Yet I get the feeling that when you talk to your fiancé, your tone sounds like you're speaking to a subordinate rather than a lover, doesn't it?" Bianca observed Crash's expression, comparing it to the person she met last time, and discovered. During their last meeting, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, but today was completely different. Furthermore, the fact that she liked macadamia cookies was something she had never revealed to him. Stepping into the garden, he looked around and enjoyed how truly peaceful it was. She called out, "Sir," and acting on her thought, Bianca asked straight out, "Are you really Crash?" After she asked, she fell silent. Crash was also silent for a moment. Then he scratched his head, releasing a hint of murderous intent as he asked, "Am I really that different from before?" Detecting the murderous intent, Bianca immediately nodded and expressed, "I apologize, Lord Crash. I crossed the line." Crash groaned inwardly. "Damn it, that's not what I meant." He tried his best to recall his memories, but his memory of this time period was so faint that he couldn't remember how he used to treat Bianca anymore. But the only thing he remembered clearly was looking at Bianca, this exact expression of hers, recalling the moment she was about to pass away before. She had worn the exact same face that day when she collapsed in front of the North Sea Ice Villa. Crash reluctantly brushed it aside. "Let's just deflect for now," he joked. "I can't blame you for being suspicious." "Bianca, I actually just signed a contract with a god recently." She innocently believed him, thinking, so his personality changed because of that? Bianca offered her congratulations. "Congratulations, young head Crash." He spoke up. "In that case, I have a proposal for you." She asked, "A proposal?" Bianca deduced. Young Master Crash, the guy willing to contract with a god, actually has a proposal for me? She wondered, could it be breaking off the engagement? Crash quickly denied it. "Why would you think that?" He explained, "What I mean is if you don't want to marry someone like me, if you want to annul the engagement, please just—" Bianca thought to herself, he's putting himself down again. Even though he carries the Valheim bloodline, why is Lord Crash so insecure? Letting out a breath, Bianca said with certainty, "I will be your fiancé, Lord Crash." "That will not change." Crash blushed, wondering in his heart, how long has it been since I last heard such genuine words? Snapping back to his senses, he said, "I see. Well, let's get down to business then." With my newly awakened ability, Crash held out his hand and proposed, "Would you like to hand over that curse to me? The one that even dispel experts are completely helpless against?" She was taken aback and doubted. Did he just say to hand over that unbreakable curse? Without hesitation, Bianca reconfirmed, "Do you mean you want to take the curse upon yourself, sir?" He replied immediately, "Yeah, I need to use it. If you hand it over, I'll grant you any wish you want, even if it's destruction." She analyzed. This is a situation where an emotionless curse actually becomes advantageous for me. I know Crash is considered a failure. If that's the case, he'll definitely have conflicts with the main lineage. Bianca imagined Crash becoming emotionless. Perhaps because he's too exhausted, that's why he became like this. So exhausted that he wants to completely erase his emotions? She didn't reply right away, busy speculating. Could this be a psychological illness? Bianca recalled a psychological mage once telling her that when humans reach their mental limit, they collapse before the sickness of the heart. That person had pointed at a psychiatry book and told her, once afflicted with the illness, they might end their own lives or suddenly become gentle as if they were a completely different person. Bianca thought of the words that person had advised. That is an extremely dangerous moment. Those expressions are the warning signs of the end. Bianca, if someone close to you is falling into that situation, she grabbed Crash's hand, following the advice. You must stay by their side. Bianca comforted him. It's going to be okay. I know you can get through this. Crash, you just need to control your emotions without having to rely on a curse. He felt embarrassed. Bianca, it seems there's some kind of misunderstanding here. She suddenly became unusually gentle. From now on, I will come visit you often. If I ask my father for permission, I could even move closer to live near you, sir. Crash felt something was off and panicked. Why are you suddenly saying that? Hold on, don't you hate me? You don't really want this engagement, do you? Bianca said. Even if that were true, I can't just abandon someone standing on the brink of hardship. He wondered to himself. She didn't deny it? Looking into her eyes, Crash thought he understood that Bianca was the type of person who, once resolved, would dive right in, but he felt like she was misunderstanding the situation in a seriously bad way. He calculated, if I can't get the curse, maybe I should try to activate the skill in secret. Crash immediately cast the Black Hat skill on Bianca. He circulated his aura from it, and it grew larger in Crash's hand. He saw a padlock setting an unlocking condition, and the system interface displayed condition 1. Become Bianca's friend. Crash thought with intrigue. A double lock? This is troublesome. Since this is a curse she has carried since birth, it's considered a part of her body and has already been assigned value. Although curses don't naturally generate locks, he looked at the cold expression on her face and sighed to himself. This is even harder than becoming her fiancé. Since Bianca has no emotions, she rarely shows interest in anything. Crash calculated. Even so, sending her back to Hardened Hearts will only accelerate the timing of her turning into the White Demon. I'll keep Bianca by my side and wait for an opportunity to unlock it. If I can prevent her from turning into the White Demon and also seize the Snow Doll, it'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He took Bianca's hand, pretending to say, "That makes me very happy. I'm very grateful to be able to see my fiancé so frequently," she promised. "I will confirm with my father in return." Bianca says goodbye. "See you again, sir." Crash watched her leave and thought, since it'll be another month before she returns here, I'll take advantage of this time to read as many occult books as possible. Things are about to get busy. The next morning at Green Pine Villa, a familiar carriage arrived. Wooden crates were unloaded one by one, when suddenly a greeting rang out. "Hello, Lord Crash." She stepped out, adding, "From today on, I will be living at Green Pine Villa. I look forward to your guidance." He panicked internally. She intends to live here together with me? Crash slowly opened his eyes, and what met his sight was Bianca's fair face as she slept soundly. He quickly sat up. "Bianca, did she fall asleep right here again?" He scratched his head, letting out a long yawn. "If others see us like this, they'll misunderstand." She had also woken up by now, looking at him groggily. "Good morning, Lord Crash. But why are you here?" Hearing her ask that, Crash snapped irritably. "I should be the one asking that question." After Bianca woke up, Crash sat in meditation to enhance his power, sweat already pouring profusely all over his body. Crash thought, come to think of it, several months have already passed since I started living together with Bianca. He thought back to the moment she stood before him and said she would live with him. At that time, Crash was utterly stunned, his eyes wide open, clearly showing his shock on his face. "You moving in for good?" Bianca quickly replied. "Yes, there are no obstacles." My family agreed immediately. Crash felt a bit anxious. He thought to himself, I mean, being away from home like this, are you really okay with it? You're only 12 years old, right? Perhaps because Bianca has no emotions, her bond with her family is also loose, and she doesn't really understand those feelings anyway. Well, that might actually be a good thing since I want to become friends with her. Crash saw Bianca tag along behind him, just like the relationship between a mother hen and her chick. He was still sitting and training his power, holding a long black sword. That happened during the summer. Now it has already turned to winter, and this year is also drawing to a close, which means the opening day of the Laheln Academy is just around the corner. The Laheln Academy was established through cooperation among 4 major kingdoms and the Empire to train talents who can resist the world erosion. It only accepts students from ages 15 to 20. Before I regress to the past, this place had produced countless members of the Azure generation. Many of them even possessed high-level skills. The more Crash thought about it, the angrier he got. He gritted his teeth furiously. Because of those bastards, he clenched his fists. I understand their weaknesses better than anyone else. I can easily seize their skills. Once I enroll in the academy, I'll rob every single one of them one by one. Next year, he will turn 14, so he still has about a year left to prepare. Crash needs to become much stronger before that time comes, but his talent has already started to hit a limit. He bit his teeth. These magic books can only bring me to the beginner stage of an aura expert. To break through this limit, I must seize Bianca's Snow Doll curse as soon as possible and learn how to use the extreme blood integration. Crash opened the room door and saw her sitting on a chair reading a book. "Bianca, Were you waiting for me again today? Holding her book, Bianca followed, right behind him. Yes, I can't leave you alone, Crash. As he walked, he thought, since the summer, Bianca has been sticking to him like a shadow. No matter where he went, she followed. Is she planning to follow me into the bathroom too, for goodness sake? Is something wrong with her? Crash brushed his hair back in frustration. How much longer until Bianca truly considers me a friend? Do you want to go out for a walk? Suddenly, Arius stepped forward. Young master, there's an invitation sent from the Astral Sanctuary. Hearing this, Crash froze. The Astral Sanctuary. The Astral Sanctuary is a formal banquet held annually for the young nobility of the Starlon Kingdom. Almost everyone attends. Barring special circumstances, this is an occasion for socializing and building connections. He held the invitation in his hand. Ah, now I remember. Thanks for the reminder. Crash fell into deep thought. Before returning to the past, he had locked himself in the Blue Pine Pavilion, so his memory of this event was pretty blurry. He looked away from the invitation. That guy will definitely be there. I should go to keep my promise to Ariad. That way, he won't have an excuse to do what he did last time. Crash handed the invitation to Arius. Tell them I'll attend. Bianca slowly stepped closer and whispered in his ear, I'm going too. Crash caught her drift immediately and passed the word to Ariad. Bianca says she's coming along. He said yes and quickly left. Bianca looked at him. Crash, the people attending the Star Sanctuary will definitely criticize you. He put his hands on his hips. Yeah, but who knows what they'll say about you, either. Maybe it's better if you don't go. Bianca's face was full of determination. She placed her hand over her heart. No, I'm going with you. Crash said, well, protecting your fiancé is a fiancé's responsibility, after all. With that, he gently patted Bianca's head. I'm not asking as your fiancé. I just want to hear your honest thoughts. Bianca stared at him and thought to herself, there's that look of pity again. Over the past few months, Crash had been treating her inexplicably well. Crash asked her caringly, what do you want for breakfast? Then sometimes he would hold her hand. Let's go pick out the next book in the study together. When they were out in the garden, Crash covered her with a blanket while she was sleeping. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Sleep a bit more. Bianca groggily opened her eyes. It felt so warm. No one in the Heart family had ever been this gentle with her. At that time, Bianca was sitting quietly under the tree, watching Crash practice his swordsmanship. Crash was so kind that she almost forgot how terrible their first meeting had been, so she didn't hate him anymore. Bianca maintained her determined look. I'm going with you. Not as your fiancé, but as myself. That's how I truly feel. Seeing her like this caught Crash a bit off guard. His cheeks flushed slightly. Crash smiled with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curving up. I get it. They rode the carriage amidst a warm and peaceful sunset. The sun shone gently, and the air was incredibly pleasant. Crash looked out the window. So this is Geru? It really is the most famous place around here. They rented out the whole venue? Just how rich are they? The reason the nobility in this world were revered was that they fought against the world's erosion on behalf of the commoners. Yet those idiots didn't even bother to practice, doing nothing but partying all night. And they're supposed to be the future of Starlon? Crash and Bianca walked into the sanctuary together. He looked around. Who knew how many decent people were actually left in this glittering sanctuary? An announcement rang out. Lord Crash Valheim and Lady Bianca Hardenhard have arrived. When everyone saw them appear, whispers broke out. Is that Crash, the failure of the Valheim family? And that girl with the curse from the powerful northern clan? What a match made in heaven. Rumor has it they're engaged. Don't stare too hard. Stay away from her if you don't want to get cursed. Crash glanced around and thought to himself, always surrounded by fake nobles. Balak chewed. Valheim, looks like an interesting character has shown up. Crash looked toward the voice. But real nobles still exist here. The ones who would later join the Azure generation. Balak Hopma, Hothu Nian, Grizzer AC Latin, Kasaji Amelia, and the wooden bow Annex Grizzer. These three were later known as the Starlon Trio. To avoid further trouble, he quickly looked away. Those three are already noticing me. It must be because of Charlotte. He thought about what she had said. Listen, Crash, that day I wore a dress like this. People kept coming up to talk to me nonstop, but no one could beat me in a duel. The Star Sanctuary? If you ask me, It's more like the garbage sanctuary. Charlotte looked at Crash, who was fearfully curled up under his blanket. So boring. I swear I'll never set foot in that place again. Back then, Charlotte used to brag like that. Crash was a bit speechless. Just looking at the atmosphere here tells the story. She must have caused quite a scene. Suddenly, Bianca gently tugged at his sleeve. Lord Crash, don't worry about what others say. Crash froze. I was just thinking about Charlotte. He thought to himself, she's being insulted like that, and she doesn't mind? She's even worried about me. Crash patted Bianca's head. I don't mind at all. Crash turned his head, scanning the room. When is he going to show up anyway? Don't tell me he's a no-show. Another announcement rang out. Lord Darling Danforlion has arrived. Crash thought to himself, speak of the devil. The most eccentric guy among the nobles. Darling smiled and winked. Hello, everyone. The flamboyant alchemist, Darling Danforlion. An amazed voice rang out. Oh my, your whole body is covered in curses. What on earth made you look this terrible? Two small hands reached up as the blonde boy patted Crash's face. For an eroding type of curse, combining this and this might actually work. Seems doable, he asked excitedly. Hey, are you interested in being my test subject? I'll cure you. Without giving Crash a chance to speak, he continued. Hey, don't even have the energy to reply. His face was full of amusement. Then I'll just go ahead and start on my own. Crash's eyes suddenly widened. Darling's small face leaning in close startled him. Stop, he snapped angrily. Are you crazy? Get away from me. He was the lord of the alchemy castle, Darling Danforlion. That was the first time I met the man who would later be known as the greatest alchemy king in the world. Right now, Darling had happily run off to the party to greet everyone. People were buzzing with gossip. Lord Darling is amazing today, too. Is that the freak Darling? He arrived late on purpose to get attention, right? Seeing this, Crash sighed helplessly. Well, attention seekers naturally show up where people their age gather. With that, he turned around and called out to Bianca, wait for me here. She listened obediently. Yes. Then Crash walked over to Darling, making him wonder, who is that guy? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Crash stepped up to introduce himself. Crash Valheim. Hearing that, Darling vaguely remembered. Valheim. As expected, he looks a lot like Charlotte. His eyes lit up. You're Charlotte's younger brother, right? Do you have something to tell me? Or did my good looks draw you in? Crash spoke in a low voice. Lately, it seems you've been digging up information on the world erosion, haven't you? This sentence made Darling freeze. Crash's expression turned sly. I wonder if saying that makes you more interested in me. Darling smirked. You really are a provocative kid. Since you've piqued my curiosity, you better brace yourself. With that, the two of them stopped in front of a door. Please don't enter. Darling went inside and asked. So, Crash, how old are you now? His hands reached for two swords. Crash replied, 13. But does age matter that much? Darling mocked. 13. You look young, but your aura is completely different. Crash sighed in his head. Well, on the inside, I'm an adult who already graduated from the academy. Out loud, he replied, I don't have much time. If possible, I'd like to get straight to the point. Darling happily agreed. Go ahead. He tossed a sword to Crash. Here, catch. Suddenly, Crash's eyes widened in shock as he quickly blocked the sword strike Darling aimed at him. Crash asked in confusion, What the hell are you doing? Darling laughed with amusement. It's my first time meeting Charlotte's brother, so I just wanted to test your skills first. Crash thought to himself in annoyance. What a pain in the neck. Darling struck forward. By the way, didn't you say you had something to discuss? I'm listening, spill it. He replied while parrying the blows. You mean that? As soon as he finished speaking, Crash forcefully parried his sword away. Darling was slightly surprised. Aren't you supposed to be a skill-less failure? Crash tried to fight back. I might look like that on the outside, but I practice every day. This is tough. Should I use a secret technique against an alchemist? Or should I shake him up a bit? Thinking this, he spoke in a deep voice. That research on neutralizing curses, I can help you with it. These words left Darling stunned. What? He became angry. What do you know about alchemy to dare say you'll collaborate with me? Crash's gaze turned sharp as his foot pivoted forward. On the other side, Darling raised his sword high with a look of disdain. Crash quickly fought back, explaining at the same time, researching curse neutralization something dispelling mages still haven't been able to break by using another curse. To become a first-class alchemist, you have to prove that research is correct, right? Darling let out a breath of relief. Crash promised, I'll help you with your research. He thrust his hand forward. With my curse-stealing skill. This left Darling completely stunned. Wasn't he an incompetent failure? The next second, a satisfied smile spread across his face. If what Crash said was true, this was indeed the perfect opportunity for his curse neutralization research. Darling put his hand over his heart. What should I do to repay you? He teased. Be my boyfriend, perhaps? Crash snapped helplessly. What the hell are you talking about? I'll be gathering a lot of curses in the future. I want you to make medicine to suppress those curses. Darling laughed with amusement. Brewing potions is my specialty. Crash thought to himself, if I only have the skill-stealing technique, it won't be enough. Even the generation of people who could use extraordinary skills couldn't stop the destruction. Crash felt a wave of self-doubt. A failure like me has to use every means possible, whether it's medicine or anything else. Witnessing this expression, Darling marveled. I heard he lost his motivation because he was constantly compared to Charlotte, but it doesn't seem that way. An overwhelming genius and a doomed failure. Both siblings were like that. Thinking up to this point, Darling couldn't help but shiver with excitement. He wondered, can I ask you something? Crash followed up, what is it? Darling posed the question. Are you planning to go to the soon-to-be-established Lahelm Academy? Hearing this, Crash smiled slyly. Of course I am. This made Darling even more interested. There would be tons of skills to steal at the academy. He waved his hands and cheered. Awesome then. I'll do anything, brew potions, or whatever. If it's about curses, you're always welcome. Of course, a spot next to me is wide open, right? Crash was speechless. This guy never changes, whether in the past or the future. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, but there's one more thing I want to ask. Crash questioned. You know about the discoloration disease, right? Darling explained. It's an incurable disease that turns the skin blue-black and eventually leads to death. Crash ordered. Make a cure for that disease. This caused his face to drop and stiffen up. Darling quickly defended himself. Don't you know what incurable means? Even for me, that's impossible. Crash felt a bit guilty. Even so, you still end up making it later on. That was a story for the distant future. Crash sighed dejectedly, extending his hand forward. Darling, you can do it. Darling gave a forced laugh. Hearing you say that hurts my pride. After that, the two high-fived. Crash instructed. When the medicine is ready, remember to contact the Blue Pine Pavilion. Darling agreed. I'll deliver it to you personally. Suddenly, Crash's face darkened. Oh, by the way, there's something I've been wondering about for a long time. He asked point-blank. You like my sister, don't you? Darling cheered happily. I love Charlotte so much. Seeing this, Crash was confused. Then why did you just say the spot next to you was wide open and mention something about a boyfriend? Darling played dumb. What are you talking about? Oh, Crash, you're still young, so you probably don't understand. I like boys too. I can love both men and women. These words instantly gave Crash goosebumps. He ran far away. Well, I don't. Darling opened his arms and called out after him. Wait, hold on. My future lover. Crash returned to the main hall, still whispering to himself. So he's that kind of person? Just then, there was a noisy crowd up ahead watching some. Crash's face instinctively darkened. On the other side, a man was grabbing Bianca's hand. Her arm was being squeezed so hard it was burning red. Bianca softly called out, Lord Crash. Instantly, he appeared, delivering a blow that sent the guy flying back. As the guy sat up clutching his head in pain, Crash was already standing right in front of him. His voice was ice-cold as he demanded, Are you trying to take my fiancée by force? What the hell do you think you're doing? The beaten guy held his face in terror and asked, By force? He frowned in deep anger. You are intentionally messing with a 12-year-old child. Veins popped on his forehead as he took step after step forward. Do you have some kind of twisted fetish like that? You piece of trash. Terrified, the man explained, It's not like that. Out of sheer terror, he blurted out the truth. I was only following the second princess's orders. Crash was incredibly shocked. The second princess's orders? He looked down and uttered a name, Claudius Stacron. Hearing the name, the guy replied, Yes, the second princess ordered me to bring Lady Bianca to meet her, but Lady Bianca refused. Even though I didn't want to drag her like that, it was a royal command. I had no choice. Crash glanced at Bianca, who was rubbing her wrist. Bianca was the youngest daughter of the Hardenheart family, a northern princess. But because of that curse, Bianca's reputation among the nobility was very low. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why would an admirable princess go out of her way to summon her like this? He placed his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Something's not right. Crash thought to himself. Could it be? He felt a bit doubtful. Is there another connection? An image of Annex suddenly flashed through his mind. He clenched his fists in anger. Annex, he thought to himself, my sister used to stalk her like crazy. Crash recalled. After Annex was defeated at the Star Sanctuary, even though she hated Charlotte, she still couldn't let go of her admiration, and eventually, she became twisted. He began to connect all the events that had occurred. When she couldn't defeat Charlotte with her own strength, she started targeting me instead, Charlotte's younger brother. Crash finally understood everything and let out a breath, his entire body radiating bloodlust as he demanded. And now you're dragging Bianca into this? He then compromised. Fine, I'll go. Hearing this, the man was completely surprised. He continued, but instead of meeting the second princess, I'm going to see Annex. Surprised, the man asked, Lord Annex? What? Crash pulled Bianca along, replying coldly. Even if you serve the princess, I don't know who gave you the order or if they are involved. Honestly, you've even picked up your master's bad habits. He took Bianca's hand. Let's go, Bianca. She replied softly. Yes, Lord Crash. The two held hands as they walked down the sanctuary corridor. Crash looked over at her with some curiosity. By the way, Bianca, why did you refuse to go meet her? He thought to himself. I can guess the culprit because I've been through this before, but he was incredibly amazed that Bianca actually rejected the princess's invitation. At 12 years old, Bianca shouldn't have been able to grasp the situation yet. So why did she ignore a royal order? Crash turned and called out, Bianca? She softly replied, Yes. He asked suspiciously, Why didn't you follow the princess's orders? Bianca lowered her head and replied, Because Lord Crash told me to wait. Hearing her words, he was deeply surprised. Crash smiled gently with satisfaction. He reached out to pat Bianca's head, praising her. Good job. The two walked over to Annex's office. When Blackhead saw him, he let out an oh. He walked up and exclaimed, Wow, you actually came? Crash replied coldly, I'm here to see Annex. He smiled, pointing into the room. Right. Annex told me to let Lord Crash in the moment you got here. Frowning, he thought to himself, so this is Blackhood. He wondered, why did I think he was a skilled, dual-wielding swordsman back then? Seeing where everything started going wrong, Crash reached out to open the door, thankful that Annex had ordered him to be helped. Standing behind him, Blackhood said, Well then, but hey. He leaned close to his face and suggested, I'm pretty curious about you too, Crash. Let's have a match. Crash sighed inwardly. It turned out like this after all. He refused. Fighting is forbidden in the Star Sanctuary. He lunged forward and replied, But you already fought Charlotte, so it's fine with you too, right? You're weaker than Charlotte anyway. He glanced over and thought to himself, Come to think of it, I heard that when he fought Charlotte, he lasted longer than Abras. Crash observed him, sizing him up. Though both are masters, Abras' level is slightly higher. However, his combat senses are so unpredictable that opponents can't anticipate his next strike. He frowned slightly. Before meeting Annex, I want to avoid fighting this guy. As he looked into Blackhood's eyes, he thought to himself. But looking at his gaze, it seems he won't give up easily. Crash clenched his hand into a fist and replied, Fine. After getting his agreement, the man immediately launched a strike at him. The next second, he countered with a blow of his own, which the man easily flipped over to evade. Crash stepped back slightly, and immediately afterward, he leaped straight toward Blackhood. His gaze was incredibly sharp as he launched an attack at him. Crash then punched him hard in the stomach, a 1-inch punch. After the punch connected, the man clutched his stomach in agony. The match over, he let out a sharp breath. Blackhead clutched his stomach and complained, Crash, you're brutal. Crash rubbed his neck and replied, You're the one who challenged me first. He held out his hand and said, Yeah, but wait, can I go get a weapon first? Surprised, he asked. A weapon? Crash said coldly. More importantly, can you even stand right now? Black Hood smiled, but blood was already trickling from his nose, and the next second he passed out. Seeing him collapse, he was a bit surprised. Bianca asked curiously, Crash, what exactly did you do to him? Crash replied coldly. I used the Valheim family's heirloom technique. He recalled the 1-inch punch. Long ago, a failure of the Valheim family created this move. It's a supreme technique that delivers maximum damage across the shortest distance. He thought to himself, before returning to the past, this was the only move that saved me when the Blue Pine Pavilion was burning. Thanks to this 1-inch punch, I survived countless life-or-death situations. Returning to reality, Crash looked at his hand and continued, I used my strongest strike, so he probably won't be getting up for a while. He looked at Black Hood unconscious on the floor. Let's head inside. Bianca replied, Yes, Lord Crash. The two then pushed the door open, and in front of them stood Anix along with a woman. When she saw Black Hood lying on the ground, she ran over to him. Anix spoke in a highly sarcastic tone. It's pretty funny that you actually defeated that Black Hood. Crash sighed and replied, After all, you only used the second princess to lure me here. He pointed behind him and said coldly, Isn't the reason you're standing here waiting because of that? Well, now I'm here. He laughed, rubbing his chin. How did you realize it? Strange. You're different from what I heard. Maybe the rumors are fake. Crash's voice was ice cold. You're the one who spread the rumors, saying I'm a failure anyway. He rubbed his shoulder. However, if you lose to me today, he smiled, the rumors will change quite a bit from now on. Crash unleashed his technique, growling, Because I'm going to steal your skill. He crossed his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If the rumors say I'm a failure, that's true. But if you get beaten by me today, those rumors might change a little bit, don't you think? Anix lowered his head, remaining silent. Crash closely observed him. Anix Glazer. He recalled images from the future. You are an old friend of mine. He thought to himself, because we've been together for so long, I know you inside out. He asked, running away without a plan? For instance, your true nature is that you only befriended me because I was useful to you. Crash told himself, and a wave of bitterness welled up inside him over that usefulness. It was the worst possible reason for you to betray me. Back then, at the edge of the abyss, he gripped the edge of the cliff tightly, looked down, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Is everyone wiped out? He called out. Anix, are you there? Help me. Standing above him, Anix spoke up. Crash, he asked in a cold voice. If they find out that falling into this trap was my fault, I'll definitely lose my spot in the Azure generation, won't I? He continued. But if I'm the only survivor, no one else will ever know about this. Crash yelled in anger. Hey, you think it's that easy? Internal infighting is already brutal enough. You'll definitely get kicked out over an incident like this. A devious smile spread across his face. Right after that, Anix burst out laughing. It doesn't matter, I'll just pin all the blame on you. He was incredibly smug. Since everyone around you hates your guts anyway, they'll believe me. And just like that, the truth of this incident will be buried forever. He smiled. Thanks, Crash, for being my friend until the very end. Crash's eyes widened in shock. Friend? He questioned angrily. Don't screw with me. Have you ever considered me a friend even once? He glared at Anix with eyes full of rage. You only stayed around me from the start because you were chasing after Charlotte. And you've been completely spaced out all day today just because Charlotte is getting married. That's the real reason we ended up in this mess, isn't it? Anix's face darkened as he replied. That is exactly why I hate you. His face was filled with utter disgust. You have zero talent, yet your intuition is sharp and you're always trying to ruin things for me. That part right there is entirely your fault. He turned around to leave. Since Charlotte is getting married, this relationship ends right here too. Anix rubbed his chin. Well, but maybe this is for the best after all. He chuckled with sheer amusement. I bet Charlotte wouldn't want to hold a funeral at the same time as her wedding, would she? Hearing his words, Crash cursed in anger. You piece of trash. He couldn't hold on any longer and plummeted down. Feeling his strength fading, he mocked himself. Am I really going to end up like this? Right at that moment, Arthur tightly grabbed his hand and asked, Are you all right? Crash thought to himself. And Arthur saved me back then just because we were on the same team, even though that was exactly the beginning of a whole new tragedy. He glanced over at Annex, thinking to himself, anyway, after Annex was kicked out of the Azure generation due to Arthur's testimony, I was furious when he desperately tried to marry the princess. But what about now? Annex laughed mockingly. Crash, your face and the way you talk look an awful lot like Charlotte. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. This guy hasn't changed one bit. Crash clenched fists, his voice dripping with anger. Hey, don't call her name so casually. You're saying she and I are alike. He instantly activated his technique and rushed forward to attack. That's right, just like her. I'm the type who never backs down from a fight. Annex kept looking at him, completely unbothered. He lunged forward to throw a punch, but the blow was blocked by a tree branch. Crash reached out his hand and pressed down on the branch. Crash spun his body in midair, and right after that, he stepped off the tree branch. Suddenly, another branch shot out and tightly wrapped around his leg. It yanked him up into the air and quickly carried him back to where Bianca was. Crash landed back on the ground. He thought to himself, as expected, what a pain. Annex looked toward him and mocked. Is that it? You'd better use a weapon. Glazer family secret art. Earth-shattering wood magic. A special secret technique that infuses aura into plants to control them at will. By utilizing recovery skills to propagate the plants, one can overcome the limitations of this technique. Crash reached out his hand to summon his weapon. You want me to use a weapon? He stood up and pointed his staff toward Annex. Then I'll use your very own wood against you. Veins popped slightly on his forehead as he asked. Oh, really? He manipulated the tree to lunge toward Crash. Then try blocking this with that little branch of yours. He swiftly evaded Annex's attacks with rapid movements. Seeing this, he was completely astonished. He dodged it, his eyes, filled with bloodlust, locked onto him as he smiled and said, To you, I'm nothing short of a natural enemy. He thought to himself, because I saw right through your abilities until I was sick of them before I regressed. He rushed forward, yelling his name. Annex, Crash growled, demanding, Are you thinking about Charlotte again? Annex let out a soft click of his tongue and replied coldly, That's because I'm listening in silence. He reached out his hand to summon a wooden monster, and a sheer pressure from it pushed him backward. He growled threateningly, Crash, you better watch your mouth. Earth-shattering wood magic, fifth form. Annex raised his hand to unleash the technique. Giant earthwood golem. He gave a sinister smile. Watch your back from here on out. Suddenly, Mary rushed in through the door and screamed at the top of her lungs. Lord Annex, you can't do this. His gaze turned razor-sharp. If that strike hit Crash directly as the golem launched its attack at him, the consequences would be irreversible. Crash gently closed his eyes. Among the books in the secret library of the Blue Pine Pavilion Manor, there was a very thin manual. Its author was an ancestor who swung his sword continuously until the age of 80. He had zero talent. He was just someone who repeated ordinary practice strikes every single day. The manual he wrote in his final years was very brief, only recording his daily practice strikes. However, due to the curse, I've been backed into similar corners countless times myself. So he thought to himself, I've fully grasped the heirloom secret art of my ancestor. In his mind, he silently chanted, The sword is me, and I become the sword. He raised his staff into the air and then sliced down hard on the golem, thinking to himself, As long as I treat this as a sword, it's an incredibly simple truth. The golem was cleanly sliced in half by Crash's single strike. Mary looked at this scene, completely stunned. Annex couldn't hide his sheer terror either. From inside the cloud of smoke, Crash spoke up. Hey, he tossed the staff onto the ground. Don't you ever act arrogant again. He growled, got it? Crash felt deeply frustrated with himself. Damn it, I accidentally messed up the priest's set plan. I intended to save just enough strength to easily steal his skill, but since I poured everything into that one strike, I can't even move right now. That action took a heavy toll on Crash's energy. Curse it, I can't even catch my breath to speak. Bianca stepped closer to him and offered, Crash, let me help you. Seeing Bianca's way of helping, Darling stepped in to bail him out. If you keep going like this, Crash is going to die. Let me handle it. Bianca handed Crash over to him as well. I'm counting on you. The people present there wouldn't stop gossiping. Such a racket. What the hell? That failure actually beat Annex. No way. Is that the useless youngest son of the Valheim family? Darling had to admire how fast they caught wind of things. Man, rumors sure travel fast. He looked at the scratched-up Crash and thought, I didn't expect this news to spread so quickly. When this kid wakes up, he's probably going to be a star. But Darling noticed something strange. But wait, he was bothered by that face. Annex's expression from earlier was making me feel really uneasy. Darling muttered to himself, I have a bad feeling that something terrible is about to happen. Darling spoke to Crash, even though he was unconscious. Hey kid, you're not allowed to die until you collaborate on that research with me. Got it. Right now, Crash was training. A week had passed since returning from the Star Sanctuary, and he could finally feel somewhat at ease. I finally recovered from the match that day. Crash recalled the battle from back then. If I had kept pressing him to the absolute limit at that time, I might have ended up even worse off than Annex. He had collapsed right on Bianca's lap. I passed out right in the carriage. Crash felt a bit regretful. If only I hadn't fainted back then, at least I would have had time to prepare to steal his skill. Crash plunged deep into his thoughts. I have two ways to steal a skill. One is the usual method of opening the Black Hood, and the second is causing the opponent to underestimate their own skill. With Annex, I plan to use the second method. This method is easy to pull off if you completely overwhelm your opponent. Since the giant Earthwood Golem was taken down with a single blow, Annex's doubts about that skill will definitely spread. Crash's skill has many conditions to activate. If he gets defeated by a failure he looked down on, he'll start questioning the very worth of his own skill. Crash confidently asserted, even if it takes a little time, Annex's recovery skill will eventually be mine. He laid out a plan for himself. So, in the remaining year before entering the academy, I want to spend every single day training to surpass those geniuses. Just then, Arius stepped in respectfully. Young Master Crash. He informed Crash, Lord Bellokin has arrived at the Blue Pine Pavilion. Crash smiled and replied, Bellokin must have run out of patience, huh? Arius added further, I've actually rejected his messages 22 times already. We can't delay it any longer. Crash begrudgingly accepted. Show him in. He quickly obeyed. Understood. Bianca walked over holding a glass of water. Crash, have some water. He took the glass. Ah, thanks. Noticing her backing away slightly, Crash asked, What's wrong? Bianca honestly stated that he was covered in it. You're reeking of sweat. Crash hadn't paid attention, so he hadn't noticed. Huh? Really? He quickly pulled up his shirt to take a sniff. It must be due to the waste expelled when using aura. But he couldn't smell it. Crash wondered, or maybe my nose is paralyzed because I'm so used to the scent of erosion. Bianca suddenly turned the question back on him. Aren't you going to take a bath before meeting Lord Bellokin? Crash refused the idea. Nah, I'll probably have to move around again anyway. Hearing this, Bianca backed far away from him. Then don't come near me. Crash was surprised by her words. Huh, look at you, daring to give orders to your fiancé, he said with a bit of a huff. Bianca, you've really grown up, huh? Crash pretended to threaten Bianca. Where do you think you can run to escape? Seeing her run away in fright, Crash laughed happily. In his heart, Crash always cherished her. Bianca was just like a little sister, so he couldn't help but tease her. He suddenly thought about something else. The people he knew before returning to the past, Crash was absolutely certain. They must be looking at me with incredibly cold eyes. Arthur's voice echoed in his head. Crash, have you gone soft from this peaceful life? And you actually think you can stop the world from ending? Hearing up to that point, Crash suddenly froze. Arthur, Crash sank deep into thought. I hate to admit it, but except for that final moment, he was always a pioneer hero, never letting his guard down for a single second. Crash also wondered about him. By the way, I wonder where Arthur is right now and what he's up to. Bellokin's voice cut in, interrupting him. Are you flirting with your fiancée right now? Veins of anger bulged on his face. Looks like you're having way too much fun. Bellokin Valheim, the third son of the Valheim family. Crash fought back, refusing to back down. Everyone needs to unwind. In Bellokin's mind, his view of Crash shifted. The guy who used to be so terrified of me he didn't dare look me in the eye is now daring to stare at me like this. He immediately speculated. Are the rumors about him defeating Anix actually true? Crash walked up to check in. By the way, you're so busy, yet you still have free time to come to the Blue Pine Pavilion? Confused, he repeated, busy? He recounted what he knew. I heard that Lahelm Academy admits students through exams regardless of their status, though. Crash smiled brightly and reminded him. So you should get ready too. His brother Belokin felt a wave of irritation course through his entire body. Is this punk provoking me right now? In his mind, he was second to none. Even the most powerful empire respected the Valheim family and didn't dare attack the kingdom of Starlawn. The Valheim family stood on a completely different level compared to other families, and I, a true member of the Valheim clan, even belonged to the direct lineage. Belokin felt completely insulted to his face. And yet he dares tell me to get ready for the academy entrance exam? Don't get cocky just because you took down someone like Anix. He forced a smile. You sure know how to joke. Belokin replied with an underlying meaning. Well, it's understandable. For failures like you, worrying about passing or failing the academy is only natural. But you don't seem to care at all. That must be it, right? Seeing that only made Belokin angrier. What's with that attitude? He composed himself. Actually, I came here today to deliver an order. Crash was surprised. An order? Belokin continued further. We are going to stop the world's erosion from happening at Mount Golek. Crash couldn't believe it. What? Clan missions don't require those under 15 to participate. Belokin gave his assurance, but his gaze was far from friendly. Don't worry, I'll go along as your guardian. My little brother, the one who supposedly defeated Anix, surely wouldn't tremble in fear over a minor thing like this, right? He was just testing his strength and holding himself back. Crash didn't hesitate to agree either. Fine, let's go. Crash didn't flinch in the slightest. He even thought casually, I'm actually more familiar with world erosion than with a peaceful life like this anyway. Whether this is a trap set by Belokin or not, I already have a plan to deal with. Bianca walked over and asked, Crash, where are you going? Crash summarized it briefly. I'll be away from home for a while to handle an erosion matter. Don't bother following me. She wanted to come along. Crash, can I go with you? Bianca bluntly exposed the absurdity. A kid who's only 13 having to go stop world erosion. It sounds completely ridiculous. Belokin grew angry at being countered by Bianca. This cursed princess. Crash shielded her. She is my fiancée. Surely a chivalrous older brother like you doesn't take the words of a 12-year-old child seriously. Watching Belokin leave in a fit of rage, Crash patted Bianca's head in praise. Good job, Bianca, she replied shyly. It's not like I did anything, though. He still acknowledged Bianca. It was just that she didn't realize it herself. She seriously cautioned Crash. Please don't collapse again. Crash turned his back and left triumphantly. I'll be right back. The transformations of the world are more or less related to world erosion. World erosion? A phenomenon where our world is encroached upon by another world. Sometimes erosion creatures will appear or the environment will transform abnormally. And if the erosion progresses even further, that area will completely turn into another world. Belokin and Crash had arrived at that place. Thus, a swampland had formed on Mount Golek. He asked to get a grasp of the information. It's ranked as a Tier 3 erosion? Did the purification team say anything? The person beside him replied. They said they'll start working as soon as the master is eliminated. Hearing that, Crash evaluated the mission this time. Tier 3? Ah, this is a level that a mid-tier professional night squad could easily handle. He also had to give Belokin credit. Furthermore, Belokin might look like that, but he's actually a high-tier professional. He can definitely defeat the master of this eroded zone. Belokin walked up to him. Crash quickly replied back. Yeah. He spoke in a condescending, patronizing tone. I brought you here so that you, a novice expert, could accumulate some experience. Crash played along with Belokin's intent. Got it, brother. But in his heart, he had long looked down on him in return. Experience? Who do you think you're talking to? He came here with his own purpose too. The only reason I followed you, someone who only wants to dominate me, is for one single thing. Crash had wanted to do this for a long time, testing a temporary solution for his rampage. The team members were all panting heavily in exhaustion. Damn it. If this keeps up, we'll never wipe them all out. Hey, look over there. Crash kindly warned them. This monster has no head but is full of teeth. If it bites you, the wound will swell up badly. So remember to wrap your entire body in aura. They immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. One of the group members expressed their admiration. Lord Crash, have you ever experienced a world erosion phenomenon before? Crash waved his hand in denial. I'm only 13. If I had access to an eroded zone, wouldn't that be a bit too strange? The person nodded along. True point. Bellokin felt annoyed again, seeing how calm Crash was. Why on earth is a failure like him so calm in an eroded zone when it's only his first time here? He recalled his own past. The first time I came here was at age 15, and the result was that my pride was utterly crushed to pieces. Bellokin envied Crash as he saw him surrounded by everyone. How could he casually give advice to the knights like that? It was completely different from his own first time. Crash looked up with a highly provocative gaze. Bellokin gritted his teeth in jealousy, then turned around and stormed off. Bellokin hypothesized many things. This is just a theory. He felt a sense of dread. If Crash grows up like Charlotte and surpasses me. Bellokin panicked at that future. Am I going to become the failure of the Valheim family? Crash walked over to him. Brother, he kindly reminded him. We're about to reach the place where the master resides. Bellokin calmed himself down and immediately dismissed his capability. You're lucky. This time seems easier than my first. It looks like there are no other erosion creatures besides the master here. Crash replied seriously. That's all the more reason to be on high alert, sir. He emphasized the danger level. It means this Tier 3 master is strong enough to maintain the eroded zone all by itself. Bellokin shouted loudly to the others. Hey, don't get swayed like that. It's just some word from a mere kid. He spoke up to reassure them. This place is only Tier 3. Clear it fast, and let's head back. Everyone went along with it. Yes, sir. Crash sighed at the situation. Sigh. They'll realize it on their own. He ignored it and focused on his own task. I should focus on what I need to do. Crash sharply noticed. I can feel it now. He evaluated the world erosion energy within himself. It's even clearer than before I turned back time. This is thanks to the mastery of the poison that has seeped into my blood. He took out an object. Now I just need to swallow. Crash instantly felt his heart beating quite fast as the moment for him to execute it arrived. Struggling, his eyes widened in complete shock. The next second, Crash immediately coughed up blood. Seeing him vomit blood, everyone ran over in worry. Lord Crash, are you all right? Crash quickly reassured them. Yeah, I just tripped. Seeing this, Bellokin offered. It's your first time, so don't overdo it. I'll carry you. Crash instantly refused. No need. Crash was straining a bit. Coughing up blood, huh? He quickly figured out the reason. Erosion energy is like an ultimate poison, so being like this makes sense. He resolved himself to do it. But I have no choice but to endure it. Isn't this the reason I trained with ultimate poison, so it would seep into my blood? He focused his mind. First, according to what the blood-seeping ultimate poison manual states, try blending aura with the erosion energy. The aura will circulate without a break. Crash pondered to himself. If the aura flow acts like a great river absorbing the erosion energy, it will eventually merge into one with that river, creating a new color that cannot be overshadowed. This is the consequence of a rampage. He quickly realized, normally, I wouldn't be able to handle this. Crash seized the opportunity. It's time to use that secret technique. Stories of old flash by. After Damaris Valheim disappeared, the Blue Pine Pavilion was shut down and seemed destined to fade into oblivion. Blurry images appeared, but one day, a blind ancestor discovered the secret archive. Unfortunately, due to being blind, he couldn't read the manual. The swirling stories continued. From then on, he was forced to lock the archive doors forever so no one would repeat his tragedy. That person wrote down his final thoughts. He decided to leave behind a manual and ultimately created something monumental for generations. The name of that secret manual was Inside Crash's Body. A change occurred. A superhuman sense that could feel every vibration through aura. The sixth sense. Crash could perceive it very well. Right now, I can only extend my perception range to about the length of a knuckle. But even that is enough to identify my position. He broke into a confident smile. The place where I am standing is not a world covered by a rampage. Crash panted in exhaustion. The rampage is thinning out. I managed to pull through by following the Sixth Sense manual. Crash also quickly realized, of course, this is only a temporary fix. If I keep absorbing world erosion energy, a rampage could strike at any given moment. He mapped out the future clearly. At that time, I will still need Bianca's snow doll curse. Crash was continuously thrilled. But even if this is just a stopgap measure, there's no denying that I managed to control it thanks to this. He was happy because this was the first time he could step up to a new height. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. No way. The moment Crash turned his head, a monster had already appeared. It was resting with its eyes closed. The next second, the monster's glowing red eyes snapped open, and everyone was struck with awe by its massive physique. People screamed out in terror. It's the master monster. It opened its mouth wide in a disgusting display. Bellokin was utterly appalled by this sight. Crash was no exception. Everyone recognized it. Seni, the demon of 1,000 faces. Everyone was on high alert. Everyone prepared for battle. Bellokin gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand tightly, shouting out an order. The surrounding space felt suffocating as all sounds gradually died down. The sword in his hand emitted a blue glow, and suddenly, a brilliant red light burst violently from the pommel. Flames rapidly enveloped the entire blade. Witnessing that sight, Crash couldn't help but be stunned. Lord Bellokin's ignis flame always leaves people in awe. A soldier couldn't hide his admiration. Not only that, its destructive power is absolutely terrifying. After all, that's a top-tier skill capable of turning anything in front of it to ashes. He pressed his lips tight, a single name echoing in his head. Ignis. Old memories suddenly flooded back. It was the very skill that had burned his arm in the past. Have you seen the difference between us now? I don't have time to waste on trash like you. He called out from behind. Bellokin. His previous ferocious image vividly appeared in his mind. Before I turn back time, you were completely out of your mind. Meanwhile, Bellokin's entire body glowed with a blinding red light. But what now? A bizarre, smiling mouth appeared in Crash's palm. I hope you won't change one bit. In the blink of an eye, a soldier's face was ripped away. Anix, who was in the middle of battle, couldn't help but freeze in shock. Is that the face-stealing curse? His eyes swept across the battlefield. Even the seniors were struggling against its 8 arms. How could apprentices like them possibly avoid a curse like that? Anix gripped his trembling sword tightly. If things had come to this, running away was the only option left. Bellokin's voice boomed like thunder as he attacked. His sword slashed through the air, charging straight toward the 1,000-faced demon. Right then, the 1,000-faced demon shrieked as if it wanted to rip space itself apart. Its entire body erupted into fierce flames. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Don't give up. I'll carve a path." The knights looked up at the scene, frozen in place, before chanting in unison. As expected of Lord Bellokin, even the Guardian couldn't resist it. "Yet we will follow you, Lord Bellokin." Bellokin looked back over his shoulder. "Crash, are you seeing this?" But the figure he was looking for was nowhere to be found. He wasn't here. Could he be dead? Hiding behind a boulder, Crash thought in astonishment. Is he targeting the 1,000-faced demon instead of me? His gaze was fixed thoughtfully on the 1,000-faced demon as it writhed in agony. Bellokin suddenly paused. A bloody tear, dark red streaks of blood oozed from the overlapping faces covering the 1,000-faced demon's body. He looked straight into its eyes, suddenly sensing that something was wrong. Bellokin's eyes widened as he thought. If this keeps up, it's going to get dangerous. Without hesitation, Bellokin leapt high into the air to quickly gain distance, gritting his teeth as he looked down. What is this terrifying pressure? Bellokin gripped his sword tightly, forcing himself to focus. I have to focus and take down the 1,000-faced demon right now, before any more anomalies occur. He gave a resounding order. All knights, bring down the 1,000-faced demon. However, Bellokin quickly noticed something unusual. I coded my attack with aura, and it's still ineffective against it? Listen up. Knights, land the next blow before it mutates any further. Suddenly, He froze, stopping all his movements. His eyes swept across the ranks behind him as he barked out in fury. How can knights of House Valheim tremble before a thing like this? But the only response was figures standing as still as statues. What the hell are you anyway? Utter shock filled Belokin's eyes. The thousand-faced demon's curse? But I haven't even touched it yet. Suddenly, a hand clamped tightly onto his face. Don't tell me that strange sensation earlier was it catching me? The thousand-faced demon drew close, staring intently at Belokin. Ngay khoảnh khắc ấy, sấm sét vang dội, mưa như chút nước từ bầu trời đổ xuống. He raised a hand to cover one side, panicking because his vision was gone, and muttered, "Damn it, this is bad." Belokin's legs froze, unable to move. I'm about to get killed. The ground beneath his feet turned into a swamp, slowly swallowing his body. At this rate, I'm a dead man. It raised a skeletal hand as thick purple gas surged outward. The swamp rose all the way to his neck, terrifying Belokin. Why is this happening to me? Lightning tore through the sky, and a horrifying thought flashed in his mind. Death. He couldn't believe it, muttering, "Am I, the strongest in Valheim, going to die?" Suddenly, Charlotte appeared right by his ear, whispering, "You really are an idiot." Disappointment showed on her face, outdone by a sister 3 years younger. After all that boasting, you lost your entire knight order, and now you're running away just to save your own skin? What a fool. Charlotte delivered her final judgment. Because you failed so miserably, you have to die. The thousand-faced demon immediately lunged forward to pursue Belokin. He raised his arms to block its attack, but only the sound of a piercing screech tore through the air. Just then, Crash appeared, grabbing Belokin by the legs and dragging him away to escape. He opened his eyes, his voice trembling. "Who are you?" When he clearly saw the face before him, Belokin was struck with shock. "Crash, why are you here?" Crash let out a relieved smile. "Brother, you're awake." Belokin frowned in disbelief. You're still alive?" Crash quickly replied. "I've been watching everything from a distance this whole time." Seeing him swallowed by the swamp after the thousand-faced demon's attack, Crash explained, "I avoided its gaze and pulled you out right away." Belokin forced himself to sit up. "Then I'm fine. I can walk on my own." Belokin looked at Crash in surprise, seeing a body completely incapable of utilizing aura. Crash squatted down, holding up the sword with both hands, and asked, "Are you sure you don't need to lean on me?" He gritted his teeth against the pain and snatched the sword away definitively. "I don't need help from an idiot like you." Suddenly, a noise echoed. Belokin flinched in alarm. He hurriedly asked, "Is the thousand-faced demon still nearby?" "Hey, how far are we from the battlefield?" Crash shook his head and stood up. "Who knows?" After pondering for a moment, Crash continued, "We've been walking for quite a while, but we still haven't made it out. This world erosion might be a closed space." Hearing this, a shiver ran down his spine. Is it impossible to leave unless we defeat the thousand-faced demon? Belokin hung his head and cursed. "Damn it!" Crash called out, "Brother?" Crash's voice sounded even as he spoke. "Actually, I have a secret technique. It's something Charlotte passed down to me." Crash raised his hand and explained seriously, "The reason I could hold my own against Annex at the Astral Sanctuary is all thanks to this secret technique." Belokin looked up at him. Charlotte's secret technique? Belokin fell into deep thought. Did someone like Charlotte actually harbor special affection for her younger brother? Does she really have emotions? He spoke, unable to hide his hesitation. "You think we could defeat the thousand-faced demon with that technique?" Crash replied resolutely, "Yes." Recalling the scene that had just unfolded, Crash said, "Instead of hiding from a thousand-faced demon and slowly dying in this eroded zone, I think this is worth a shot." He extended his hand toward Belokin. "I know you don't trust me." Crash tried his best to persuade him. "But brother, you surely trust her skills, right?" He drove the tip of his sword into the ground and replied softly, "Yeah, Charlotte is a genius, after all." Suddenly, Belokin shouted, "But if we fail, both of us are done for, kid." Standing behind him, Crash replied with a smirk, "Don't worry, brother. I absolutely will not fail." In the forest, torrential rain poured down heavily as the trees swayed violently against the fierce wind. Crash looked up at Belokin and lowered his voice. The thousand-faced demon is coming. He asked curiously, Brother Belokin, are you ready to cast Ignis? Flames flared up on Belokin's hand as he replied, Yeah, I am. Hearing that, Crash continued, Then let's begin. His footsteps stopped, and he gripped the sword tightly with both hands, holding it horizontally across his chest as his entire body radiated a blue light. Crash closed his eyes tightly. Watching the scene unfold, Belokin couldn't hide the shock on his face. Streams of light were continuously absorbed by the sword. What? This is incredible focus. Belokin's gaze flickered slightly, noting the aura surrounding him as well. He stared intently at the sword, stunned to realize he had never seen an aura so transparent and pure. Then he lowered his head in thought. When he told me to combine the Ignis flames with Charlotte's secret technique, I didn't believe him. But now I see it clearly with my own eyes. The very aura I couldn't master despite years of grueling training. How can he use it so effortlessly? Crash's voice rang out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Brother Belokin, use Ignis now. Belokin conjured flames on his palm and replied, All right. The fire slowly transferred into Crash's sword. In an instant, Crash's entire body erupted in a brilliant red blaze. He looked at the flaming sword as if discovering something. Crash called out, Brother. Belokin asked in confusion, Is there a problem? Crash shook his head slightly. No, never mind. It looks like I'll make it in time. I won't be needing your support anymore. Belokin dropped to one knee, exclaiming, What? His eyes widened. Crash's flames were even more intense than his own. The sword in Crash's hand burned brighter by the second. Belokin thought that sword might actually be able to kill the thousand-faced demon. Now, he brooded in deep thought. In the blink of an eye, I lost all my subordinates. I luckily survived that battle, only to flee in utter humiliation while all my knights perished. A thought suddenly struck Belokin. If Crash really takes down the thousand-faced demon, watching him charge and to fight alone, am I even worse than a loser? With a single strike, Crash sliced the thousand-faced demon's body in half. Belokin stood frozen in place, his face stiff with shock. As the thousand-faced demon burned in a sea of flames, the sky gradually cleared, and the rain stopped falling. Crash called out, Brother. He turned his face to look at him, his voice full of confidence. I took care of it. Belokin gritted his teeth in sheer rage. Just like that? It was that easy. He lifted the sword in his hand, his face twisted with resentment. Then go to hell. The sword slashed forward, but Crash casually blocked. Belokin was utterly stunned, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. His sword-wielding hand trembled. Why can't I use Ignis? Crash smiled as if his goal had been accomplished. Thanks, Belokin. A terrifying expression appeared on Crash's face. Because you haven't changed one bit. Crash recalled a past memory. Belokin's unlock condition was very simple. First, willingly bestow a portion of Ignis to the opponent. Second, believe that the opponent can master Ignis better than oneself. Seeing Belokin's terrified expression and, finally, the complete shattering of his pride, Crash swung his sword, slashing into him. The moment I swung my sword, Ignis became mine. The incinerated thousand-faced demon left behind a thick cloud of smoke. He drove the tip of his sword into a piece of flesh on the ground and called out Belokin. Then lifting it in front of him, he continued, I used to want to get along with you and everyone else too. Crash brought up things from when they were kids, but Belokin used to say, mind your own business. The image of Belokin scowling and throwing blame flashed back. You can't do anything right. But Crash wanted to thank him. Your bitter hostility was exactly what blocked all my opportunities. Crash shoved the piping hot piece of flesh into Belokin's mouth. Even so, I still thought that just this once, you might accept me as a real brother. He showed no emotion. After all, I still held onto a sliver of hope that since we're brothers, they would finally acknowledge me this time. But it turns out you never even thought about it. As Belokin's breath grew faint, Crash's tone turned freezing cold. It hurts, doesn't it? Every single word he spoke served as a reminder of the past. When you burned my arm and my face all those years ago, I writhed on the ground just like you're doing right now. Belokin's legs thrashed violently, but after a moment, they stopped moving entirely. Crash looked up at the blue sky and let out a sigh, his voice dropping with a hint of irony. How ironic that the weather is so beautiful today. Inside the castle, a voice rang out. Lord Belokin's entire squad was wiped out. At the Valheim main estate, a man spoke. The erosion has been reclassified to 5-star. They say it takes a high-ranking expert to suppress it. Another person chimed in. If Lord Belokin hadn't sacrificed himself, Lord Crash wouldn't have survived either. A servant, unable to hold back tears, demanded, "What does that mean? Only that loser survived?" The butler immediately warned, "Watch your mouth, servant." The butler cast a glance and spoke in a steady voice. Lord Belokin died to protect his younger brother. Let's honor his noble sacrifice. The head butler of Valheim patted the servant's shoulder, his voice softening. Don't let Lord Belokin's noble death be in vain. Crash overheard every word and thought to himself, they believe the testimony, so I don't have to worry about being suspected. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he quietly walked away. Thanks to Belokin, this mission yielded massive results. Painful memories flashed across his mind one after another. I've fully adapted to the blood-soaked lethal poison and confirmed that the sixth sense can somewhat control the frenzy. And through Ignis, Crash raised his hand as a purple flame erupted. I have acquired the black flame. Ignis can incinerate anything. He clenched his fist, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. So when it touches the essence of world erosion, this is the result. The black flame is stronger than expected, perfect to use as a trump card. The color looks villainous, but since others can't see it, it doesn't matter. Now, the only issue remaining at the main estate is Crash stopped in front of a room and raised his hand to knock. Aside from that, the problem to deal with regarding the main clan is that I have to undergo an investigation into the anomalous phenomena in the eroded zone. A voice called out from inside, "Come in." He was still lost in thought. The cause remains unclear to this day. Crash thought, no, the truth is that it's the work of world invaders. Its true body is slumbering in an eternal dream, only able to observe reality through its underlings. An immortal being, he opened the door and stepped inside. The fact that they've started moving means I could encounter that immortal's underlings at any moment. Noticing the noise, Sapphira spoke up. Lord Crash has arrived. She spoke in a monotonous voice. We've been waiting for you. Sapphira, a fourth-class investigator of the Erosion Bureau. His gaze locked onto Sapphira's neck. In that brief moment, Crash faltered slightly. The black star on her body is... He reached up to scratch his head and chuckled. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. She exclaimed in confusion. Huh? Crash suddenly lowered his tone and spoke clearly. Hey, Immortal, I want to make a deal with you. He pointed his finger straight at Sapphira. I'm going to strip away your immortality. For a split second, the corners of her mouth smirked. Tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you? Sapphira's eyes suddenly flared into a sinister crimson. I was looking for a different destination, but it seems fate has sent me to the wrong place. A place where a body is locked tight. The Immortal Garden, though intact, shows no signs of consciousness. Before turning back time, under Arthur's orders, I tried to steal his immortality, but that attempt failed miserably. Arthur clutched his own arm. Now, with this, the Immortal only has enough strength left to maintain his regeneration. He has absolutely no power left to control his underlings. Mary's gaze held a touch of melancholy. So the reason he commands so many pawns is because his true body is cursed and unable to move. Sounds pretty pathetic, doesn't it? Sigrun certainly didn't think so. Pathetic? Did you forget that he's the one who raised the levels of the eroded zones and unleashed hell upon us? She stepped forward and pointed straight at Mary. Stop pretending to be so righteous. Lady Sigrun, I didn't mean it that way. Lilith clasped her hands together. Either way, the issue with the Immortal is over, so there won't be any more meaningless battles. Her eyes reflected another small figure, but unfortunately, her attention was directed elsewhere. You still couldn't steal his immortality, could you? Crash replied awkwardly. That's right. He averted his gaze. Even with a rebirth, it remains completely impossible. Those chains are no joke to deal with, mainly because the conditions to unlock them are entirely beyond my reach. Snapping back to reality, Crimson's chilling voice drifted over. Tell me, you're a regressor, right? She looked like the absolute embodiment of a demon. I was searching for a different destination. And yet, Crash looked at Crimson seriously. A regressor. What makes you think I'm a regressor? She let out a cold laugh. The moment a mere child dares to propose a deal to someone like me, you've exposed yourself. Only a regressor would have that kind of nerve. The claws on her hand grew sharp. You've been trapped in your own endless loop. And yet, you dare to claim you'll kill me. A being who transcends time itself? Don't make me laugh with such blatant lies. He naturally refused to back down. This is no lie. He reached his hand straight out to confront her because my skill. At his call, the mouth in Crash's palm shot forward and lunged around Crimson. Can even steal your immortality. Black Cap. Crimson's clenched hand trembled. To think I've upgraded each eroded zone over centuries just to find someone capable of killing me. And now, you who possess the ability to steal the curse of immortality are finally standing before me. Only then did she speak up. What are your terms? Crash was blunt. Help me get stronger. My skill only activates when I'm stronger than you. Crimson maintained her wicked smile. Then I'll take you as my apprentice. If it helps me break free from this immortality, I'd gladly sell my soul to you. Her eyes flashed as she received his answer. Fine. Crimson immediately unleashed her power. I, Crimson Garden August, will make you the strongest. The fierce wind forced Crash to shield himself with both hands. Her sheer aura, even as a mere projection, was completely overwhelming. Crimson Garden once possessed power on par with Arthur and commanded countless subordinates. Thanks to her, I can become even stronger. His hands trembled. Even if I have to borrow the power of Earth's invaders, I will protect this world from erosion and the brink of destruction. From what Crash knew, his skill was a one-of-a-kind power in the world. By law, Arthur's regression skill has returned to his own hands in this lifetime. This means I can no longer turn back time at will. If this world meets its doom once again in this era, I will vanish right along with it. He forced his hand out in front of her. Glad to have you on board. Crimson's pupils quivered. Crimson still wore that same eerie smile. She smacked him directly on the head. Call me master. Having settled this matter, Crash had no intention of lingering. All right, I can leave this place now. Crimson was surprised. You don't live here? Crash calmly replied. I haven't set foot here in years. Then he explained further. I've almost completely forgotten what my parents look like. Elsewhere, at the Valheim estate, the adults' quarters, Valheim Kiri Granhall. Lord Crash, your mother requests your presence. He found it baffling. Mother wants to see me? She didn't even bother showing up when I was at Blue Pine Pavilion. Maybe she heard rumors about me changing and got curious. The messenger spoke again. Yes. And furthermore, delivering bombshell news to him. The patriarch mentioned that upon his return from the Forbidden Zone, he wishes to speak with you privately. Crash was genuinely startled. Father wants to see me? To his knowledge, that man had already reached the realm of a demigod. Perhaps he sensed something from me through the stars. It didn't stop there. Lady Arya requests that you remain at the main estate until then, young master. However, Crash wasn't exactly free. Bianca was waiting for him, and he had a mountain of things to do. He didn't have time to waste here. He asked back, so this isn't a direct order from Father, right? Without waiting for a response, he added, then I'll head back first. This attitude caught the girl completely off guard. What? Crash simply walked right past her. I'll return when Father summons me. Behind a glass window was a woman who had been watching all along, or perhaps as the carriage departed the estate, he would come find me himself. The city was relatively deserted and quiet as the carriage made its way toward a lonely hill. Crash stretched his arms, finally out of that place. I don't plan on coming back anytime soon. Suddenly, a bird's beak tapped on the glass window. Show some manners, you disrespectful apprentice. Opening it up, he flinched and yelled, Crimson, don't you think that deep red is a little too conspicuous? Hearing this, she instantly turned pitch black. Don't worry, I can change colors whenever I want. See? Now I look exactly like a crow. See that? Crimson took the chance to mock him. Now I'm as black as your pitch-dark soul. In his heart, Crash resolved. I need to get my hands on your curse as soon as possible. Yet curiosity got the better of him as he asked, What about your main ability? In the form of a jet black bird, she leisurely preened her feathers. You already know I can't move my real body, yet you still poke at my sore spot. What a petty regressor. At that, another figure flashed in Crash's mind. In reality, Arthur was the true time-turner. I merely borrowed his skill, at best, a pale imitation, but there was no need to explain any of this to Crimson. As dusk fell, the carriage came to a halt. Before heading inside, he didn't forget to remind her, "Oh, by the way, there's a white-haired girl at Blue Pine Pavilion. Make sure you treat her well, got it?" An adorable duck hat came into view. Clutching her books, Bianca walked over to welcome him. "You're back, my lord," Crash quickly said. "See? I told you I'd come back." Arius hurried over. "Lord Crash." Seeing him, Crash asked, "Arius, did anything happen while I was away?" He immediately reported, "Sir, a letter from Lord Darling has arrived. In the letter, it says, I've finished the remedy for the discoloration disease you requested. It practically formulated itself in my mind the moment I thought of you. I'll have it delivered soon." The kiss mark stamped on the paper was truly mind-boggling. They do say geniuses are eccentric. He handed the letter back to Arius. "Treat him with the utmost care. He will be your savior." He accepted it. "Understood, my lord." Then, leaning in close to Crash's ear, he whispered, "By the way, Lady Bianca was incredibly worried about you." He gasped in surprise. "Bianca?" Arius recounted. "Yes. The moment she heard you were pulled into the eroded zone, she immediately readied a carriage, intending to head to the main estate to see you himself. She was even going to make the journey down to the main estate all on her own." Crash's brows furrowed slightly, and his hand reached out right after. "It's been a while since I checked the seal on Bianca. Could it be due to the exposure to his energy?" A status window popped up. First unlock condition: become friends with Bianca. And to Crash's utter bewilderment, condition 1 had been met. Bianca's first lock has been released. Just like that, Crash stood there staring at Bianca right in front of him. This left her completely puzzled as she asked, "Is there something on my face?" Hearing that, Crash replied awkwardly, "No, I just wanted to introduce you to a new friend. His name is Krim." Instantly, while Krim was still spreading his wings, he was snatched up by Bianca. She immediately scooped the crow up into her arms and said, "Krim? He's as soft as whipped cream." Her reaction took Crash by surprise. "So you like animals too, Bianca?" At that moment, he muttered to himself, "By the way, how do I release the second unlock condition?" Right then, a status window popped up. Second unlock condition: become friends with Bianca. It was honestly quite a surprise that the two unlock conditions were exactly identical. Crash calculated in his head. Usually, when people think of someone important, they picture parents, children, friends, or a lover. At this point, Crash lightly stroked his chin in deep thought. On paper, I'm her fiancé, so a lover is probably the most plausible option. Meanwhile, after cuddling Krim until all his feathers were completely ruffled, Bianca finally let him go. Her eyes closely followed the little jet black bird, but her face still didn't betray a single shred of emotion. Crash's thoughts continued to race. But becoming the lover of an emotionless Bianca? Before the regression, conditions were never like this. Besides, internally I'm an adult. Flirting with a 12-year-old is a bit problematic. Just then, Krim whispered into his ear, "Looks like that pale-faced girl has her eyes on you. She's sticking to you and won't let go." Crash immediately shot back. "She was looking at you." The sunset grew deeper and deeper. At this point, Krim said, "Anyway, Crash, what's the deal?" Krim tossed his head and declared, "I want to test your strength. Playtime is over. Get to the training ground right now." This single sentence left Crash a bit stunned. Still, he agreed, "All right." Before long, Crash was sprawling on the ground, gasping for breath without stop. Krim rolled his eyes down at him and spat out contemptuously. How pathetic. To think a regressor would have such garbage talent. Lying on the ground, Crash admitted, "I told you, I'm a certified useless piece of trash." Unexpectedly, Krim cut him off. "Right now, you've only crawled your way this far thanks to your past life experience and those secret techniques of yours. But that effort will be overtaken by a real genius in less than 5 years. However, that's only true if I'm talking about pure innate talent. Other than that, talent means absolutely nothing in front of me. Krim continued to explain, because you have your skill, right? If you lack talent, just steal it from everyone else. Someone who has never escaped the rock bottom of the assembly line. I will be the one to drag you up. You will seize everything from a place higher than the clouds themselves. And in the end, you'll even steal my immortality. After hearing these words from Krim, Crash's hand involuntarily clenched tightly as he looked out the window. He softly replied, "That goes without saying." A few days later, Darling finally made his way over to Crash's estate. He ran over cheerfully and called out, Hey, did I keep you waiting long, babe?" Crash didn't care in the slightest about the guy's appearance and continued practicing his swordplay as he replied, "Since when did I become your babe?" Hearing that, Darling felt incredibly thrilled and exclaimed, "Ooh, so cold." Before he could say anything more, Crash glanced over and asked, "By the way, did you bring the thing I asked for?" Darling reached into his pocket to fumble for something, then pulled out a small glass vial. Inside was something resembling a plum seed, and he said, "Ta-da! All done. What do you think? I really am a genius, right?" Staring intently at the vial, Crash replied, "Is that even a question? It's obvious. You've always been a genius." Darling's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. He lunged forward to hug Crash tightly, whispering, "Wow, I love you so much." This action startled Crash, who yelled, Hey, get off me, or we're crossing swords." So, while the two of them were constantly wrestling, another conversation took place. Darling spoke up, "Oh right, I wanted to tell you something. Word is Annex has changed." Crash found it baffling and asked back, "Annex?" Darling replied, "He stopped training after losing to Charlotte. But I heard he started up again after the incident at the Astral Sanctuary." Hearing this, Crash thought helplessly, "That traitor, is he really using me as motivation?" Then he told Darling, "Damn it, just ignore that Annex guy. Now that your business is done, beat it. What are you still doing here?" Right at that moment, Krim spoke up from a nearby tree branch. "But Starlon has other calculations besides Valheim. Though it doesn't matter. Either way, I plan to use Alicia to reinforce that weak body of yours. Have that guy use his alchemy refining to brew a few vials for you. It's a special potion. Drinking it will boost your physical stats and energy." When it came to Alicia, it was an incredibly expensive potion, and sometimes the secret brewing techniques were only passed down through family bloodlines. Crash thought to himself, Alicia was originally meant only for a select chosen few. Back then, this stuff was way out of my reach. Seeing Darling keep leaning and trying to kiss him, he barked out in annoyance, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? I already told you no crossing swords." Krim added at this point, "I know the recipe. Just tell him what to do." Then Crash told Darling, "There's one more thing I want to ask of you." Hearing that, the guy asked in confusion, You were just telling me to beat it a moment ago." And then Crash leaned in close and whispered, "I want you to make a vial of Alicia." Hearing that, Darling was utterly shocked and blurted out, "Huh? Why all of a sudden? Did the news about Annex fire you up? But can you even afford the ingredients? Valheim won't back you up, right?" Instantly, Crash replied, "Don't worry, I'll manage it myself." In his head, he thought, "I could still pull it off if I use the knowledge from before my regression." Right at this moment, Krim cut in again and said, "Just repeat after me." Crash naturally followed along and repeated, "The ingredients to brew Alicia are," and then he just casually relayed everything to Darling. The guy's expression went from listening intently to turning into absolute astonishment, and finally to such a panic that he had to pull out paper and pen to take notes. "So doing this, and that will turn it into this?" To Krim's immense pride, Darling exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, where did you dig up this kind of information?" Crash replied vaguely, "It's a secret recipe of House Valheim." Darling marveled in awe again. House Valheim really is something else. But then he said anxiously, "I really want to try, but the problem is how to get the ingredients. We can't even get our hands on solar snow fungus or golden dragon herb. First off, solar snow fungus only grows in the Black Hat Mountains, but the mountains are steep and heavily eroded. It's practically impossible to find." On this part, Crash had already calculated it out, so he replied, "Let me ask my fiancée. It's her house after all." Next, Darling pointed out, "Then that only leaves golden dragon herb. Word is it's a phantom spiritual herb that only grows near golden dragon nests in remote regions of the Empire, though sometimes it can be bought on the black market. But if the Empire catches wind of it, we're in big trouble. Crash pondered for a moment and then replied, "If there's no other choice, I'll just have to track down a black market dealer." At this, Darling suggested, "Let me show you a better way." Crash was taken by surprise. "Another way?" Darling explained. "In the Ephania Empire, there's a martial arts tournament for youth under 15. If you take first place there, the grand prize is the golden dragon herb." "Well, that's a pretty good idea, right?" After hearing this, Crash immediately held his head and replied, "Did you forget? Am I a member of House Valheim? The Empire is highly likely using the tournament to gain political leverage against the Academy. If someone from House Valheim participates, things will get totally messy." As for this part, Darling had naturally factored it in. He pulled out an incredibly shady potion and said, "Of course I have a plan, babe. Just leave it to this genius." Hee. Holding the potion vial in his hand, Crash was a bit skeptical. "What is this? Why is it so crystal clear? Do I have to drink it?" And then, the moment Crash finished drinking it, his body began to react violently. And finally, tada, Crash officially became a trap. He couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, "What the hell is this?" Darling immediately explained, "Anyone can join that tournament as long as your identity isn't exposed, right? You just need to participate as a girl, right, Crash?" However, how could the boy possibly agree to this? Crash screamed, "Stop it! Change me back right now." This scene left Krim beside him, completely speechless. Unable to be patient any longer, Crash immediately flared with murderous intent, unleashing his power to threaten him. "Hey, are you messing with me right now?" Face to face with this oppression, Darling could only stammer through his tears, I'm sorry." A few days later, Crash gripped his sword tightly, his entire body radiating an intense murderous aura as he faced off against Krim, refusing to lose to anyone. Crash habitually closed his eyes to focus. Krim stared intently at him with its blood-red eyes. Then it gently closed its eyes, flapped its jet-black wings, spun around, and delivered a wing strike. Torrents of magic power escaped, rushing rapidly toward Crash. As if sensing the change in the surrounding aura, Crash snapped his eyes open. He immediately raised his sword to block that incoming stream of magic power. Wherever the magic power shifted, Crash quickly managed to block all of it. Once it was over, he collapsed exhaustedly. Krim also said that was enough for now. Then it seriously lectured him. "The pure one sword style that I taught you this time is a combat form that can read the enemy's attacks. You must not flinch. It is an advanced technique that instantly grasps the opponent's movements. But combined with your innate intuition and sixth sense, you have reached a realm close to the ability of prophecy." Crash's ears could still hear, but he couldn't say a word, still busy panting for breath. Krim paused for a moment, then admonished further, "If you use spiritual medicine to reinforce your body, your movements will finally catch up with your thoughts, and you will become even stronger." Having said that, it flew over to Crash's side and announced in a casual voice, "It's about time for us to leave this place." Crash sluggishly sat up and let out a soft grunt of assent. Leaving the training room, he walked while rummaging through his clothes, muttering, "Then let's get going, shall we? You didn't forget to bring it, did you?" After finishing his sentence, he looked at the potion vial and remembered past events. A few days before that, holding this potion vial in his hand, he had asked half-doubtingly, "This kind of spiritual medicine definitely won't be exposed, right?" Darling kept assuring him over and over, "Right? Even magic can't detect it at all. If you use it to disguise yourself as a commoner of the kingdom, you can join the tournament." Hearing that, Crash turned to him and yelled reproachfully, "You should have given me this medicine from the very start. You turned me into a girl." Darling turned away in a huff, muttering petulantly, "It was just a joke. You didn't have to be so intense." However, when Crash pressed him on how long this would last, he cheerfully replied, "Right away, about a day." Hearing this, Crash slumped, reflecting miserably. "So I have to carry this face around until tomorrow?" Back to the present. Looking at the potion vial in his hand for a while, he couldn't help but sigh and complain, "Darling is reliable, but it's exhausting. Arriving at the destination, the moment he saw him, Heir quickly bowed and said politely, "I have been waiting for you for a long time, young Master Crash." Beside him were Bianca and Flower. Heir pointed toward Flower and introduced, "I have spoken with Flower, who comes from the lawless zone and is a merchant, to assist with your illegal entry." But he also didn't forget to remind him, "Please stay hidden throughout our journey." Crash took a few steps forward to draw close to Heir, offering endless praise, a smuggler of the eroded species. Under this title, I should be able to cross the border smoothly. Classic Heir. Thanks to you, I can rest easy entrusting the Blue Pine Pavilion to your care while I'm away. Entrusted with this heavy responsibility by him, Heir replied seriously, "Yes, please leave it all to me." Then he promised him with absolute determination, "I will absolutely not let anyone inside, even if the one who comes is the head of the family." As a cool breeze swept past, Crash said nothing, only offering a soft smile, recalling another memory. The next day, after Darling delivered the remedy for the discoloration disease, Crash had given it to Heir. Holding the medical paper in his hand, Heir's entire body trembled as he knelt down, his voice choked with small sobs as he thanked him profusely. "Thank you for curing my daughter. Now I can die with no regrets." Crash took advantage of his emotional vulnerability to make a demand. "If you are truly grateful, then keep living. Since I saved your daughter's life, you are not allowed to die until I permit it. Just keep serving me. This is just a small price compared to her life, right?" Although his words sounded like a question, it seemed more like an order. Heir's tear-streaked, elderly face stiffened slightly. A few seconds later, he finally found his voice and shouted a firm commitment. "I will survive at all costs." Seeing everything go according to his wishes, Crash curled his thin lips into a slight smile, thinking to himself that it looked like he could finally stop worrying about Heir betraying him. Furthermore, returning to reality, Crash slowly took a few steps forward. Stepping in front of Bianca, he said politely, "Bianca, thank you for agreeing to my request." Having said that, he added a few caring reminders. "You haven't been home in a long time. Go back and get some proper rest." But Bianca bluntly refused and told him, "As soon as I obtain the solar snow fungus, I will return immediately. I will wait for you to return at the Blue Pine Pavilion." Hearing these words from her, his hand that was reaching out to take her basket suddenly froze. Quickly snapping back to his senses, he accepted the basket she handed over and promised with a smile, "I'll try to return as soon as possible." Looking at the delicious, neatly arranged sandwiches inside the basket, Crash said in a somewhat cheerful mood, "So that's why it was so noisy yesterday?" "Thanks, I'll eat them later." She said nothing, only giving a single nod. Thinking it over, she added another sentence, "Safe travels then." Crash opened the door, preparing to get into the carriage. Hearing that, he turned back to say goodbye and also instructed her, "You take care too, Bianca." The carriage began to roll. Sitting inside, Crash thought full of hope. Off to the Empire, Crash trained seriously with all his might. Wherever his holy flame sword strikes swung, fire immediately blazed fiercely. Looking down at his hand that was absorbing demonic energy, Crash clenched his fist again, gently closing his eyes to focus. Krim flew over to check on him. "How is the erosion power?" Crash replied vaguely, "Stabilized, thanks to my sixth sense." But then he spoke honestly. "The past 5 days have been really peaceful. That merchant is taking a route that avoids the eroded lands. It's a pity that on the way here, I couldn't absorb any unrefined erosion energy." Krim squawked his beak to comment a few words. Just that alone is enough to show how capable that person's butler is. Right at this moment, Flower was leaning against the carriage, relaxedly munching on an apple while reading a book, when she suddenly heard a strange noise. The apple in her hand abruptly dropped to the ground with a thud. Krim lightly raised his head to listen and sense, then immediately said to Crash with a serious tone, "It looks like something happened to the carriage." Over on Flower's side, she was being restrained by 2 bandits. The masked thug leader said, "I go first." His 2 underlings also grinned and teased playfully, "You're really impatient, boss." Watching the boss's hand about to touch her, Flower couldn't help but burst into tears, pessimistically wondering in her heart, "Damn it, I didn't sense these bandits at all. Am I going to die like this? Just then, suddenly hearing a noise, the boss stopped his hand and looked over, unable to believe his eyes. Both of his underlings had been decapitated by a flying sword that sliced right through them, spraying blood everywhere. The boss was struck with shock and turned around to see a furious Crash staring at him with pure murderous intent. He shouted in anger, "What's the deal with this kid?" Drawing his weapon and shoving Flower to the side, he ordered the others loudly, "Get him!" Receiving the order, his underlings rushed toward him. One even spoke up arrogantly and asked mockingly, "Kid, what now? Can't rely on your weapon anymore, right?" Crash calmly drew another sword and coldly asked him back, "Weapon? You mean these things?" The guy instantly shut his mouth. Crash didn't waste much time and rushed forward to wipe out this entire gang of bandits. Seeing that his underlings had all kicked the bucket, the boss cried out instinctively in terror. Only then did Crash shift his gaze toward him and deliberately walked over to stand right in front of him. The boss went from shocked to fiercely challenging him. "You know, ordinary kid, I'll kill you in a single blow." Having said that, he swung his axe toward Crash. Crash quickly raised his sword horizontally to block the axe blade. The boss was a bit stunned, but very quickly switched to another attack style. Yet they were all blocked by Crash. He bellowed in disbelief. "My strikes are being read," but his arrogant mouth remained unchanged as he roared fiercely again. "You think I'm that cheap that it'll work on me?" Crash, completely unfazed, said casually, "Is that so? I thought I could handle this without even using my sixth sense." The boss was provoked by him and confidently declared, "Since it's come to this, I'll use my secret technique. I'll crush your head along with that sword." As he spoke, he chopped his axe down. Seeing Crash raise his sword to block, he narrowed his eyes and boasted, "You fell for it." With his phantom axe battle technique, he was smugly thinking that Crash couldn't block it, but the reality left him completely dumbfounded. Upon seeing his technique, Crash suddenly froze. The forest space suddenly turned terrifyingly quiet as a flame erupted and enveloped Crash's sword. The boss instinctively cried out, "What kind of technique is this?" He was both scared and worried, his face tightening up. Crash raised his flaming sword. His cold gaze locked onto the boss as he asked in a low voice, "That secret technique, just now. You're a disciple of the Butcher Dog, aren't you?" Crash gave him a look and interrogated, "Hey, you're one of Butcher Dog's people, right?" He began to fall into deep thought. Butcher Dog, Berkman, a serial killer who later became a subordinate of the World Invader, serving alongside Bianca, the White Demon. Crash recalled the original plot. When Charlotte attacked Butcher, he was destined to infiltrate Staron to survey the populace, only to be stopped by Charlotte. As he swung his sword to sever the man's arm, he wondered to himself, "So what on earth is going on here?" He suddenly remembered a newspaper article. That case was what made Charlotte famous throughout the Empire. The Imperial Daily. A 16-year-old girl from House Valheim directly defeated an agent of the World Invader. His infiltration of Staron shouldn't have happened at this time. Butcher ran away in terror as the flames pursued him. Meanwhile, Crash was still calculating. Then why are his subordinates already present in the lawless zone? He swung his sword, and Butcher's body burned to ashes. Crash muttered, "Isn't it a bit too early?" He frowned and whispered, "I have a bad feeling about this." Crash raised his arm for Krim to perch on it, then ordered, "Quickly grab the golden dragon herb and let's get out of here fast." At the prosperous city, the capital of the Scylan Empire, a sign arrow pointed in one direction. "Register for the martial arts tournament." Up on the railing, a girl looked at the people below and exclaimed, "There are so many people." The young girl cheered happily. "There are a bunch of opponents. How exciting." The young girl was Sisley Iphania, the fourth princess of the Iphania Empire, 14 years old. Sisley said with delight, "My precious little diamonds, I'll send each and every one of you to Lahilian Academy." The red-haired girl standing beside her, named Sarah, frowned in disapproval. "You are really not acting like a princess at all." "Princess, if His Majesty saw you, he would faint on the spot." Sisley quickly shouted loudly, "Don't bring up father anymore. I'm hearing hallucinations again." "Sisley, is that you again?" Sarah called out anxiously to Princess Sisley. The young girl didn't reply immediately, but quickly covered her ears with both hands. Sisley Iphania, the youngest daughter of the emperor. When Sisley was a child holding a piece of chalk writing on the blackboard, she already possessed a brain so brilliant that she could solve advanced mathematical problems. Sounds of praise constantly fell into her ears. Her Highness Sisley could rewrite the history of the empire. We should report her talent to His Majesty the Emperor. Sisley frowned in thought. A candidate for the throne. The young girl tightly gripped the stack of papers in her hand. If someone as weak as me gets involved in the royal succession, I'll be killed immediately. Leaping high up, she threw all the papers into the sky. I have to make everyone give up on me, otherwise I won't survive. Sisley started playing pranks and causing trouble. From then on, Sisley used her genius brain to behave like an uncontrollable, wild troublemaker. The scholars frowned, and eventually, even those who used to praise her wisdom began to think, we must have misjudged her. Sarah looked at Sisley, pondered, and gave up on viewing her as a candidate for succession. I've observed Her Highness Sisley for so long. I know these actions are just an act, but she sighed. Lately, she's been taking it a bit too far. Sisley leaned out over the balcony and shouted loudly. Sarah, look. Sisley leaned out over the balcony and shouted loudly. Sarah, look. The young girl looked toward Crad with that gloomy aura, her eyes narrowing. That one over there, too. Sisley looked at Krim again, and the crow perched on his shoulder. The young girl exclaimed, he looks exactly like a certified villain. What if he's from Valheim, the mortal enemy of the Empire? Sarah commented, he does look suspicious, but I don't think House Valheim would come here. Sisley stomped one foot onto the railing. Don't underestimate my intuition. The young girl let herself drop down. I'm going to go investigate him. Sarah screamed in panic. Her Highness Sisley. The young girl landed safely on the ground and ran straight toward Crash. Time to expose his true identity. Before running very far, Sisley tripped and fell. The young girl opened her eyes wide in panic, thinking she was about to crash down. Before she hit the ground, Crash stepped forward, quickly catching her by the waist. He looked at Sisley coldly. Hey, troublemaker. Before running off, look where you're going. Sisley looked toward where he walked away, thinking to herself, that calm voice and that attitude, too. The young girl realized he knew who she was. Krim perched on Crash's shoulder and sighed. How unlucky, running straight into the fourth princess. He agreed. Where's the luck in that? If possible, I'd rather stay far away from her. He remembered the registration form. So, I've finished registering for the tournament. The registration form. Tournament, age 11, from Staron Kingdom. Name Crad Owen. Now he just needed to find an inn. He went to the first inn. A piece of paper displayed the words, no vacancy. The second inn was the same, no vacancy. Crash stood before the inn displaying the sign. No vacancy? He sighed. Everywhere is completely full. Crash pondered. Looks like I'll have to sleep on the street tonight. Someone suddenly called out to him, hey, young man. A short old woman smiled and asked, are you planning to join the tournament? If you need a place for the night, just come to my place. The old woman smiled in a harmless manner. Krim whispered, looks sketchy as hell. But Crash quickly stood in front of her and said, really? Then I'll accept your offer. Krim screamed, hey, did no one teach you not to follow strangers? Hearing that, Crash replied, in my past life, I had to sleep on the street all the time. I'm completely sick of that scenario. It shook its head in utter despair, then flew up into the air, following Crash while thinking, these regressors are seriously something else. A while later, the old woman led Crash to the front of house. We're here. The old woman said, you can use the room at the end of the hallway on the second floor. I'll prepare dinner soon, so come down when you're ready. Crash replied while walking up the stairs, thank you very much. Krim had now returned to perch on top of his head. Walking along the hallway, Crash breathed a sigh of relief. How lucky! At least I have a bed to sleep on tonight. Sisley suddenly appeared right in front of him. Krim became depressed. Crash also held his face and sighed inwardly. Is it her again? It screamed silently. It's a trap. I told you not to follow strangers. Crash walked past Sisley to open his room door. I can't let her recognize me. Just ignore her and head into the room. Only now did Sisley speak up. How strange. Sisley grabbed his hand and asked, I'm this cute and even initiated the conversation, yet you're ignoring me? Or do you like boys? Crash furrowed his brows tightly in anger. He walked into the room, setting his coat down on the table while replying, "Not interested. You're not my type. There are plenty of people in this world way prettier than you." "Is that so?" Sisley questioned. "Like who, for example?" He quickly walked away. "I'm under no obligation to answer." The young girl continued to trail his footsteps. How mysterious. Crash grew angry as the young girl continued to follow him. Crash turned around and said, "Stop following me." Sisley acted cute. "Let's eat together. I want to know more about you." He waved his hand in refusal. "Too annoying. No thanks." Sisley suddenly asked, "Are you serious?" Her face darkened as she questioned him. "Now that you know I'm a princess, you're still going to act like that?" She smiled and asked, "Are you from Staron, Lord Crad?" Crash thought warily. She's only said a few words, yet she already guessed where I'm from. Crash reasoned that if he said any more, his identity as a Valheim native would be exposed. Walking down the stairs, he said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Kids should just eat quickly and get ready for bed." Sisley shouted angrily. "Who are you calling a kid? You're a kid yourself." Zira stepped up beside the girl and asked, "Fourth princess, is that boy really from Staron?" She remarked, "Even though it's the same language as the Talon Empire, it still has its own accent and pronunciation." Meanwhile, Crash and Krim were enjoying their dinner. Sisley continued, "His voice sounds quite a bit like the Imperial accent, but the core element cannot be changed." Zira praised her. "Only you could notice such a tiny difference, princess." The girl replied thoughtfully, "True." Sisley gave a faint smile and said, "A mind capable of analyzing information that ordinary people would overlook." Widening her golden eyes, she noted, "Based on that reaction, it seems he knows me very well, yet I have absolutely no memory of him. That ability is very close to mind's eye." Drawing her sword, Zira asked, "Should we capture and interrogate him?" Sisley objected loudly. "No, things are finally starting to get interesting. Don't do anything unnecessary," the girl asked. "More importantly, have you dug up anything on her yet?" Zira replied, "Yes, it is just as you guessed, princess. The third princess has become a completely different person compared to a year ago." The young girl recalled Sigrin's irritated face. Sisley realized she is no longer her usual self. The girl thought fearfully, "This is dangerous." Sisley tightly gripped the staircase railing. "My uneasy feeling back then was right after all. At this rate, the first and second princesses will be in danger too." Sisley whispered, "A bloodbath is about to rain down on the Imperial Palace." The next day, Crash threw a punch that sent his opponent flying. The muscular man crashed straight into the arena wall. A chime immediately sounded, announcement blasting. "The qualifiers have ended. The 4 winners, please leave the arena." Crash threw on his cloak as Krim perched on his shoulder, and the crowd immediately began whispering, "Who's that squinty-eyed guy? Is he an assassin? That crow is weird too. Even with the way he moves, it won't leave his shoulder." Krim suddenly asked, "Are you making that face because that girl's been clinging to you since yesterday?" Crash recalled Sisley's questions. "Why are you participating in this tournament? Do you have any siblings?" He sighed and said, "Just from a short conversation, she managed to dig up enough information to drive someone crazy." Crash glanced over, but even so, he turned around, leaving behind the people sprawling on the arena floor. Fortunately, it didn't affect the qualifiers. Walking inside, Crash thought, the qualifiers are a 100-man team battle, and only the top 4 surviving teams advance to the finals. With such a massive power gap against these small fries, winning is a given. A man leaning against the wall suddenly spoke up. "Just like the rumors say, that's a suspicious-looking crow on your shoulder." Crash furrowed his brows and thought, "What now?" The man covered in bandages questioned him. "You're with the Night Crows, aren't you?" Crash asked back, "Night Crows?" Hearing this, he explained, "The Night Crow Assassin Clan. They're an independent assassin organization outside the Empire, yet they're feared as the most dangerous force in the Empire's underworld. Eventually, they became one of the catalysts for the Empire's collapse." Crash frowned and thought, "I don't know everything since I'm not from the Empire, but I've never heard of any Night Crows at the Academy." Then he spoke aloud, "You're mistaken. I'm not with the Night Crows." Fearing a misunderstanding, the bandaged man quickly said, "Wait, calm down. I don't care who's backing you. I just want to get on your good side." We're both assassins, after all. Waving as he walked away, he called out, "See ya. Nice meeting you." Night crows. Crash wondered. The person backing me? Krim asked him, "What's with that face? Is something wrong?" It spread its wings, flew toward the bandaged man, and said, "I'll give you a hand." When the bandaged man saw Krim, he suddenly froze in his tracks, and then he took slow, sluggish steps back toward Crash. Watching it fly back to him, he conversed, "What did you do?" "Just a simple brainwashing spell." "You're pretty versatile." Krim quickly added, "Only this once." Crash called out to the bandaged man, "Hey you." He interrogated him. "What happened to the night crows?" The bandaged man spoke. "The night crows faced a crisis of annihilation not too long ago." Crash pressed. "Annihilation? But the night crows are participating in this martial arts tournament too, aren't they?" The bandaged man answered mechanically, "It's by order of our new master, the very one who drove us to destruction." He demanded, "Who is this new master?" He hesitated. "It's—" The bandaged man replied, "The second prince of the Ephania Empire." Thinking of the fat guy's face, Crash pondered, "Sigrun and Sislay's brother?" Crash muttered. Beside him, Krim questioned, "Is something wrong with the second prince?" He immediately explained, "The night crows are a trap the empire laid for the nobility. They use the night crows to spy on and manipulate the nobles' moves." Crash continued thoughtfully, "The imperial family has been their master from the very beginning, so calling him a new master is strange." The connection between the night crows and the imperial family was supposed to remain hidden from the public until the empire collapsed. Thinking of the second prince's face again, he said, "But for even a bottom-tier guy like him to know the second prince is the master means someone is exploiting the second prince and intentionally spreading rumors." Crash paused, then surmised, "Wait." Originally, the second prince's role was to consolidate the first prince's power. They intend to eliminate the second prince first to weaken the first prince's authority. If that's the case, the one who benefits from this conflict is— Crash thought of her sinister face and realized, Sigrun Ephania. Recalling everything, he wondered, "Are you kidding me? Did the inheritance of Arthur's memories actually succeed?" Frowning, he muttered, "If so, the person Sigrun will target, now that she possessed future memories." Frowning, he muttered, "If so, the person Sigrun will target, now that she possessed future memories, it would be—" He imagined Sisley lying in a pool of blood. The one who committed suicide after hiding the emblem of the White Dragon Pearl Emperor, and the one who reduced Arthur to an emperor in name only. The fourth princess, Sisley Ephania. Crash continued musing. To ensure she can reclaim the throne she seized for Arthur, she's trying to eliminate Sisley, the primary obstacle, first. He deduced, if Sigrun takes the throne, the empire will definitely perish, and its collapse will lead to the world's erosion. Crash raised his hand, and a black aura instantly manifested. To prevent the apocalypse, I have to interfere with her plan. For the sake of the world, I will seize Sigrun's skill. He spoke, "Krim, help me." Flying high, it remarked, "A regressor usually only acts based on information." He smiled, lifting his arm for Krim to land on, as it said, "But I'm the one who calls the shots. Lending you my strength, I'll help you just this once." Looking toward the bandaged man, it asked, "By the way, what about this guy?" Hearing that, he replied, "Leave him. He's outlived his usefulness." Krim tossed one of its feathers toward him. "Then I'll temporarily make him my lackey." The bandaged man suddenly stirred as it ordered, "Go back to where you belong." Watching the bandaged man turn and stagger away, Krim asked, "So what do we do next?" Crash placed a hand over his face and replied, "It's time to use my real appearance. In this form, let's find a real night crow hiding in the finals. In a slum, like a homeless person groping around in the dark for food, a guy suddenly yelled, startling the people around him. Crad? Did he say his name is Crad? The guy opened his mouth, took a bite of a potato, and walked away. Then she tilted her head with a dangerous smile. Dare to impersonate me, a member of the night crows? I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. In a main bracket of the martial arts tournament's top 32, Crash easily put his opponent in a headlock and took him down. Stepping off him, he raised his arm for Krim to perch on. The referee shouted, The winner of match 32 is Crad. The spectators immediately cheered. Awesome. Unbelievable. No way, one guy bellowed. I was starting to get sick of watching kids fight, but you just made it interesting. Adjusting his cloak, Crash thought, everyone thinks I'm a night crow. He figured the real deal would show up soon. Voices from the stands kept echoing. Night crow. Night crow. Crash looked up and saw Sisley, that girl. He sighed internally. I warned her, yet she still came to watch. Sisley waved cheerfully at him. The night crow, who finished the qualifiers yesterday. Crash felt dejected seeing Sisley, while the girl asked happily, Crad, I heard you passed the qualifiers? The girl turned to look at Crash. You really aren't just an ordinary kid. He pressed his lips together in silence, and Sisley immediately demanded, What's with that look? Crash suddenly said, making the girl freeze up. Nothing. It's just that you've lived a rather complicated life, haven't you? Sisley wondered. Did something happen? He walked past her and said, Just saying. Watch your back. The girl held her chin and sighed as she heard him continue. The main matches are tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Looking toward the door of Crash's room, the girl thought, something definitely happened when I wasn't paying attention. Where did he get that information? Sisley asked Zira. Can we really trust those Imperial spies we hired? She frowned and replied, I'll double-check just to be sure. The girl said, I'm counting on you. Back to the present. Crash looked at Sisley and thought, if Sisley is still here despite my warning, she must have realized Sigrin's plan. The girl smiled teasingly. Night Crow sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Walking away, Crash said, Let's go, Crim. He speculated. Now I just have to wait for the real one to appear. Could she know I'm pretending to be a Night Crow? Inside the preparation area, a person leaning against a wooden pillar spoke up. Hey, she stuck out her tongue and questioned, Is playing Night Crow that much fun? Remembering the bandaged man, he thought to himself, This feeling is kind of familiar. Crim. Crash immediately smiled. Don't tell me you didn't expect them to track us down this early. She instantly drew 2 short blades. Then her entire body suddenly vanished. She rapidly closed in on Crash. Looking at the 2 short blades, he muttered, Dual blades. He nimbly dodged, causing her to only slice his outer cloak. She repeatedly slashed at Crash's face. Then he raised both hands. Catching both of her wrists, Crash smirked and said, Then he raised both hands. Catching both of her wrists, Crash smirked and said, Once I catch you, you're nothing. She suddenly burst into wild, manic laughter, and a sharp bone suddenly protruded from her arm. A series of bones sprouted like spider legs. She laughed arrogantly. This is the end for you, kid. Crash immediately kicked his leg up high, leaping up while bringing his leg over her head. He left her astonished. What? Crash planted his foot squarely into her face. Crim perched on his head. Crash smiled and said, It's useless. Magic fused with world erosion won't work on me. He suddenly called out, Evil-esque. She panicked internally. How does he know my identity? Crash walked up to her and said, Sigrun, hold your heart. Right? Where is she now? I need to talk to you. Evil-esque immediately played dumb. What? What the hell are you talking about? Pointing his finger at her chest, he proposed, Let's make a deal. I'll use my skill to get your heart back. He continued, In exchange, you must tell me everything about Sigrin's plan. Crash exposing Evil-esque's identity left her jaw dropping in fear. World Invader, codename Night Crow. Necromancer Evil-esque Benepochi. Crash recalled Evil-esque's words. Necromancer Evil-esque Benepochi. A world invader imprisoned by the Empire for 1,000 years after her heart was stolen. Is your fate even more cursed than mine? As he mopped the floor, he thought gloomily. One day, Arthur said he found a way to use her and brought her along. Always hiding in her tent, yet always acting so high and mighty. All I knew was that she was the only necromancer in the world. Standing before the door of a room, he sighed quietly. I had absolutely no idea she was actually the Night Crow. Thinking back now, he thought of the signs he had overlooked. Corpses can't leak information, even when an assassination fails, because a necromancer controls the dead. Crows gathering around corpses, a clan of assassins. Every sign pointed to Evil-esque. Kicking the door open, Crash reflected, the Night Crows were wiped out back when I was still at the academy, so I never knew their true identities. She disappeared because Arthur captured her. Crim remarked, You're being unusually rough today, Crash. Entering and seeing Evil-esque fearfully wrapping herself in a blanket, he said, I have to get serious about this. Look at this room. He ripped the blanket away, terrifying her. If I don't play hardball, she'll just take a mile. Crash grabbed her chin and ordered, Look up. Evil-esque cried and screamed. What are you doing? You said you'd find my heart for me. He replied, That's right, but I plan to show you my skill firsthand first. Crash raised his hand, and dark auras instantly emerged. With the target bound by this many conditions, standard methods won't work. Searching for the locks, he thought, Black cloak skill. Looking at the number of locks, Crash noted, Since it's bound by this many conditions, standard methods won't work. Evil-esque looked at him in terror. Crash offered, Evil-esque, if you give me permission to take over your heart, I can retrieve it right here. Right now, a tear rolled down her cheek. Evil-esque cried out, Permission, I permit you. I already agreed. Hearing this, Crash said, Not just empty words, it has to be sincere. She shrieked, Then what should I do? I'm serious. Crim sighed from Crash's shoulder. He spoke, Listen carefully. Imagine this. Crash asked Evil-esque, You're sick of your current life, aren't you? He described each scene to her. Once you get your heart back, you can laze around in this room all day, delegating tasks to your undead. In a comfortable environment, eating whatever you want and slacking off. Smirking, he continued, But if you don't get your heart back, you'll have to obey the imperial family and work for them your entire life. Day after day of endless forced labor. Sensing danger, undead thralls instantly materialized around Evil-esque. She said in terror, I don't want to work anymore. A surge of power washed over, astonishing Crash. So this is the power of a necromancer? Evil-esque wept and pleaded, I've been working for 1,000 years. Save me, Crash. Standing before her, he said, Then you have no choice but to hand your heart over to me, right? So that you never have to work again. The two repeatedly exchanged words, I don't need my heart. Furthermore, I'll give it to you. Just set me free. Still not enough. Why? I'm telling the truth. Frowning, Crash ordered, Offer your heart in exchange for your deepest, truest wish. Placing his hand on her head, he said, Trust me. Evil-esque whimpered, Please. Amid Evil-esque's pleas, the chains gradually snapped. I want to live a leisurely, carefree life, just playing every day. Please, take my heart. Crash smiled and praised her. Well done, Evil-esque. You're finally free now. Evil-esque cried out. Then hurry up and get my heart back. He immediately stopped her. Hold on. Keep your end of the bargain first. This is a trade. He said, I'll return your heart when this is all over. She kept crying. I don't want to work. Crash snapped angrily. Shut up. She sank to the floor. Looking at her, Crash asked, Evil-esque, what is Sigrun planning to do? Evil-esque replied, tremblingly, Do you know the fourth princess's guardian blade masters, Sarah Vetera? She continued, I was ordered to eliminate her and use her body to kill Princess Sisley. No way. A spear pierced through Sarah, and she cried out in pain. You're stronger than me? Looking at the woman in front of her, Sarah screamed. Mary Diana, a crow perched high above watching, as she said arrogantly, You should be proud to die for the Empire. Mary thrust her spear violently once more. Then she pulled out her spear with a smirk. So much for the Mad Blade, Sarah Vetera. Mary announced, Evil-esque, orders from Lady Sigrun. Leaving, she continued, Use Sarah's corpse to assassinate the fourth princess, Sisley. Looking up at the moon, Mary recalled, It's been a year since I returned to the past. She spoke tremulously. Lord Arthur, can you see me? Lady Sigrun and I are doing this for you, Lord Arthur. I miss you so much. In a small house right before the apocalypse. Someone spoke, the first Saturday after regression, at 1 p.m. Putting on his clothes, Arthur continued, Meet in front of the Statue of Peace. Mary and Pyrii stood before the statue. Mary recalled, I was so happy when I heard Lord Arthur's words, and I brought an eager heart to our meeting spot. But Lord Arthur never showed up. She muttered tremblingly, Why? Bowing her head, she whispered, No sign of Abella, and no sign of Lord Arthur either. Walking away, she wondered, Where on earth is he? It's been a full year since I started waiting for him. Mary gripped the spear in her hand. Just as Lady Sigrun said, I must believe in Lord Arthur. Before he returns, I will reclaim my past strength and make him proud as his strongest spear. She turned to look at the big guy. I must try harder. No matter what, I have to complete this mission. Mary called out, Hey, Evilesque. She questioned, That crow kid in the tournament is one of your corpses, right? Evilesque hesitated. Well, yes, but... She sneered, quite the showman, putting a crow on him to draw attention. Furthermore, Mary ordered with a serious expression, while Lady Sigrun is away, Don't you dare do anything foolish. You know who holds your heart, don't you? Evilesque replied, tremblingly, Of course. She said, Then allow me to take my leave. Watching the big guy carry Sarah's corpse away, Mary thought, Evilesque, you usually collect ugly corpses, don't you? She licked her lips with a smirk, Yet you hit a cute corpse like Crataway. Well, he's just a corpse anyway. On the stage, Crash dejectedly drew his sword. Looking at the person in front of him, he sighed, I didn't expect to face him in the finals. A 14-year-old commoner, Pyrie, a 14-year-old commoner. Drawing his sword, Crash thought, an innocent youth dreaming of world peace. A country boy who looked ordinary, at least on the outside. Pyrie drew his sword. Crash thought to himself, Actually, Pyrie is one of the mighty warriors of the Blue Generation. The crowd roared. The Night Crow drew his sword for the first time. Is that kid really that strong? And Pyrie suddenly spoke up. Crad, you don't actually like assassinations, do you? Crows circled in the sky. Pyrie continued. I heard the Lahelian Academy is neutral, and no country is allowed to interfere. Since we both made it to the finals, we'll definitely be admitted. You can stop being a Night Crow and live like a normal person. He said, Crad. Crash sighed internally. Still hasn't changed a bit. Pyrie suggested. Quit the assassin work for good. Crash pressed his lips together, thinking he really is a kind-hearted friend, too. The referee raised his hand high. Crash spoke. Pyrie, let me give you a piece of advice, he said coldly. If you cling to hope too tightly, you'll never survive true despair. Pyrie whispered. I refuse. The referee dropped his hand, signaling the start of the match. Pyrie moved rapidly across the arena, using the 10 shadow steps. Closing in on Crash, he scoffed, disappointing Crad. Crash furrowed his brows, recognizing the movement. Pyrie repeatedly swung his sword at him, but Crash blocked every single strike. He frowned in silence. Moving around, Pyrie calculated, did he read my feint? It's like he knows my swordsmanship inside out. He's blocking everything. He thought, he's looking at me like he's seeing a ghost. Well, I really am like a ghost. Crash thought silently, a guy who already died once. He recalled Pyrie's past self. You grew up in the snowlands, steps gliding like water, the 10 steps of 10,000 miles. He was the one who created that move. He trained harder than anyone, his strength even rivaling Eris. From the feints, every habit, down to his finishing move. Crash smirked. I've watched everything from behind. Perhaps I know you better than you know yourself. Flying above, Krim muttered why. Pyrie thought, my attacks aren't reaching him. He thought, Crad, you did it. Parrying Crash's attacks. He thought, striking after the enemy, but hitting the target first with just a blunt sword. You've awakened its true potential. The sword thrust straight into the empty space next to Pyrie's head as Crash spoke. Pyrie, become even stronger. He kicked Pyrie hard in the stomach, so that even if your hope shatters. He raised his sword high as the referee immediately announced, and the winner is Crad. Pyrie spoke weakly. I see. Then, who knows if we'll meet again someday. He said, Crad, thank you. Pyrie asserted, I will try harder than ever. More than the curse he lifted from me, I will absolutely protect this world. Crash's past self muttered, I see. Now, Crash turned around and thought, that's the first time I've ever heard someone say thank you. He spoke, then see you at the academy. Lying on the arena floor, Pyrie quietly agreed. He said, we'll meet again at Lahelian. In the stands, the fat guy shouted to Evilesque, are you fully prepared? Classic Night Crow never disappoints me. He was none other than Shiphenophania, the second prince. He thought delusionally, if I use the Night Crows to reel in more nobles, the throne will naturally be mine. Evilesque rubbed her hands together flatteringly. It is an honor, your highness. Shiphon sneered. That's more like it. Keep in mind, your heart is in my hands, so behave like a loyal dog. She replied, tremblingly. Yes, Your Highness. The servants behind noticed a direction as a crowd of people approached out of nowhere. The butler roared, "Who are you people? How dare you? Do you have any idea the second prince is here? Out of the way." Incident response team. Shiffin looked at the armored figures in front of him in terror. The Black Dragon Knights, the execution squad. Why the hell are they here? A man stepped forward and spoke. "Second Prince, Shiffin Ephania." Mary coldly announced, "You are under arrest for the attempted assassination of the fourth princess, Sisley Ephania." He bellowed, "What? Sisley? Why would I kill that little idiot?" Mary said coldly, "At the Night Crow's hideout, we found an order bearing your signature, commanding the assassination of the princess." Shiffin screamed, "Bullshit! I never wrote that. Evilesque, take out these rebels who dare slander me." Evilesque didn't reply out of fear as a voice rang out. "Exactly who is getting killed here?" Mary thought in astonishment. That voice. Sisley asked cheerfully, "Hey, Sarah, when exactly am I getting killed this time?" Sarah smiled faintly. "We haven't even seen an assassin, let alone an attack." Mary wondered in shock. Sisley Ephania and Sarah are both alive. Sisley cried out, "That's so weird." To Mary's horror, the girl continued, "He seems to genuinely believe I've been killed, doesn't he?" Mary's jaw dropped as she thought in utter confusion. What the hell is actually going on here? Scene cuts to the night Sarah was murdered by Mary Diana. As she ran for her life, she thought to herself, Princess Sisley's intuition came true. Recalling the words Sisley had once said, "Sarah, can we really trust those Imperial spies I hired?" She had replied with a bit of confusion back then. "I'll double-check just to be sure, Princess." She continued to think, when Sisley said that, "I thought the chances were slim. But all the spies we planted in the Imperial Palace have betrayed us." She withdrew from the succession race a long time ago. So who exactly is targeting Princess Sisley? I have a bad feeling about this. I need to get to her side quickly. As she was moving, Krim suddenly flew in overhead and spoke, "Sarah Vetera, I will temporarily share my immortality with you, in exchange for your life force. So play dead." Looking at the crow in front of her, she thought to herself, Krad's crow. Is it speaking directly into my head? But then, without needing her permission, it transferred the power of immortality through the girl's eyes. In just an instant, golden stars appeared in her eyes. As soon as it was done, Krim immediately left. The girl sat there, clutching her head and crying out in agonizing pain, "Ugh, ugh. What did you do to me? And what do you mean play dead?" Right then, a figure radiating golden energy approached from behind. She was still telling herself, "Is someone targeting me?" Right as those questions flashed through her mind, Mary Diana drove her spear straight through her body. If Krad's crow hadn't lent me its immortality back then, Princess Sisley and I wouldn't be standing here right now. Returning to the present, Sisley spoke, "Former vice captain of the Golden Dragon Knights, and my own knight, Sarah, arrest the vice captain of the Black Dragon Knights on charges of espionage." This caused the old man to gasp in shock. What? Espionage? Mary Diana's face darkened as her plan was ruined. Sisley continued, "The one who came here with the Black Dragon Knights. Thought we were dead, didn't you? Am I right?" Her tone turned amused. "Sarah, do it." Upon receiving the order, Sarah instantly drew her sword and lunged straight forward, sending his entire body flying dozens of meters away with a single strike. Witnessing the scene that just unfolded, Mary Diana gripped her weapon tightly, thinking to herself, how did it turn out like this? She thought to herself, I ordered Evilesque to kill Sarah, then use her corpse to assassinate Sisley. Yet those two are casually walking under the sun like nothing ever happened. And the spies Lady Sigrun and I planted in the Black Dragons have been completely rooted out. That clever fourth princess saw through everything and smashed my plan to pieces. That's why Lady Sigrun wanted to eliminate her. If she lives, she'll become an even greater obstacle. I have to kill her right here, right now. The moment her thoughts ended, she used her mind control, each hand reaching out to tightly grasp someone's heart. Her eyes narrowed as she ordered, Evilesque, kill the fourth princess immediately. A massive pressure weighed down on Evilesque's mind. What should I do? Krat hasn't actually stolen my heart yet. But I can't defy the order engraved on my heart. Instantly acting on instinct, she screamed, terrifying everyone around her. Evilesque, What the hell are you doing? Monster! Protect the prince and princess. At the same time, she tried to groan in pain. Crad, save me. A surge of dark energy shot directly toward Mary Diana's arm. In a mere flash, that energy snatched the heart right out of her hand. Seeing her hand suddenly empty, she startled, looking down in panic. Where did my heart go? All the worst-case scenarios were crashing down on her right now. Failing to assassinate the fourth princess, failing to take down the second prince, and even losing Evilesque's heart. I failed completely at everything. Her face grew dark as she thought to herself. Then I'll kill the fourth princess with my own hands. Now is the only chance while everyone's attention is on that psycho. She slowly channeled her power, approaching from behind. Once she closed into the right distance, she dashed with explosive force, vanishing from her spot and lunging straight at Sisley. World's top speed, massive acceleration. Sisley-Ephania. Just as the spear tip was about to strike, Crash suddenly appeared from behind and blocked the attack. Mary Diana snapped in a rage. What the hell do you think you're doing? Mary Diana snapped in a rage. What the hell do you think you're doing? Sarah turned around in surprise, calling out his name, Crash. Mary Diana barked in anger. How can an empty corpse block my acceleration? That guy is supposed to be the saint of the spear. Borrowing Krim's power, his voice shifted. That simplistic way of thinking of yours really never changes. This left Mary Diana startled. You know me? The second prince thought to himself in fear, I don't really get it, but this is my chance. He then ordered, what are you guys doing? Apprehend that person immediately. Instantly, a hand reached out and grabbed Mary Diana's weapon. She screamed in rage. Let go of me. My spear, he continued, for the failed assassination of the imperial family. Mary Diana, you are under arrest. She gritted her teeth, cursing internally, I completely botched this. Even if the plan was exposed, I shouldn't have gotten my hands dirty. Save me, Lady Sigrun, Lord Arthur. After Mary Diana was escorted away, Sarah turned to him anxiously and asked, Crash, are you okay? He let out a weary breath and replied, No, I wouldn't exactly say I'm okay. Looking at his trembling hands, he thought to himself, even with the black flames, I barely managed to block it. I'm still a long way from reaching the master level. The girl then continued, Since you dared stand up against the Spear Saint, I have the Imperial Protection Necklace. Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. You're incredibly well prepared. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. These words left Sisley looking a bit flustered. In another corner, Sigrun pointed and ordered, Search the area to see if there are any other accomplices. Amidst the chaos, he turned to Evilesque and said, Let's use this confusion to escape. Evilesque, get ready. Then he looked towards Sisley to warn her, Sarah, watch your back, especially around your siblings. Watching their figures gradually disappear, Sisley shouted, Wait, at least let me treat your wounds first. He smiled and replied, Don't worry, I'm used to the pain. Evilesque also cheerfully waved goodbye. His words made Sarah furrow her brows in confusion. What kind of stupid thing to say is that? Realizing the situation, the girl let out a sigh and said, Well then, take care. He's already gone. Didn't even give me a chance to thank him. Crash said he's going to the academy. I'll follow him right away and repay this debt. Shifting to a carriage in the suburbs, Crash and Evilesque had been teleported there. Thanks to this teleportation ability, Crash marveled, having a teleportation ability really is convenient. If only it didn't have limitations, it would be insanely useful. Evilesque chimed in, I can only teleport living beings over short distances. It really is a pity. She handed over a stalk of a plant and spoke. Here, take the golden dragon herb you requested. You have no idea how much trouble I went through just to get it. Very satisfied, he replied, All right, everything is settled. Here is your heart, as promised. Seeing her heart, the girl was overjoyed. Can I really take it? She startled. I was certain you would keep using me. But you seem different from the other world invaders, don't you? He frowned and asked back, A world invader? Me? The girl explained. When you blocked Mary Diana's attack earlier, you used the erosion ability, didn't you? Recalling that moment, he thought to himself, the black flames just burned my power absorbed from the extreme blood infusion. But in the eyes of other invaders, you'll look just like one of their kind. With that thought, he spoke aloud. Is that why Evilest believe my story? You think I'm the same kind as you? I'm human, but behind that he thought, perhaps I'll keep getting misunderstood as an invader in the future. Looking at him, she spoke, Hey, sorry to interrupt your thoughts, but I just received word from my servant. It seems there's a problem with your fiancé. Your fiancé is in deep trouble, and you're just sitting there chilling? Crimson the Crow's ominous announcement left Cash stunned, and he could only gasp out in panic. What? Crimson continued in a grave tone, revealing that it had just received word from the servants in Hardenheart that a dangerous man named Butcher Dog had slipped into the Hardenheart mountain range. And the worst part was that Cash's fiancé, who was currently there, had vanished without a trace. Fury and anxiety surged within Cash as he gnashed his teeth, recalling the bad vibe he got when he crossed paths with Butcher Dog's disciple earlier, realization dawning on him that this was exactly why. He roared an order to Evilest. Evilest, my fiancé is in danger. Head to Hardenheart immediately. The carriage veered instantly, tearing through the wind at a terrifying speed as Evilest, shocked by his sudden urgency, stammered, Huh? You're who? Yes, sitting inside the carriage. Evilest was still in utter shock, unable to stop questioning. Wait, you're an invader and you actually have a fiancé? So that means Cash's girlfriend lives in Hardenheart. She muttered about the terrifying rumors that the Valheim family's fiancé lived there too. Wondering what kind of family had the guts to marry their daughter into such a frightening clan, her face turning pale with fear while Cash only replied coldly, That's not it. He stood up, his entire aura shifting completely as he asserted firmly, I am not an invader. Crash is just a nickname. A mysterious purple energy began to envelop his body, gradually stripping away his long-standing disguise, and amidst the brilliant vortex of magic, he officially revealed his true identity. My real name is Cash Valheim, the youngest son of the Valheim family. The sheer power of his background was enough to make any opponent tremble. Witnessing the young master's transformation, Evilest was completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide with such horror that she dropped the heart she was holding in her hand. She trembled and stammered in absolute panic. What? Valheim Krat? So you're actually one of the Valheims. Her scream echoed across the sky while the carriage continued to hurtle wildly through the deep forest until Cash snapped to cut off her panic. Now is not the time for that. The scene shifted to a freezing, snow-covered mountain range, where the search party's temporary tents had been pitched under a gloomy atmosphere in the Hardenheart territory of the Roken Mountains. A choked sob of regret rang out in the dead of night. It's all my fault. Talk about locking the stable door after the horse has bolted. If only I'd been honest with her back then and told her I had the white fire fungus, Bianca wouldn't have risked going up the mountain like this. Jenica Hardenheart, the second young lady of the Hardenheart family, sobbed in belated regret, and when asked why she had followed Bianca up the mountain, Jenica choked out an explanation that since that kind of fungus wasn't available on the market, that idiot Bianca had gone to pick it herself with nothing but a guidebook, forcing Jenica to quickly gather a search party to chase after her immediately. Flashing back to a few days ago, amidst the pristine snow of the Roken Mountains, Jenica was leading the search party with the intention of seizing what that Valheim loser wanted, just to bring Bianca back home sooner. Seeing Bianca trudging ahead, she called out, Hey, sis. Yet deep in Bianca's heart, she held an unwavering belief. My husband is the best, and nobody's allowed to talk trash about him. She turned around to look at her older sister with deep blue, resolute eyes amidst the falling snow, as Jenica sharply demanded to know why her sister was tagging along with the search party, while Bianca stubbornly shot back, None of your business. If I want to go, I'll go. Tension escalated as Jenica spat harsh words, telling Bianca to just take the fungus and head straight back to Valheim because she didn't even want to look at her sister's face anymore. Bianca silently endured the pain, knowing full well that Jenica had always blamed her for their mother's death and had hated her ever since. In her heart, she silently apologized and promised herself she would head back the moment she found the white fire fungus. Returning to the present, Jenica clenched her fists in torment, realizing that if she hadn't said those hurtful words, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, a blood-red murderous intent erupted, and a bizarrely masked figure materialized out of thin air with overwhelming pressure, casually mocking them. "Mind if we tag along with you, ladies?" Blood began to spill onto the white snow, the scene turning gruesome as he coldly greeted them. "Hello there, beautiful ladies." Jenica asked in shock about the stranger's identity, while the loyal guard, despite being wounded, screamed at the two young ladies to run for their lives, prompting the brutal killer to grab the soldier by the head and click his tongue in annoyance. How troublesome. But today is definitely my lucky day. The masked killer lightly licked his lips, his glowing red eyes full of excitement upon seeing his prey ahead. Holding back her own pain, Bianca urged and helped the severely injured Jenica along. "Hurry up." In the middle of the desolate, snowy wasteland, the butcher casually watched the two young girls struggle to escape, smugly thinking to himself what a sweet deal it was to stumble upon such perfect hostages in a place like this, as a grin spread across his face, not rushing to finish them off, but strolling behind while his raspy, threatening voice echoed. "Where are you two ladies hiding?" Hiding behind a massive boulder, Bianca and Jenica trembled in fear, Bianca gritting her teeth as she realized the bitter truth. "That guy, he's just playing with us for fun." Even in this hair-raising situation, Bianca tightly clutched the stalk of grass in her hand, her eyes filled with determination. "Jenica, I promise cash, and I will absolutely bring the white fire fungus back to him." Witnessing her sister's stubbornness, Jenica screamed in despair. "Stop talking about your fiancé. I don't want to die here either." Suddenly, she paused as she spotted an escape route. "Wait a minute." A bold idea struck Jenica, and she whispered to Bianca, "Bianca, I have a plan." She explained that since they were equipped with an ancient relic, navigating the snow safely would be much easier for them than for the killer, and pointing toward the hazardous glacier cliffs, she suggested that reaching the crevasse zone might slow him down. However, all the girls' calculations were easily seen through by the butcher, who stood right atop the cliff looking down with a sinister smile. "Smart, but go ahead and try running, ladies." Approaching the edge of the glacial crevasse, Jenica collapsed from exhaustion and sobbed bitterly. "My legs are dead. Just leave me here to die." Facing the bottomless abyss, Bianca looked at her sister and asked, "Ready?" Jenica looked on blankly, completely lost, as Bianca coldly ordered, "We're jumping to the other side." Jenica panicked and protested because if they failed, they would surely die, but Bianca simply replied calmly, "We're dead either way." Right at that moment, the killer caught up, swinging his massive axe and calling out mockingly, "Hey ladies, standing there is pretty dangerous. Come over here to me." The exact instant his hand reached out, Bianca shouted at the top of her lungs, "Now!" Bianca suddenly gave Jenica a powerful shove down into the abyss, leaving the killer utterly flabbergasted. He could only blurt out, "Wait, what the hell?" Watching the two girls free fall into the deep darkness of the crevasse, the butcher frantically reached out to save his prizes. But it was already too late, as Jenica's scream echoed through the gloomy void while the killer stood at the edge roaring in shock and anger. "Are you guys trying to commit suicide?" He peered down the crevasse, his lips curling into a smirk as he spotted the two girls barely hanging on. Oh, so there's a handhold down there." Seeing that the enemy had found their hiding spot, Jenica panicked completely. "We're busted. What do we do?" Without giving his prey a second to react, the butcher dove straight down with a manic grin. "Looks fun. Let me join in. Trying to show off usually gets you killed." In the face of peril, Bianca remained incredibly calm, looking at her sister with steady eyes and reassuring her. "It's fine, Jenica." While Jenica was still caught off guard, it turned out she had thrown herself forward to tackle the killer just to protect her sister. Jenica, standing on a rocky ledge, could only cry out in total helplessness. That was the last image she saw before her sister vanished into the blinding white snow. Fortunately, the search party mentioned that the spot where Bianca fell had a very thick accumulation of snow, so there was a chance she might still be alive. Back in the present, Jenica buried her face and sobbed uncontrollably in front of Cash, tormented by belated regret. "But if only I hadn't suggested going to the crevasse zone, Bianca wouldn't have had to jump." Regrets couldn't undo the jump, and she blamed herself for not just giving her sister what was already at the manor from the start, so they wouldn't have run into that cold-blooded killer. Hearing this, Cash's gaze narrowed coldly. He pondered, so that's how it went. Jenica kept crying out in agony. Don't say such irresponsible things. It's already been a full week since that day. She feared that even if Bianca had escaped the butcher, someone who did nothing but read books all day would stand little chance of surviving deep within these harsh mountains. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy woods, Bianca lay curled up with feeble breaths beside the stump of a withered tree. In her delirium, she still softly called out the name of the only person she longed for. Cash, save your wife. It's so cold here. Opening her eyes as she woke, Bianca muttered groggily, only to realize she had drifted off to sleep again. For the past few days, she could only keep herself alive with nuts and the warmth from the solar thermal snow fungus, pushing her body right to its absolute limits. Checking the wound on her leg, Bianca told herself, my leg seems to be doing okay now. After falling off the crevasse cliff with the killer, she had been dragging her feet aimlessly toward higher ground to find a way to call for help. And it was a stroke of luck that she found a place packed with solar thermal snow fungi, radiating a cozy, warm glow. Just as the name suggested, the solar thermal snow fungus naturally emitted heat. Bianca thought to herself and decided to rely on this heat to endure the bone-chilling cold, using them to stay warm as she found a small cave to hide out in and pulled out a survival guide as a reference to manage her wounds and meals. Yet the cold, unhealed wounds and severe malnutrition completely drained her strength, making Bianca feel like she was constantly slipping into unconsciousness and fearing she wouldn't last like this, especially since the recent avalanche made her slim hopes even bleaker, knowing for sure that the rescue team would be delayed. Even so, a vow remained heavy in her heart. I'm not logging out of life until I deliver this gift to my husband. Suddenly, the killer, Butcher, loomed threateningly. Damn it, I finally found you. He smirked and declared viciously, the chase ends here, little lady. While Bianca was still struggling to walk through the white snow, muttering, I need to eat something. Suddenly she froze as she spotted something under the snow and gasped. Are these acorns hidden by a squirrel? Sorry, Mr. Squirrel. Let me borrow these for a bit. Bianca murmured as she uncovered a tiny bit of food beneath the deep snow. Out of nowhere, a dark figure rushed forward at lightning speed and slammed down right next to where she stood. Bianca looked up in shock, her breath catching at the sudden appearance of her enemy. A violent explosion of snow erupted, blasting Bianca backward and sending her tumbling across the freezing ground. She could only let out a terrified, huh. Emerging from the snow mist, the dark silhouette of the killer butcher loomed closer, mocking her as a freak because her face didn't even register a hint of fear. He narrowed his eyes maliciously at her and said, getting money out of the Valheim family sure is a pain in the ass. Butcher roughly grabbed Bianca by the neck, lifting her high into the air as he snarled threateningly. If only you just behaved like a normal kid, hostage, you might have made it home safe and sound. Hostage like a normal kid, you might have made it home in one piece. His gaze landed on her sparkling snowflake hairpin, casually calculating how much cash he could score by selling it. While on the brink of life and death, Bianca managed a painful groan. Faintly in her mind, an intense longing to return home surged up, bringing back memories of happy days at the manor, when she would sit quietly reading beside Cash with the butler area present. The memory of Cash's warm smile seemed to soothe her current pain, making Bianca realize that every single day spent with him had left her with something resembling real emotions, and even someone as naturally detached as her knew those days were truly blissful. A single tear quietly rolled down Bianca's pale cheek as she thought to herself, if I actually had feelings, I should have loved him much sooner. Regretting it only when she was about to croak, the final thoughts flashed through Bianca's mind as her throat was being squeezed, and in her utter desperation, she softly whispered the name of the person she missed dearly. I want to see you, Cash. Instantly, a mysterious silhouette materialized like a ghost right behind the killer. With an incredibly powerful, thunderous strike, Cash delivered a devastating punch that sent the butcher flying. Blindsided by the attack, he coughed and roared in pain. Who the hell are you, dog? Ignoring the enemy's shouts, Cash gently caught Bianca's weak body in his arms, and looking at her pale face, he comforted her softly. You did great, Bianca. I'll take care of the rest. Bianca could only utter his name in a mix of astonishment and relief. Cash smiled faintly, then turned to order the Black Crow. Grim, I'm counting on you. Take care, Bianca. Crimson repeated his earlier warning that neither he nor Evilesk could directly join the fight to avoid breaking the invader rules. Furthermore, his lackeys were completely useless in actual combat. As for Evilesk, she was trembling, absolutely terrified of the Bloodhound's master, making Cash realize that teleporting Bianca away was the safest option. Still, Crimson looked worried, glaring at Cash with his red eyes as he warned, the Bloodhound is way stronger than you. Last time you just lucked into an opening, but can you really win this time? Cash's eyes burned with determination. No matter how strong the Bloodhound is, I will be the one who wins. The killer screamed in a fury. Who are you? How dare you, but into my business? Cash coldly demanded, give it back. Faced with the other guy's confusion, he declared through gritted teeth, give that stalk of grass back to my wife right now, or I'll roast her ass. Oh, so you're the Valheim kid. Butcher the Bloodhound smirked upon realizing his opponent's identity, delivering consecutive strikes with his glowing red axe that forced Cash to brace himself and block, shocked to find his speed so overwhelming that even his sixth sense could barely keep up with the terrifying pressure from his butcher, who seemed to have reached the realm of a peak master. He roared maniacally that the ransom would skyrocket tenfold if he captured both Cash and Bianca. Cash grit his teeth, knowing full well he had only just reached the intermediate master rank. Yet he still managed to surprise the guy with the resilient defense of such a small kid. Butcher laughed with glee, unleashing a relentless storm of attacks. Ha ha ha. Let's see how much longer you can keep blocking. A fatal opening appeared, and he seized the moment to deliver a massive blow that sent Cash's sword flying, pinning it into the ground, and standing over the weaponless boy, the killer smugly declared, All right, that was pretty fun, but let's end this now. Talk trash early, and you end up eating your words. But just as the axe blade was about to come down, Cash suddenly vanished like a ghost, leaving Butcher stunned. Huh? He's gone. He frantically sniffed around, roaring as he searched for the boy's trace amidst the blinding snow. Suddenly, Cash burst out from the snow right behind him, concentrating all his strength into a point-blank strike, aiming directly at the opponent's ribs and sending him flying in agonizing pain. Cash thought to himself, even though I'm holding a blunt sword, I can't deploy my domain to counter his raw, brutal strength. The blazing fire skill was officially activated. Butcher's eyes widened in horror, seeing his opponent's absolute resolve to take him down at all costs, shouting, Whoa, chill out, kid. Don't lose your cool. He unleashed his Shadow Lock skill, instantly freezing Cash in his tracks. An invisible, oppressive sensation made him feel as if he were falling into another dimension. The killer slowly advanced, mocking, Kid, you can't take this. The rescue team is definitely on their way, but let me send you to the afterlife first. He felt a shudder run through him, realizing his senses were being brutally distorted. This was a secret technique using sound to shatter aura and paralyze the opponent's nervous system. If this had been the old Cash, he would have definitely lost his life before even realizing what was happening. But now, he was no longer that weakling, having survived things far worse than this. So Cash grit his teeth and decided to push his aura to its absolute limit to activate his enhanced sixth sense. Facing the boy's resistance, Butcher smirked mockingly. Well, how much longer can you hold out? Cash reminded himself not to get careless because Butcher was on a completely different level, choosing to keep his trump cards hidden while letting the guy get cocky and believe victory was secured until the exact moment for the decisive strike. And noticing the search party was close, Butcher growled, The search party is almost here. You better vanish. However, all those threats were actually just psychological warfare to scare him off. He went all out to unleash his phantom combat skill. Countless glowing red axes swung forward while Cash, still affected by Shadow Lock, struggled to move. He used his sixth sense to block the onslaught, but his body was taking a massive toll. Witnessing the horrific scene, Evilesk trembled with fear. Good grief, he's going to die at this rate. Is this really how it ends for him? Watching from the sidelines, she broke into a cold sweat and fought a fierce internal battle, wondering if she should jump in to save. But the fear of the mad dog, Butcher's master, paralyzed her mind, knowing full well that if she stepped in to kill Butcher, that monster would hunt both her and Cash down to the ends of the earth. No, Eviless grit her teeth, making up her mind. She told herself she might be a loner, but she wasn't an ungrateful coward, unable to stand by and watch her savior die such a tragic death. And just as she was about to rush to the rescue, Crimson the Crow flew in just in time to block her, coldly ordering, "Hold on, don't get involved." We almost had a damsel saving the hero moment there. Crimson explained that Cash had chosen to fight this battle alone and told Evilesque to put her faith in the man who had reclaimed her heart. He asserted that Cash had what it takes to see this through to the end, while tossing out a pragmatic remark. Besides, if he actually dies, I'll just figure out a way to reanimate his corpse. By now, Cash was completely exhausted, dropping to one knee and propping his sword against the ground to keep his balance while blood continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth, wheezing out with ragged breaths. I've hit my limit. I used my sixth sense to track Butcher's movements. But Cash grit his teeth as he recognized his own boundaries. He had burned through so much aura that he could barely keep his eyes open, and from here on out, he had to bet his life entirely on his own intuition. Suddenly, the shadow of an axe swept past, catching Cash completely off guard. Damn, that was close. Before he could even steady himself, Butcher the Butcher roared maniacally, "Take a hit from this axe and go rest in hell, boy." An axe strike packed with destructive force swung straight down at Cash's head in a heart-stopping, split-second situation. In that moment of life and death, a bitter memory flashed back. I realized a long time ago that I have no talent and that I've always been weak. Cash reminded himself that he was nothing like those prodigies out there, the ones who could fair and squarely overwhelm an opponent with a clean, honorable strike. That's why I've hidden my fangs until this very moment. Cash's eyes suddenly flared with a deadly crimson light as he officially activated his limit-breaking state, the blazing, devouring gate. By utilizing Ignis Flame, Cash recklessly converted all the world-eroding energy stored his body into elemental earth power, forcing himself past every physical limitation. However, the price to pay was staggering, as he could only maintain this bizarre state for a mere 3 seconds. Cash roared through intense agony. "I'm ending this right now." The explosive power forced Butcher to gasp in horror. What? He absolutely couldn't keep up with Cash's speed with the naked eye anymore. Thinking to himself that if he didn't dodge, it would definitely cost him his life, Cash unleashed his ultimate technique, the Phantom Gaze. A flaming slash tore through the air, aiming dead at the Butcher's body. Yet Cash clicked his tongue in regret, realizing the attack had missed by a few millimeters. It had to be a top-tier slash, but that sound distorted my vision at the very last second. Cash recognized the danger from Butcher's noise right before a massive impact sent him flying. Blood erupted from the corner of his mouth. His sixth sense screamed alarms as the erosion effect began to fade, signaling that there was only 1 second left before the Butcher's claws ripped his head apart. Cash roared in absolute fury. "Go to hell, I'm buying a ticket for you. Not for myself." Then he unleashed a massive wave of dark energy to counterattack immediately. In this life-or-death moment, Cash's focus reached a state of absolute perfection. One blue eye blazed with powerful intensity, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant, deep blue aura. The one-strike blow was unleashed to finish off the enemy. Boom! With a resounding crash, the battle was over. But the price he had to pay still hurt like hell. He had lost an arm, and his body was riddled with wounds. The strong could defeat their enemies without breaking a sweat. But for someone deemed an underdog to claim victory, they must trade for it with their own blood and sacrifice. Crimson flew closer and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Cash could only offer a weak chuckle through ragged breaths. "Haven't even gotten a chance to settle the score with that family yet. Oh well, let me catch some sleep first." And then, completely drained of strength, he collapsed face first onto the freezing ground. Crimson commanded, "Let's go." A glowing teleportation circle expanded to bring the group back to the Pine Pavilion Hall, as Evil's giant carefully carried both Cash and Bianca in his arms, stepping quietly into the spatial rift to leave the harsh, snowy mountains behind. Recalling a memory from his past life when he met Bianca at the manor, If I could display my emotions outwardly like that, then at least in my eyes, this world wouldn't look so dull and gray. Those were Bianca's private thoughts as she sat across from Cash in a quiet room. Cash watched her silently, a deep, agonizing question swirling in his heart. Between having feelings and being completely numb, which one brings more suffering? He wondered if soul-stirring emotions suddenly awoke in her body right now. Would the sheer shock of it cause her to lose her life? Bianca slightly raised her eyes and spoke bitterly. We're basically strangers now, so even if something happens to me, you probably wouldn't care anyway. Cash grit his teeth in intense frustration, knowing full well that this estrangement stemmed from the ruthless, unilateral decisions made by the family. Horrific memories flashed back of the day Dawkins Hardenhalls, the head of the Hardenhalls clan, suddenly went insane, slaughtering his entire family with his own hands before taking his own life and leaving behind a gruesome scene. With Bianca being the sole survivor of that tragedy, thanks to the sacrificial rescue by her second older sister, Janiska. Right after that, the one family deemed the alliance with the Hardenhalls bloodline completely worthless, unilaterally breaking off the engagement between Cash and Bianca. That's why this place was arranged for us to say our final goodbyes, Cash said in a low voice, and Bianca gloomily admitted that it probably was true and they would likely never get a chance to meet again. But immediately, a surge of powerful, dark purple energy erupted from Cash, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he roared. I already warned you. If you're still looking for death, I won't interfere anymore. The Black Hat skill was activated. A massive demonic mouth appeared and swallowed the snowman entity that was restricting Bianca whole, because she had absorbed too much miasma from the curse. The snowman entity instantly vanished beneath Cash's hands, which were covered in magical sigils. He looked at her and asked softly, "How are you feeling right now?" That was the first day in Bianca's life that she was free from the control of the snowman's curse. She uttered bitterly, "Life really is far too cruel, Lord Cash." Yet at the exact moment her lost emotions suddenly rushed back, she also officially transformed into a monster amidst the chains of destiny. 3 years later, in the freezing lands of Hardenhalls, the conflict still dragged on without an end in sight. Two soldiers looked at each other wearily, and one muttered, "Fighting for 3 years straight, the pay is low, and the risk of kicking the bucket is high." The other bitterly replied that if it weren't for the Afghani Empire's intervention, their kingdom of Stallone would have enjoyed peace long ago. He held secrets that could shake the very foundations of the entire empire, forcing the North to send an envoy to prevent the information from leaking. It was that very envoy who drove the Lord of Hardenhalls mad, leading to the tragic massacre of the clan and the roaring flames of war today. People whispered that after the incident, the White Beast himself had eliminated the envoy, who was one of the top 10 masters, to exact revenge before retreating into seclusion at the Northern Ice Palace. Amidst the fierce battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion erupted right at the grain depot. The Stallone soldiers guarding the place couldn't help but panic. What the hell are those Stallone soldiers doing? Cash, now grown up with gray hair and strange tattoos on his neck, calmly observed the enemy's opening. He dashed like a ghost through the snow, causing the guard to scream in panic. "Over there! That's someone from the demon faction. Don't let her guard down." Cash gritted his teeth, his body slowly reaching its limit. "Damn it, I've overused the curse's power. Even if it were the Saintess, there's no curing this now. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, I guess." Standing before the sturdy fortress gate, Cash told himself he definitely had to rely on Bianca's help. He pounded hard on the wooden door and shouted, "Wife, open up. Your husband is being chased down and is about to get deleted." Instantly, a deep blue surge of energy erupted from within. Sharp icicles suddenly shot up from the ground, finishing off the entire squad of soldiers chasing Cash in the blink of an eye. Looking at the corpses impaled on the ice pillars, Cash slightly turned his head. A figure with long white hair gradually emerged from the ruins. He muttered softly, "It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it?" But the scene before him completely shocked Cash. Bianca stood there, but a sword had pierced straight through her chest, fresh blood staining her pure white clothes. She weakly called out, Lord Cash. In a panic, Cash rushed forward to catch her collapsing body. Bianca! He realized with horror that this fatal strike was delivered by none other than the daughter of the envoy from years ago. With halting breath, Bianca repeated the question she had once asked him before the tragedy struck: having emotions versus living without them. Have you ever wondered which state is more painful? Memories of that tragic day flooded back, when her older sister Janiska had held her tight and confessed that she truly didn't hate her from the bottom of her heart. I don't hate you. I just hate my own attitude. Janiska's dying words echoed in Bianca's mind. Back when she was in a soulless state, she couldn't comprehend what those words actually meant, for it was an emotion far too complex and full of contradictions. So when the Hardenhalls clan, the very place that had caused her so much suffering, was destroyed, she hadn't felt the slightest stir of emotion at the time. It wasn't until she learned what emotions were that Bianca truly understood what her sister had said back then, that she had genuinely loved her dearly. Bianca held her head and sobbed in belated regret. If only she could have felt those emotions a little sooner, everyone in the family could have shared their sorrows, and perhaps they could have sat down and talked. The ending might not have been as tragic as it is now. Plus, as for Lord Cash, maybe they could have been together more completely. Bianca faded into unconsciousness, her face stained with blood and belated tears. Through her delirium, a shout calling Bianca's name shattered the night. Cash jolted awake in a hospital bed. His entire body was wrapped in bandages after the horrific battle with the butcher. A small hand gently touched his. Bianca, sitting beside him, said softly, "I've been here the whole time, Lord Cash. You're finally awake." Cash looked around the luxurious room and wondered, is this the Hardenhalls manor? Bianca anxiously asked if his arm still hurt badly, but Cash scolded her sternly. "Did you climb the mountain alone to play superhero? Trying to give me a heart attack?" Bianca bowed her head and explained softly, "I just wanted to find some Verindua snow mushrooms for you." Cash fell silent at the young girl's sincerity. He muttered softly, then suddenly remembered something. Reaching out with his completely bandaged hand, he handed her a branch of the sparkling, snowflake-shaped snow mushroom. Bianca looked down at the bandaged hand and whispered, "I'm sorry for making things turn out so bad." Even though his body was covered in wounds, Cash still flashed a bright, reassuring smile. "Thank you. Thanks to this, I can start brewing the elixir." Bianca quietly called his name, Lord Cash. She lowered her head and confessed a painful truth. "Right now, I am still an emotionless person. Even though you risked your life to save me and ended up like this, I can't feel joy, anger, or sorrow with you." Bianca clutched the hem of her clothes, her heart heavy. "Right now, I feel so restless that I can't take it anymore. I really don't want to show a soulless face at times like this." Her OS was lagging, needing an urgent restart. Deep down, she yearned to smile, to share sorrows and moments of rage with Cash. Yet she was terrified. "I don't want you to lose your soul and emotions like me. If you can't smile, I don't want to smile alone either." Seeing Bianca's melancholy, Cash gently reassured her, "Don't worry too much about that. The curse's impact is cut in half for those who aren't the primary target." Bianca looked up at him with her deep blue eyes, pleading, "Lord Cash, please help me find my lost emotions." A mysterious purple energy erupted around Cash. He smiled confidently and replied, "Yeah, even if you hadn't asked, I was planning on doing it anyway." Instantly, the magical padlock of the Black Hat skill gleamed into view with the text, "Second unsealing condition. Become the most important person in Bianca's heart." The purple chains tightly binding her frozen heart began to shatter under the overwhelming power. Bianca froze, her eyes widening in astonishment as she felt a tremor from deep within. Cash silently affirmed, "I intended to do this from the very start." Cash smiled gently at the young girl. Bianca couldn't hold back anymore. She buried her head in his chest and burst into tears. Hot tears streamed down, melting away the long-standing frost. Once the crying was done, life immediately looked up. A vision of the future flashed by, showing Cash painfully holding Bianca in a tragic scene. Bianca sobbed, her eyes blurred by the emotions she had just rediscovered after so many years of being numb. Sitting next to her on the bed, Cash gently asked, "Are you feeling any better?" Bianca wiped her tears and softly replied, "Yes, "Thank you very much." Yet immediately after, her face quickly reverted to its usual cold expression. Cash observed silently and thought, crying like a river just a second ago, and now she's a block of ice again. Talk about a delayed, emotional response. A sharp knock on the door broke the silence. From outside, Jenica Hardenhall's voice called out, "Cash, it's Jenica Hardenhall's. May I come in?" Cash frowned slightly, on alert. "Jenica? Kumain." The moment Jenica stepped into the room, she froze slightly upon seeing Bianca there too. Noticing Bianca repeatedly rubbing her eyes, Cash asked with concern, "Bianca, what's wrong with your eyes?" Turning to Jenica, Cash cut straight to the chase. "What brings you here, anyway?" Jenica explained hesitantly. "Let's go grab dinner, sis. Don't look at me like that. It's making me uncomfortable." She went on to say that since Cash still couldn't move around, she would have someone bring food straight to his room later. Cash narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Is there something that needs to be discussed privately among family members?" Jenica avoided his gaze, merely lowering her head to reply, "That's how it is." Cash silently noted, "She won't even look me in the eye, huh?" He recalled that in his past life, Jenica had shown the exact same behavior before apologizing to Bianca. She would probably apologize soon this time around as well. Cash called out softly, "Bianca." Looking straight into his fiancée's eyes, Cash instructed her thoroughly. If she apologizes, just ignore her. Forgive her if you feel like it, don't if you don't. He took her hand and promised, "When the time comes, let's head back to the Valheim house together." Bianca froze as a strange sensation welled up, causing her to gasp in surprise. It was as if flower petals were drifting through the air around them. Bianca raised her hand to touch her face. A radiant smile suddenly bloomed on her lips. She used 2 fingers to gently pull up the corners of her mouth, experiencing joy for the very first time. Deep down, Bianca happily realized that right now, her heart felt incredibly blissful. "I'll take my leave then." Bianca said goodbye to join her family for dinner. Cash waved and smiled. "Yeah, take care and stay safe." But the moment her figure vanished behind the door, Cash's face turned icy cold. He called out loudly, "Ablers, lend me your ears for a second. Get over here, fast." A crimson energy flared up. Cash ordered his magical rats, follow them secretly, and listen to what they say to Bianca. "A CCTV powered by rice. Sorry, I mean by rats." The rat nodded slightly in acknowledgement and vanished into the shadows. Cash clenched his fist, growling threateningly. "If those people dare utter a single word to insult Bianca, I will make them pay dearly." Witnessing this protectiveness, Crimson the Crow couldn't help but mock. "You don't even have your arm left, yet you still have the mind to worry about your fiancé? With that wreck body, you think you're strong enough to steal immortality from me?" Crimson looked at Cash mockingly, not forgetting to add that reincarnated individuals were truly a handful to deal with. Cash waved his hand dismissively to calm him down. "Stop throwing a tantrum for nothing. This wound will heal in no time once the Saintess works her magic." In the holy kingdom of Freeman, one of the 4 great powers, reigned a Saintess endowed with supreme divine power granted by God. It was an ultimate power capable of resurrecting the dead. The Valheim family would absolutely never spend a fortune just to hire the Saintess to heal a piece of trash like you, Crimson said, pouring cold water on Cash's hopes. In response to the contempt, Cash just smiled. "Losing this arm means I'll just replace it with a better one. Why worry?" Crimson realized his true intention with shock. "Replace your arm? Don't tell me you plan to. Is that why you dragged that girl into your group?" Cash confirmed that recruiting Ablers was exactly for this purpose. Because for a necromancer like her, stitching an arm back on was child's play. Even though Ablers grumbled about the sudden order, she confidently asserted that this was a piece of cake for her. Crimson shuddered at his calculation. "You plan to exploit her until every last drop of her labor is drained?" Time travelers really are terrifyingly two-faced. Cash nonchalantly replied that this was just an unintended coincidence since he had to sacrifice an arm. When Crimson pressed him on the identity of the person whose arm would be taken, Cash coldly declared, "The Sword Demon's arm is the best. I'll borrow it for a bit." Crimson roared in shock, having no idea Cash had known all along that the Sword Demon was his subordinate. He was an illustrious master who had once shaken the world with a lightning-fast quick-draw technique that could cut down opponents in a flash. Crucially, the sword demon was the subordinate Crimson Garden cherished and loved the most. The one he had poured immense effort into grooming for so long. Haven't you always wanted me to grow stronger? Then take good care of me, just like you did with the sword demon. Cash gave a provocative smile, making Crimson furiously tell him to shut his mouth since he had already taught him the Rotom's secret sword technique. Cash silently noted that he understood very well the affection Crimson held for the sword demon and his other subordinates. He realized Crimson Garden's weakness was that finding his true body was actually quite simple, because he observed the world through his subordinates' eyes. Cash knew Crimson had unintentionally created an emotional bond with them that he himself didn't even realize. Right now, we have the Saints' help. Cash thoughtfully recalled Arthur's warning about an ultimate cruelty, using healing spells to prolong torture and force subordinates to reveal their hideouts. He realized this was the exact vulnerability to convince Crimson. Although the sword demon had passed away from old age, the essence of his swordsmanship remained, and Crimson surely remembered every single detail of it. Cash got straight to the point. If the sword demon's arm is grafted onto my body, his quick-draw technique will be brought to life once again. Wouldn't the sword demon himself want a successor like me? Facing Cash's smooth-talking, Crimson could only click his tongue and say, with a tongue like that, it's a waste you're not selling insurance. After a moment of consideration, the Black Crow requested 2 days to prepare and calm down. Cash smiled with satisfaction. Thanks, Crimson Garden. Looking at his bandaged arm, Cash breathed a sigh of relief as this issue was temporarily sorted out. However, he began to worry about the one family's reaction and the safety of the butler, Heir, as his movements in Hardenhalls would sooner or later be exposed. He told himself that if things got too intense, he'd just tell Heir to ignore it, since they had never paid any attention to him anyway. Yet lying in bed, a sense of foreboding kept welling up in Cash's heart. That intuition became reality right at the dinner table of the Hardenhalls clan. His sixth sense was faster than Wi-Fi. Mirio Kan, the eldest son of the family, was slamming the table and yelling at Bianca, forcing her to surrender her position as fiancé to her younger sister Jenny. He greedily realized that Cash was no longer trash after defeating the Master Bergman, and wanted to turn him into the strongest trump card for his clan. With his selfish nature, Mirio declared, "Whatever I want, I must get by any means. So when it comes to this fiancé position, I absolutely cannot back down." Bianca stood before Mirio, her eyes more resolute than ever. She clearly declared, "The only thing I want to protect to the bitter end is my position as Lord Cash's fiancé." Furious, Mirio slammed the table, berating her as a cursed wretch who would be discarded sooner or later, and who lacked the capacity to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Unable to bear her brother's cruelty, Jenica snapped up to intervene, but Mirio coldly brushed her aside. He forced Jenica to take over the marriage contract herself if she felt bad for Bianca, demanding that she think of the clan's best interests. Bianca looked at the two of them, her heart cold. "This house is completely rotten. I'd rather follow my husband and be happy." She bitterly realized that there was no place left for her here in Hardenhalls, as neither her father nor her brother had ever truly cared. For Bianca, her resolve would never waver. Even if she were exiled or no longer his fiancée, she was willing to follow and stay by Lord Cash's side to the very end. Mirio roared her name in fury, but a sudden knock on the door cut through the tense atmosphere. "I'm busy right now. Leave whatever it is for later." Mirio barked, but the door opened anyway. Cash casually walked in with an apology for barging in like this. He admitted he had accidentally overheard some things echoing all the way down the hallway. Accidentally, in a very intentional way, folks. Shocked, Mirio blurted out Cash one's name and advised him to stay in bed and rest since his wounds hadn't healed yet. Cash smirked, bringing up two conflicting rumors that were spreading. One was that Cash bravely saved his fiancée and eliminated the butcher despite losing an arm. The second was that the Hardenhalls clan security was so lax that they couldn't even prevent a killer from infiltrating, putting a member of the Valheim family in a life-threatening situation. Cash asked Mirio, Which rumor is more beneficial while the master of the house is away? Mirio broke out into a cold sweat, asking with a tremble, "What exactly do you want?" Cash got straight to the point. "It's quite simple. Please let Bianca be free to do what she wants." He demanded that Bianca herself decide whether to continue or call off the engagement. Mirio stood frozen at the proposal. Cash added a firm assurance that he would never abandon Bianca and didn't care at all about that wretched curse. Bianca looked at Cash with deeply moved eyes, while Mirio couldn't help but be astonished by the profound bond between the two. "Fine, I give up. Just take her away quickly so I can have some peace." Mirio finally relented, sighing in acceptance. Cash wasn't finished yet. He brought up a final request. "Oh, there's still one last thing. Regarding my arm, let's just say the priest invited by the Hardenhall's house successfully healed it. How does that sound?" He mockingly added that this would save the clan the cost of hiring a priest, which was a win for Hardenhalls. Although Mirio suspected Cash was plotting something, he could only agree and asked him to report back once there were results. Cash expressed his thanks and took his leave with Bianca. Watching their retreating figures, Jenica remarked to her brother that Bianca truly had changed a lot. Mirio fell into deep thought, even considering just letting them get married right away to get it over with. In another development, within the shadows of the Valheim mansion, a powerful man held a report about Cash in his hands. He quietly muttered his youngest son's name with an air of absolute mystery. 2 days later, in a spacious courtyard of the Hardenhall's manor, Cash threw himself into rigorous training despite his severe injuries. He realized that reality was far more difficult than he had imagined. To combine his single strike with the Sword Demon's peak quick-draw technique, he had to simultaneously concentrate both aura and invasive venomous blood into a single point. Looking at his arm, which was emitting blue-purple electricity, Cash told himself, "Right now, I can only move one side, so I'll try to experiment no matter what." Sweat poured down, soaking his face. As Cash clicked his tongue softly, "Seems like my mind is still sluggish." However, the only silver lining right now was that the snow doll was still functioning very stably. Thanks to its presence, the eruption of the invasive venomous blood was completely suppressed. Not only that, but it also helped him spot the fatal weaknesses of the immolation skill, the most premium protective gear. In essence, this immolation move utilized the Aslan Igrit flames to burn away the energy absorbed from the venomous blood, allowing the body to break through and surpass normal limits. Though it could generate maximum destructive power by using the invading energy as kindling, the price to pay was utterly catastrophic. Cash slumped to the ground, his breath ragged as he realized that the moment the immolation effect ended, his entire body would fall into a state of total immobility. "My organs are going to end up barbecued if I keep using this move," Cash thought to himself anxiously, knowing his internal organs faced the risk of being incinerated if used for too long. Looking up at the high sky, he yearned for the ability to control heat so he could sustain his power longer. Suddenly, a chilling current carrying the negative power of the moon flashed through his mind. Amidst the raging flames, the mysterious image of a heavily bandaged figure with fiery red hair and sharp, cold eyes emerged. Cash flashed a sinister smile as jet-black feathers drifted down around him. "Looks like I found my next target." It was none other than the ancient god's secret art, Moon Shadow, belonging to the Flame Emperor Aslan Igrit. His eyes burned with determination. "Just wait until my arm completely recovers. I'll definitely go and seize his curse." Cash stood before a massive, bizarrely shaped ancient tree and asked softly, "Is this Abalast's place?" Crimson the Crow immediately confirmed, "That's right." Right after that, a girl in a maid outfit with long rabbit ears appeared, bowing respectfully. "It's an honor to welcome you, Lord Cash. The master is waiting for you inside." Looking at the cute rabbit ears of the maid from the 8th Undead Legion, Cash couldn't help but be surprised. She has rabbit ears? Boss Abalast's taste is a bit unusual. He stepped inside and realized the space looked exactly the same as his last visit. It seemed Abalast had used her power to connect different dimensions together. The moment she saw him, Abalast cheered excitedly. "Cash, you're here. Everything for the transplant is completely ready." Cash's gaze locked onto a shriveled, pitch-black arm lying on the table. "This is the sword demon's arm, right?" Looking at the precious item before him, Cash asked straight out if they could proceed with the connection right now. Abel asked warned sternly, "We can, but it's definitely going to hurt like hell. If you're scared, we can call it off." Seeing the eighth maid carrying a massive hammer in her hands, Cash jumped a little. "Are you planning to beat me to death with that hammer?" However, he quickly regained his composure. "I'm all too used to pain." Abel asked smiled defiantly. "Crying won't help you, sweetie. Once you're on the operating table, there's no turning back." She ordered number 8 to tie Cash down securely and brought the arm over to begin the ritual. "All right, let's get started," Abel asked shouted. A crimson energy erupted violently, enveloping Cash and the demon arm. A bone-chilling pain struck, forcing Cash to bite down hard on a piece of cloth to stifle his screams as sweat poured off him like rain. The tense process of restoring and fusing the sword demon's arm continued until it was finally complete. Abel Ask focused intensely on the final step, with only one procedure left: connecting the nerves. Continuous flashes of blue and white electricity surged through Cash's body as the nerves began to reconnect, causing his eyes to widen in sheer shock. After the ritual ended, Abel Ask breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Cash with admiration. "Impressive, you actually endured it without passing out. Even though it hurt so bad you're drenched in sweat." Cash still urged her grumpily, "Stop staring and untie me already." "Hurry up." The eighth maid flusteredly apologized and quickly untied the ropes binding him. Cash told himself there was a reason he had fought to stay conscious. He stared at his newly attached arm, a dark, veiny arm that exuded an eerie, demonic aura. "New gear arrived. Let's fire up the engine and see how much horsepower it's packing." Instantly, a surge of purplish-black energy rolled out, enveloping the bizarre arm, causing Abel Ask to cry out in terror. "Oh my God, what the hell is that? It looks hideous." The muscle fibers on the new arm twitched repeatedly, radiating an intimidating pressure. Cash focused with everything he had. He knew that if he were unconscious, the arm might lose control and go wild after absorbing the venomous blood. Because of that, he needed to regulate the aura himself, forcing it to adapt bit by bit to his new body. After a brief struggle, the energy gradually stabilized. Cash clenched his fist with deep satisfaction. Just then, Crimson the Crow flew over and asked, "Mwachi and Zong Sui Roy Chu?" Feeling the perfect connection, Cash replied, "Yeah. It feels just like my real arm now." Crimson suggested excitedly, "Since you're learning quick draw techniques anyway, why don't you test it out a bit?" Cash turned to Abel Ask to use the training grounds, but she immediately lost her temper. "I'm not your servant, you know." However, the moment Crimson mentioned that he was looking for an ancient text on dueling skills, Abel Ask's attitude did a complete 180. With her eyes shining like bright stars, she rushed over to flatter him. "Oh, Lord Grimm, Lord Grimm." Abel Ask cheerfully ordered number 8 to show him the way immediately. On the way to the training grounds, Crimson asked in a serious tone, "How much do you actually know about the Sword Demon's legendary quick draw technique?" Cash casually replied, "Well, I just know it's incredibly powerful. For a reincarnator, my studying has been pretty pathetic." This naive answer made Crimson furious. He yelled, "What? You call yourself a reincarnator with that little knowledge, yet you dared ask me for the Sword Demon's arm? Give me a break." Crimson began to explain the core difference. While a standard quick draw simply accumulates aura and releases it rapidly, the Sword Demon's technique was on an entirely different level. It split the accumulated aura inside into countless tiny particles to create an explosion that delivered maximum destructive efficiency. Those dust-like aura particles would accelerate the explosion when the internal pressure inside the scabbard reached its peak, so violent that the sword itself could shatter into pieces. "Did you catch all that explanation?" Crimson asked after a lengthy theoretical lecture. Meeting that expectation, Cash just casually admitted, "Honestly, no." Realizing that just listening wouldn't help at all, he decided, "The theory is a headache. Let me just swing it a few times and see if I hit the jackpot." Crimson flapped his wings and flew up to encourage him. "Well, just trust that arm and let it rip." The sword strikes that the sword demon swung tens of thousands of times are definitely still etched in that body. Cash focused intently, his eyes burning with determination, having a good mentor guide him along with the sword demon's arm. He knew everything was ready now. The rest depended entirely on his own willpower. Cash resolved to train relentlessly until he completely mastered the sword demon's legendary quick-draw technique. Even if he had to swing the sword tens of thousands of times, even if his body fell apart, he was willing to make that trade to grasp ultimate power. Over the next several days, the training grounds shook continuously. From the violent eruptions of deep blue aura, Cash kept swinging his sword relentlessly, unleashing strikes with terrifying speed. Yet number 8, who was watching from the sidelines, poured cold water on his efforts by remarking, "I can still see your sword path with the naked eye, sir." Her words made Cash freeze, sweat pouring down his exhausted face as he realized he was still a long way from reaching an invisible state. He understood that the sword demon's quick-draw technique had to achieve a speed that an ordinary person's I couldn't track at all. To match the legend, Cash had to make his sword completely invisible to his opponents. Speed comes from aura, not the hand. He thoughtfully observed his hand, radiating a blue energy. Cash planned to return to the Pine Pavilion to further train his other skills in order to comprehensively boost his overall strength. He turned to number 8 and thanked her for practicing with him over the past few days. In response, number 8 told him to have confidence in himself. Furthermore, because someone with a single-digit code like her was already a true Swordmaster level expert. Even so, the opponents I have to face in the future are far beyond the Swordmaster level. Cash thought to himself grimly and softly thanked number 8. Abelask suddenly poked her head out to check on him. Why the sudden silence? Are you done?" He calmly replied, "Yeah, I was actually looking for you." "Hey, Abelask, I'm heading back to the One Clan today." This news caught Abelask off guard, and she anxiously asked what would happen to her. Cash explained, "What's the point of tag Jin along just to expose us? Just stay back and watch the house, babe." Abelask lowered her head and sadly accepted the truth. Aside from the One family, the outside world was full of terrifying people. Cash went on to warn her about the 5 elders. They were highly likely to have noticed something unusual and might even capture her to use as a slave. "So, can you help me out? I've got a favor to ask." Standing before Abelask and number 8, Cash gave his orders in a serious tone. "Help me keep tabs on the guy called the Poison King. Don't let him get near the building. His name is Wang Yi. Just keeping Chief Daggerkin safe is enough." Abelask's eyes widened in absolute shock. "You want me to go up against the Poison King, one of the top 10 masters? That's a pretty rough gig for a doctor, guys." "Yeah, I know it's not going to be easy at all." Abelask hesitated, but then resolved, "But if it's just protecting the chief, I think I can pull it off." Cash gave a bright smile. "Thanks. If you ever need any help in the future, just let me know." Watching Cash's retreating figure, Abelask blushed down to her ears, thinking to herself that this guy made promises before he even knew what she would ask for. Number 8 anxiously asked her master if this was really okay. Abelask fell silent. She admitted that in the past, she definitely would have followed Cash. But if they stayed together any longer, she was afraid she would mistake him for her old comrades. Moreover, following Cash meant facing extremely dangerous invaders. So this choice was for the best. Abelask smiled, telling herself that she preferred being a total homebody anyway. Yet she silently made up her mind. But if Cash ever finds himself in deep trouble one day, I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude to the absolute end. The magnificent white carriage began to roll, taking Cash away from this place and back to his clan amidst the blanketing snow. "Welcome back safe and sound, young Master Cash." Heir bowed respectfully upon seeing Cash carrying a fast-asleep Bianca in his arms. Cash quietly asked if anything specific had happened while he was away. Heir reported that the main family had asked about his whereabouts, but he had quick-wittedly told them that Cash was with Lady Bianca. Since the people of the main family always looked down on Cash as a useless incompetent, the messenger only forwarded sketchy details back to them. He even mocked and looked down on everything about this place. Because of that complacency, the family head didn't suspect or reprimand them at all, and that negligent messenger was fired immediately afterward. Cash didn't skimp on the praise. You did great. You truly are my shield. Heir humbly deflected, but he immediately dropped a bombshell. The chief butler is about to come here personally to reassess your abilities, Cash. This was the man who commanded the entire servant force of the Valheim family, holding the authority to evaluate direct bloodline members and report straight to the head of the clan. Facing a chief butler who was an absolute powerhouse, Cash thought to himself that this was indeed going to be a bit of a hassle. Yet to seize the power of the Flame Emperor Aslan, he understood he absolutely had to leverage the clan's strength. To score the premium goods, you got to know how to play the part. It was time for Cash to prove his real strength. Is there anything else then? Cash asked while still holding Bianca in his arms. Heir informed him. There is a message from Darling Dunferian. He's urging you to bring the materials over right away. Seeing the image of Darling waiting in excitement, Cash could only sigh. That guy is always so impatient. He thanked Heir, but the old butler still had one last important matter to report. Lady Charlotte has come to visit. To be exact, she is currently resting right inside your room. Instantly, a brilliant blue-purple aura erupted on the balcony. Charlotte, the clan's genius, suddenly leaped down from the high floor with an intimidating pressure. She landed with utter arrogance, the great sword slung across her back, radiating an overwhelming aura. The ground literally shook. Charlotte smiled at her younger brother and spoke. Long time no see, Cash. Cash froze, cold sweat trickling down his face as his bad feeling became a reality. He could only stammer, "Why, yes, sister. Making your big sister wait this long. I was about to die of boredom." Charlotte Valheim, the fourth daughter of the Valheim family, smiled meaningfully as she watched Cash return. Cash, still holding Bianca, could only scratch his head in embarrassment and reply, "I thought it would be a while before you arrived." Charlotte narrowed her eyes playfully. "Well, or maybe you saw I hadn't arrived yet, which is why you chose to come home just now." Cash broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly explaining that he didn't mean that at all. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure radiated from Charlotte, making the air feel thick. Her eyes glowed threateningly as she demanded, "Is that true?" Cash froze, his heart pounding against this overwhelming power. He wondered to himself if Charlotte had already broken past the master level. Yet right after that, she switched to a cheerful tone, pinching Bianca's cheek and mentioning she had heard all about how Cash fought to his last breath to protect his fiancée. Charlotte continued to tease him. "Don't worry, I won't steal your lover away from you. But man, this is so disappointing." Cash looked at his sister with a guarded gaze, explaining he was just surprised by her sudden intrusion into his home. Cash's careless words instantly wiped the smile right off Charlotte's face. She narrowed her eyes and asked back dangerously, "You're home?" Instantly, she stomped her foot hard, shattering the ground and creating a violent tremor right in front of Butler area. Charlotte coldly declared that this place was originally an estate owned by the Valheim family, meaning it was a shared home for both. She pouted, acting hurt that she had simply come home only to be greeted by her brother with such a heartless attitude. Sweat dripping from him, Cash thought. She and Mom really are cut from the same cloth. Any little thing, and they want to level everything. He timidly asked if she was mad at him. Charlotte instantly flipped back to her playful self. She claimed that since she was his closest sibling, she felt hurt that Cash was keeping so many secrets from her. She cut straight to the chase. "You can hide it from anyone else, but not me. You just hacked your way to a power level up, didn't you?" His sister's praise left Cash stunned. He wondered if Charlotte had awakened the mind's eye, an eye capable of seeing through everything in the world. Charlotte mused that she felt a very foul and massive source of energy dwelling inside him. Witnessing that terrifying sharpness, Cash suddenly realized why the hounds couldn't defeat his sister. He realized with shock that what Charlotte had awakened wasn't a normal mind's eye, but a higher realm called the astral eye, which could see through the world via the stars. Thanks to possessing the astral eye that could see through even the erosion of the world, all of the enemy's illusion tricks were completely useless and ended up finished by her in an instant. Which means she's currently seeing right through my actual state too. Huh? Cash thought to himself as he recognized the power of Charlotte's astral eye. He glanced slightly at the black-purple flame flickering on his hand and asked Crimson, "Crimson, how do other people see my black flame?" The Black Crow nonchalantly replied that most of them would only see it as a highly ominous flame. Crimson further explained that in this world, the number of people who could distinguish the power of an eroding species could be counted on one hand, unless they themselves were an eroding species or closely tied to them. He used the way Cash saw the spirit seals appear on the necks of his subordinates as an illustration. Cash nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Crimson continued to analyze the foundation of Cash's power, which was entirely different from his own true essence. While Crimson was the embodiment of world erosion, Cash was merely blending that erosion into his own aura. Because of this, most people would mistake it for some kind of wretched curse he was suffering from. Cash smirked. He realized that nothing had changed compared to before he turned back time. Despite Crimson's reassurance, Cash didn't allow himself to let his guard down while carrying Bianca in his arms. He knew he had to play his part perfectly. One slip-up and his sister would kick him right off the family registry. Charlotte suddenly leaned close to Cash's face, her deep blue eyes drilling into him as she remarked, "You're carrying quite a lot of gear on you." Cash calmly replied that he was just intending to test everything within his capability. Charlotte burst out laughing, saying he was just as greedy as she was and that, at the end of the day, Cash took after their mother more. Charlotte ordered him to leave Bianca in the room and follow her out to the training grounds. Looking at his older sister radiating a brilliant blue aura, Cash knew he couldn't run away. Charlotte said decisively, "I absolutely must test your current level a bit." Standing opposite each other in the middle of the magnificent training grounds, Cash couldn't help but feel emotional because before his regression, he had never had the chance to fight his sister directly due to the massive gap in their levels. Charlotte took her stance, confident that her younger brother had learned a lot of new moves over the past days. She warned in a low voice, "Hit me with everything you've got. You can even use forbidden stuff. I can handle all of it." Cash gripped his training sword tight, his eyes blazing with determination. "Understood, sister." Yet, the two of them just stood completely still without making a single move. His sister thought to herself, "It's been 3 minutes, and my little brother still hasn't drawn his sword, and there isn't even any aura enveloping his body." She spoke up. "Why aren't you attacking? Don't keep your sister waiting." Instantly, she stomped her foot hard on the ground and lunged forward. The tip of the sword was right before his eyes, but his eyes were still tightly shut. He felt a scorching heat boiling inside his body, burning away the eroding power to break through his limits. His eyes turned blood red, and his hand began to draw the sword. The moment of breaking limits lasts only a single second. I have to make the most of it. The sword exuded a terrifying dark energy in an instant, leaving even his sister stunned. Boom! A resounding shockwave echoed as the two swords clashed directly. It was clear that Cash had poured all his strength into the very first strike. The second strike was unleashed. A powerful dark aura burst forth. Her wooden sword couldn't withstand it and shattered completely. At this point, the big sister had to use aura to manifest a sword, unable to let her little brother completely steal the spotlight. That was the true hallmark of a swordsman who had reached the master level. To deal with his sister, he had to unleash his Black Hood sword technique. The sword shooting out from his palm almost managed to hit her. After all, in this matchup, he was still lagging behind and simply not on her level. Charlotte was shocked to realize that even though Cash couldn't completely shatter her protective aura, that strike had actually managed to touch her body. She stepped back, looking at her gradually exhausting younger brother with wide, astonished eyes. "I really didn't expect this." Charlotte secretly admitted that Cash was the first person who could sense and pierce through her flow of power. The protective aura was a special energy bestowed by the gods, a perfect barrier enveloping the body that weaker individuals, and even those on the same level, had never been able to touch. Yet Cash had accomplished that unimaginable feat standing in the middle of the training grounds. Charlotte reigned in her aura. She told herself that she had held back, only using energy to create sword chi at the last moment instead of true swordsmanship. However, a chill ran down the spine of the Valheim family genius. She understood that if Cash's desperate attack had actually hit its mark, She might have lost her life at that very moment, something that should have been absolutely impossible for a master like her. After the match, Charlotte sought out butler Heir on the mansion grounds. She asked anxiously, "Heir, there's nothing wrong with Kashazar, right?" Heir respectfully reassured her, "For my master, these minor injuries are nothing at all." At this point, Cash had completely passed out on the infirmary bed from exhaustion right after the intense confrontation with his sister. Charlotte thoughtfully confirmed the rumor. "Oh, by the way, I heard Cash plans to enroll at Rehen Academy, right?" Heir had firmly confirmed that it was true. Charlotte let out a faint smirk full of anticipation. She calculated in her head. Only 3 weeks left until enrollment day. Huh? That should be plenty of time. As his older sister, Charlotte decided to head to Rehen Academy ahead of time to wait and see her brother's performance. Darling couldn't help but be amazed by Cash's working speed. "I didn't expect you to finish in such a short time. The efficiency of a regressor really is something else." Perched on his shoulder, Grim the Crow spoke up to remind him, "Cash, why don't you ask if there's a training yard around here? This elixir is best taken in an open space." Hearing this, Cash turned and requested, "Darling, could I borrow the training ground for a bit?" Darling enthusiastically agreed right away, believing that was the best option for that kind of medicine. Cash wondered what the true meaning of that phrase was, but he still got himself ready. Stripping off his clothes, Cash sat cross-legged in the middle of the massive training yard, thinking to himself, "It's great to drink a divine elixir, but what's up with the look on Grim's face?" Suspicion was written all over Cash's face as he asked again, "What exactly are you making me drink?" Grim replied in surprise, "Oh, you're drinking it without even bothering to know what it is? That elixir is called Nine Dragons' Cry. According to legend, anyone who drinks this concoction will turn into a dragon after screaming 9 times. It works on a brutal principle, destroying the body and aura simultaneously to force the user to grow stronger, just like how muscles must be torn apart before they can grow." Grim looked at Cash with a sinister, provocative gaze. "Aren't you already well acquainted with pain? Just endure it 9 times, and you'll completely transform." Standing nearby, Darling couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the sheer madness of this divine medicine, while Cash sat silently, waiting for the impending storm. The heat began to spread. Cash calmly noted, "It feels like a surge of heat is exploding inside me, but it's not unbearable yet. So what if it's hot?" This calm reaction shocked Grim into exclaiming, "What on earth?" Cash explained that although he felt like he was burning alive a moment ago, now it was just a slightly scorching sensation. He casually thought to himself, "Maybe because I've been through something similar, it feels pretty normal." Grim gasped, unable to believe his ears. "What kind of horrific life did you lead in your past life?" Cash smirked and replied mysteriously, "In my past life, I was the main character of an action movie, bro." Witnessing Cash muttering to himself, Darling questioned, "Is he talking to a crow, or am I hallucinating from the side effects?" Ignoring the murmurs, Grim urged Cash, "Whatever, just try to absorb as much as you can. The higher your concentration, the faster the absorption speed." Cash immediately closed his eyes, focusing all his willpower on fusing the medicine's power. A brilliant golden flame suddenly erupted, enveloping his naked body. Crimson Garden August, in the form of a glowing red spirit, appeared behind the crow, silently evaluating. Impressive concentration. Though this guy has endured the pain of his internal organs burning and nerves reconnecting, with a constitution like this, only a true catastrophe could destroy him. He stared intently at Cash, certain that among all the regressors he had met, he was the one with the most ironclad and insane willpower. Crimson watched Cash writhing in the medicinal power and secretly noted, "Perhaps it's because you desire your goal so desperately that you disregard such pain." He asserted that even if Cash collapsed, he would force him back on his feet no matter what, because that was the price of the covenant between them. In his mind, Cash vividly felt a shocking transformation. His aura capacity, which used to be as small as a puddle, had now expanded like a vast lake. In the past, he could only refine the quality of his aura using the secret techniques of the Blue Pine Pavilion. But innate aura capacity always had its limits. Yet ever since he drank the Nine Dragons' Cry, Cash had broken through from an intermediate expert to an advanced expert in the blink of an eye. He confidently declared, "This means I've finally stood on equal footing with geniuses." Watching Cash step out of the blazing flames with powerful, deep blue eyes, Crimson couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly resilient his life was. He was astonished to see Cash using Ygritte's flames to burn away all the impurities the medicine purged from his body. Cash dropped to one knee, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, but his eyes remained razor-sharp as he looked at the Black Crow. "If I weren't this stubborn, how could I fight enemies stronger than me? And that includes you too." Crimson could only let out a helpless cry at the boy's sheer audacity. As Cash stood up and composed himself, he was surprised to see everyone still waiting for him all this time. So he asked, "Is it done already? You guys are all waiting here." Woke up to a whole fan club. Darling explained that since Bianca refused to leave his side for even a single step, he had to stay and wait with her. Bianca blushed shyly and softly asserted, "As your fiancée, we should always be together. A high-quality wifey clings tight." Cash gently patted her head and told her to wait somewhere warm next time, making Bianca incredibly happy. She noticed that Cash seemed to have grown taller, and his clothes were getting tight due to his rapid physical development. Witnessing this affectionate scene, Darling suddenly had the crazy idea of proposing to Charlotte, causing Cash to instantly emit a pitch-black murderous aura. "Are you trying to log out of life early? Wanting to be my brother-in-law?" Despite that, Darling still made a sly face, teasing Cash to be his lover, making the boy want to send this alchemist straight to the Grim Reaper immediately. "Hey Cash, you're entering Rehen Academy next year, right?" Darling suddenly asked as he saw Cash resting after absorbing the medicine. Cash nonchalantly gave a sharp, decisive yeah. Right away, Darling excitedly declared that he would go to school a step ahead, just because he wanted to proudly hear Cash call him senior. Cash narrowed his eyes at the alchemist, thinking that Darling didn't even share classes with Charlotte, and Rehen Academy didn't use a standard year-by-year grading system anyway. He calmly replied, "Yeah, I know. If you don't pass, you can't move on, right?" Darling was stunned, not expecting Cash to have researched enrollment so thoroughly beforehand. He smiled brightly, believing this was a golden opportunity to be near both him and Charlotte. Cash couldn't help but wonder, she's going to school too? I thought she planned to travel the world to stop the erosion. Darling just winked, claiming it was his intuition that Charlotte would enroll this year. He hugged Cash tightly from behind and said coaxingly, "So I'll be waiting for you to enter the academy next year. I'm so lonely. Hurry up and get in to catch up with me." Cash could only grimace in annoyance at his friend's over-the-top enthusiasm, while Bianca stood silently observing from behind. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed through the manor's garden as someone tried to flee. Polished black leather shoes stepped into the light. The head housekeeper had finally arrived for the evaluation. Inside the Blue Pine Hall, Catherine Valheim was informed that Crash had returned and was ready for the test. Her reflection glinted on the blade as she set the evaluation date exactly 1 week later. A soft chuckle echoed through the training room, and the heavy doors shut behind her with a final thud. Catherine radiated a faint blue aura, the anticipation in her heart rising as she prepared to see how much the boy had improved. When the two finally met face to face, Catherine instantly noticed the distinct change in his appearance. She offered a well-practiced, polite smile, but it didn't reach her sharp, cold eyes. Crash greeted her with polite pleasantries, but he couldn't help but keep his guard up. Catherine Valheim wasn't just the head housekeeper. She was also his paternal aunt, a combat master who demanded absolute perfection. She explained that since he had taken down a high-tier expert like Slaughterdog, the family needed to re-verify his true strength. When he tried to claim it was just luck, she merely chuckled and replied that luck was a part of one's strength. Crash realized there was no way to hide his true level of progress before a master like her. Her face turned cold as she laid out the stakes. If he couldn't keep up with Charlotte, he had no right to aim for the position of family head. The bluntness of her statement startled him for a moment. She spoke of a future where bloodlines would no longer matter, where the world destruction would only push the strongest to the top. Crash couldn't help but let out a sharp, cold laugh at the irony of her warning. Catherine paused, frowning and wondering what could possibly be so humorous about such a grim outlook. He laughed louder, finding the notion that the Valheim leadership was hard to attain utterly ridiculous after everything he had been through. His reaction clearly annoyed her, as she wasn't used to being mocked by a family junior. Shaking her head to dismiss his attitude, she decided it was time to start the test to see what he was truly capable of. Up close, she could see the shift in his eyes. He looked nothing like the boy from a year ago. She drew the training sword from her hip, her movements fluid and precise. Taking her stance, she gave him a single objective. If he could force her back even a single step, he would pass. She was ready to strike. Her presence alone filled the entire training room as she waited for him to make the first move. Crash braced himself, acknowledging that even if his opponent was a combat master, he had to push forward. Catherine watched him closely, her sharp eyes narrowing as she analyzed the unusual stance he adopted. Crash shifted his weight, his hand hovering over the hilt in a specialized quick-draw technique that looked incredibly familiar to her. Catherine's hand instinctively went to her neck as an old scar throbbed. His stance triggered memories of a battle she barely survived. Her eyes widened in genuine shock as she fully realized what she was witnessing. A layer of deep blue aura began to vibrate violently within Crash's scabbard. The pressure mounted toward its limit. The purple Haya mask symbol glowed on his hand, marking the true nature of the technique he was about to unleash. A phantom of a demonic sword manifested behind his back. His aura blended with Crash's as he prepared for a fatal strike. Crash gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying power of the gathering energy. A wisp of pale blue mist escaped from the corner of his mouth. Swirling clouds of deep purple and dense black enveloped the hilt as he finally drew his sword in an explosive motion. He unleashed a slash that created a massive wave of dark energy, tearing through the space of the training room. Catherine raised her sword to meet it, her blue aura bursting forth as she struggled to contain the power of the purple shockwave. She held her ground, acknowledging the power behind the strike with a serious yet impressed gaze. The blue light flickered across her face as she admitted that, although she didn't know where he had learned it, this technique was definitely top tier. The two forces collided in a blinding flash. The entire training room shook under the pressure of their clashing presence. Catherine stood in the center of the dissipating energy, her expression clear proof that she no longer saw him as the boy from a year ago. Dust began to settle around them, leaving the two warriors standing in the middle of a cracked and scarred arena. Catherine looked down at her hand and realized that the terrifying force of Crash's strike had snapped her training sword in half. She stared at the shattered hilt, the broken shards of the blade scattered at her feet. A rare smile of satisfaction appeared on her face as she admitted that, even if it was just an old training sword, she never expected it to be completely smashed like this. Delivering her verdict, she officially declared that Crash had passed the test with flying colors. She turned to leave, congratulating him on a job well done, while Crash collapsed to his knees as exhaustion finally caught up with him. He called her back with a sudden request, surprising her by asking to join the Blue Sea Knights instead of the high-ranking Night Orders. Catherine paused, frowning in confusion as she asked why he would choose a mid-tier Night Order over something more prestigious. Crash looked her dead in the eye, his gaze firm and unwavering as he confirmed his choice. She observed his expression for a long moment, wondering what scheme he was plotting behind those calm eyes. She agreed to forward his request to the Knight Commander. The heavy doors of the hall loomed behind them as the test concluded. Left alone, Crash finally let himself collapse onto the stone floor, painting heavily as the adrenaline faded. In the darkness of his thoughts, he compared his performance to the reports he had heard about Charlotte's almost superhuman achievements. An authoritative voice suddenly shattered the silence, causing Crash's eyes to widen in terror. Standing before him was Valpan Basilag Valheim, the head of the clan, his presence exuding a terrifying, silent weight. Crash could barely breathe as he looked up at his father, the man's overwhelming aura pinning him to the floor. His father remarked that he had grown and told him to take the afternoon off to recover from the evaluation. Without another word, the patriarch turned and left with his entourage, leaving Crash to wonder why he had shown up at all. 3 weeks passed, and Crash found himself in the bustling magic city of Haram, the sacred seat of the Red Magic Tower. He strolled through the crowded streets with a companion as they navigated the territory of the magic supremacists. They passed shops filled with bizarre elixirs and ancient scrolls, the city air thick with the scent of alchemy. Crash explained the city's history with a knowing smile. Memories from the future gave him an edge in this unfamiliar land. His thoughts turned to other regressors, especially the one who had reached the peak fastest in the previous timeline. That person was Lilina, the Red Mage, a powerful wizard who retained her memories and vast magical knowledge through her regression. Crash knew that with her power, it was only a matter of time before she reclaimed her status as a legendary archmage. Resting his chin in his hand, he realized the most dangerous thing would be if she found out he was a regressor too. Crash Valheim stood before a quiet tavern at sunset, determined to wrap up his business and leave as quickly as possible. Beside him, Bianca appeared in front of the building with a curious look, asking if he was familiar with the tavern's reputation. Stepping inside, Crash explained that despite its ordinary appearance, this was a famous spot known only to foodies. He pointed at Lilina, a maid of the Egret clan, who was busily stuffing food into her mouth at a nearby table. Lilina finally finished eating and skipped away with a cheerful goodbye, confirming Crash's belief that her personality hadn't changed one bit. As she disappeared into the dusk, Krim the Crow watched from the rooftop, his red eyes locked onto the fair-haired maid, his assigned target. Crash remained at the table, confident that sending Krim to tail her would soon yield the necessary clues. He smiled and suggested to Bianca that they should also enjoy a good meal while waiting for their feathered spy to return. By the time they stepped outside into the late night, Bianca was rubbing her eyes, clearly sleepy after the long wait. Crash encouraged her to keep walking a bit further, his mind focused on the report he expected Krim to bring back any moment. With a heavy flap of black wings, Krim swooped down from the night sky, cawing loudly about being left behind without dinner. Bianca gently stroked the crow's head to soothe it while Crash leaned in close, eager to hear what it discovered while tailing the maid. The story shifted to the Egret mansion later that night, where a heavy, ominous silence blanketed the entire estate. Aslan Egret, the grandson of the Flame King, appeared with hollow, lifeless eyes, hinting at a tragic and final decision. Absolute chaos erupted when the household staff discovered the young heir. Terrifying news spread that Aslan had attempted suicide. A young man with messy red hair and dark circles around his empty eyes stared blankly into space, his mind clearly in a dark place. This was Aslan, and he looked like he had reached his absolute limit. The entire mansion staff was in a state of sheer panic, screaming for someone to cut the rope and save their master. It was a scene of pure chaos and despair. Lilina, the ash-blonde maid, witnessed the scene with a broken heart, completely helpless at the sight of the master she served. Aslan was dragged away by the staff, tears streaming down his face as he begged them to just let him die. He was now just a hollow shell of his former self, broken by the loss of a girl named Dorothy. Back in the present, Lilina sighed heavily while feeding a piece of meat to the plump crow. She was stuck at Halgram Market Square, her mind still haunted by her master's agony. Krim the Crow happily tore into the meat, while Lilina recounted Aslan's recent suicide attempts. Between drinking poison and hanging himself, she feared he might actually succeed next time. She remembered a time when Aslan wasn't weak like this at all. More than anything, she wished someone could find a way to make him smile again. Suddenly, a voice from behind offered to help, startling Lilina and causing her to hug herself in surprise. She whipped around and saw the crow flying back to its master. Realizing he wasn't as alone as he thought, a black-haired young man with spiky hair and a confident smile stepped out, introducing himself as Crash Valheim, the youngest son of the famous martial arts family. Lilina's eyes widened when she heard the name House Valheim. Knowing their reputation as the strongest martial family in the kingdom, she quickly snapped out of her shock and glared at him for eavesdropping on a private moment like a total creep. Crash didn't care about her attitude, saying he had only overheard by accident and genuinely wanted to help. He dropped a bombshell by mentioning Dorothy. the missing student who was the reason Aslan had spiraled into despair. Lolina was astonished, wondering how an outsider could possibly know a secret that was strictly restricted to just a few people within House Egret. The scene shifted to the Grand Egret Manor as Crash pointed out how strange it was for the family to hide the truth about a student who had simply vanished. He began explaining the phenomenon of world erosion and how the monsters inside were becoming increasingly intelligent and dangerous. Due to this evolution, forbidden areas like the Spirit Forest were expanding relentlessly. Perplexed, Lolina asked why he was suddenly bringing up that dangerous forest. In the middle of the conversation about her master, Crash explained that the forest's evolution had given birth to a spirit that was almost indistinguishable from a normal human. He revealed the truth. That spirit was Dorothy's true identity, while an image of the girl, surrounded by a magical blue butterfly aura, appeared. Lolina finally understood why the Vice family had kept her existence a closely guarded secret. A spirit masquerading as a human would be considered a massive threat. Still suspicious, she asked why he was sharing such sensitive information with a lowly maid. Crash pointed out her extreme loyalty, nodding as he noted how she went to the distant dining hall every day just to fetch food for a master who wouldn't even eat. He believed that someone with a heart like hers was exactly the person who could save Aslan from the darkness imprisoning him. Then he shared his personal reason. Aslan had once saved his life, even though the man probably didn't remember it. A brief flashback from Crash's past life appeared. He witnessed Aslan's back covered in flames, shielding him from something invisible. Crash wanted to repay this debt of gratitude right now. Looking determined, he wanted to bring back the person Aslan had lost. He asked Lolina to arrange a meeting in the next few days so he could speak with Aslan directly and offer him a way out. He was resolved to storm into the Spirit Forest to find Dorothy, no matter how dangerous the mission. The narrative described the massive defensive walls erected by the Egret family to hold back the continuously expanding forest. Crash stood beside Safina, a woman wearing a glass bubble visor over her head to filter out the toxins from the forest. Safina was a fourth-class investigator for the World Erosion Investigation Team and looked quite capable. Crash had joined her team under a fake identity so he could enter the forest under the guise of an official investigation. Safina handed him his official badge, her expression slightly annoyed at the extra trouble. Crash was amazed to learn she had been promoted to third class, joking about whether she planned to become the commander next. She waved her hand dismissively, saying she had no interest in command and that her subordinates were simply too good at their jobs. They arrived at the gates, where the guards informed them that personnel were not allowed into the Forbidden Zone. Safina introduced them as an investigation team from Sephiara. As the guards checked their paperwork, the massive gates opened, revealing the towering ancient trees of the Spirit Forest along with thick spirit dust swirling in the air. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Safina suddenly stopped, a worried look clear on her face. She admitted that Crash had been acting strange since yesterday, and it bothered her enough to make her want to turn back. A long time ago, a subordinate of House Egret made the fateful decision to take a spirit out of the Forbidden Spirit Forest. That single action changed his family's destiny forever. Crash Valheim listened to the story, the protective bubble around his head shimmering as he heard about the first spirit tamer. He knew there was much more to this legend than most people realized. The spirit they were facing, a massive, weeping, chaotic spirit, let out a raspy roar that shook the surrounding trees. Its presence was overwhelming, filling the air with heavy dread. Its hollow eyes dripped in inky black liquid as it muttered a name that sounded like pure agony, its form constantly shifting within the mist. It seemed trapped in an eternal loop of grief. The narrative went on to explain that when the first spirit tamer passed away, the spirit couldn't accept the concept of death and felt completely abandoned. That misunderstanding transformed a loyal friend into a monster. Consumed by bottomless loneliness, the spirit lost control and wiped out an entire city in a single night of madness. Its flames of grief left nothing but ashes in their wake. Because of that tragedy, House Egret declared spirit covenants taboo, and spirits were officially deemed erosion entities to be destroyed. That was the birth of a long-standing tradition of fear. The image showed a young female spirit bound in heavy iron chains, her eyes devoid of hope as she was treated like a common monster. She was once loved, but now she was just a threat to be contained. In a memory, a subordinate and a horned, red-haired man watched the spirit they once cherished gradually lose her mind. They could only watch helplessly as the creature they loved became unrecognizable. The chaotic spirit had turned into a creature of pure madness, lashing out with vine-like tentacles at anything that came near. It had completely lost its former self. Safina prepared a magic circle, deciding to end the spirit's suffering since it lacked any real combat skills. She thought it was time to run, but Crash had other plans. Crash stepped forward, saying there was no need to retreat because he was about to unleash the power from his past life. He was the one who had defeated this spirit once before, and he was ready to do it again. He thanked Safina for bringing him to the edge of the forest while the chaotic spirit let out a deafening shriek of pain from his initial strike. The battle officially began. Using his sixth sense, Crash wove through the spirit's attacks with superhuman grace. His movements were a blur of speed and precision. He read every move before it happened. He recalled how hard he used to struggle when facing these entities before his regression. But now, he possessed unparalleled destructive skills. A lifetime of experience was finally paying off. With the spirit Ignis by his side, he could burn down anything in his path. Flames danced around him, ready to be unleashed at his command. He knew he had to act now, while the world was still being swallowed by erosion and the chaotic spirit hadn't reached its terrifying maximum power. This was the chance for a quick finish. He unleashed a devastating blow that sent shockwaves rippling through the spirit's massive, gelatinous body. The monster recoiled, its form becoming unstable from the impact. The spirit let out a final roar, as if to end the world, as Crash rushed in for the kill. The terrifying volume was enough to rip through the surrounding air. His eyes blazed with an intense light as he remembered how terrifying this thing used to be in his past life. This time, he didn't want to take any chances. He shouted "Single Strike," channeling all his energy into a single point of fatal damage. It was a move designed to end the match in an instant. A massive pillar of dark energy erupted, tearing the spirit apart and ending the battle in just a matter of seconds. It was an easy victory for the regressor. Safina stood back, her mouth agape as she witnessed Crash handle a high-tier spirit with such effortless ease. She couldn't believe it was so much weaker than she had expected. The spirit's body began to disintegrate, its extraordinary regeneration capabilities finally failing against Crash's overwhelming power. Its time in this world was finally over. As the spirit core shattered, Crash reached out his hand, ready to claim his prize of victory. The core still shimmered with a faint light in his palm. He realized that with his evil malice blood, he could directly absorb the erosion power without having to completely destroy it. This was a much more efficient way to boost his strength. Safina watched in awe as the area transformed into a crimson garden, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she was witnessing. She hadn't expected the battle to end this way. The spirit materialized one last time in a near-human form, whispering a final farewell before completely dissolving into the light. It was a peaceful end to a tragic existence. In a memory, the female spirit sat with the subordinate, saying she had waited a very long time just to speak with him one more time. The bond between them was clearly deeper than anyone knew. She knew he would never abandon her, and that faith was both beautiful and heartbreaking. She had held onto that hope for centuries. A close-up of a blue, I reflected the spirit's serene acceptance as she finally found the release she was seeking. The surrounding world seemed to brighten in response. The man from the past pulled the female spirit into a tight embrace, their silhouettes standing out prominently against the brilliant golden light. It was a moment of pure and heartfelt connection. The red-haired woman stood watching from the side, apologizing for intruding on such a private farewell. She admitted she shouldn't have interrupted their final moment. The female spirit looked back with a gentle smile, thanking her for everything she had done. She knew the woman was only trying to help in her own way. The subordinate wished he could have taken better care of the spirit, knowing his life was short compared to her eternal existence. He felt he was the one who should have protected her. He realized that in the end, even a powerful spirit needed someone else's support to truly find peace. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, signaling the end of the illusion. He bowed his head in a final, tearful apology as the light faded, leaving behind only the memory of their bond. He genuinely regretted everything that had happened. Back in the present, the maid Lolina startled as the crow suddenly flew from her hands. She wondered if Master Crash really took good care of the bird. Crash, now wearing a long brown cloak, approached her and joked that a Valheim would never be stingy with bird food money. He had finally returned from his mission in the forest. He handed her a glowing orb, saying he had found a way to bring Dorothy back, though not yet in a perfect state. This was exactly the news Lolina had been waiting for. Lolina looked at him with an expression of mixed shock and hope as he said they would need the cooperation of both her and her master to summon Lady Dorothy. This ritual required everyone's help. That night, Crash stood on the balcony of the Egret mansion, planning his next move. Lolina had given him an artifact that allowed him to bypass the mansion's defensive magic while everyone was fast asleep. Due to his moonshade constitution, Master Aslan lived a life with day and night completely reversed. His body was weak and frail during the day. He stood alone in the darkness, a heavy rope coiled in his hands as he contemplated a dark end to his pain. His breathing was heavy and ragged, his eyes clouded with exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, a familiar name pierced the silence of the room, freezing him in terror. A mysterious figure clad in a hooded cloak spoke from the shadows, a faint contemptuous smirk flashing across their face. They commented on how desperately Aslan seemed to want Dorothy back, their voice echoing in the quiet room. Aslan whipped around, his long red hair flying as he stared at the intruder, surrounded by a layer of swirling purple aura. The figure asked a question that struck right at the heart of his deepest pain. Aslan, do you want to see Dorothy? Despair choked Aslan's throat as he stammered a reply, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He wanted to see her again more than anything in the world, even as his hands still gripped the rope. The cloaked figure, accompanied by the black crow with glowing red eyes, asked if he was truly ready to sacrifice everything he had. Without a moment's hesitation, Aslan cried out in agreement, willing to pay any price. The figure smiled brightly, the purple energy growing stronger as they agreed to make a pact. It was a deal that seemed drawn from the abyss. The crow spread its wings, its voice blending with the figure as they demanded Aslan's moonshade constitution in exchange. Feathers drifted through the air like an omen of the upcoming sacrifice. The figure explained the rest of the terms. Aslan had a promise to immolate himself in the spirit forest in just a few days. The demand was brutal and absolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In exchange for his life and constitution, the entity promised to bring Dorothy back to life. Aslan's eyes widened as the weight of the choice pressed down on him, the flickering light of the aura illuminating his pale face. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a young man with sharp features and a confident aura. He told Aslan that if he were truly a demon, he would have started by hacking off his limbs before uttering a single word. Aslan bowed his head, his expression turning melancholic as he admitted that since he had already intended to die, the idea of burning himself alive was almost a favor. But he wondered why the terms of the deal seemed so favorable to him. He asked if the intruder truly knew what the moon shadow body was. It was a cursed constitution born from the yin energy of the moon, forcing its possessor to live forever in the cold darkness. His limbs were always weak, a constant reminder of his own failure. He explained that for the Egret clan, whose existence was tied to conquering flames and yang energy, his condition was a fatal and humiliating weakness. He had never felt like he belonged to his own bloodline. The young man looked at the layer of dark energy swirling in his hand and dismissed it, saying that the moon shadow body was actually the perfect material for him to break his own limits. What Aslan viewed as a curse, he saw as a rare opportunity. With a swirl of his cloak and a heavy flap of black wings, the mysterious guest finally revealed his name. He no longer had any reason to hide his intentions. "My name is Crash Valheim," he said, extending his hand toward Aslan with an understanding look. He suggested they find common ground as two people who had been mistreated and cast aside by powerful clans. He asked Aslan if he was at all curious about how he intended to bring Dorothy back from the dead. It was a feat that should have been impossible, yet he spoke of it with absolute certainty. Aslan stared at him, his eyes filled with a fresh, burning curiosity that replaced his old despair. He wanted to know the details of that impossible ritual. They sealed the agreement with a firm handshake. The desperate energy of the two families momentarily intersected at that single point of contact. Aslan could only hope he hadn't just made the biggest mistake of his life. Years ago, Aslan was just a young boy coughing in the shadows of the mansion. His fragile health had long been a source of concern. He was born into a legendary clan famous for their unparalleled fire magic. But because of his moon shadow body constitution, Aslan couldn't spark even a single flicker of his family's signature magic. To his relatives, he was a flaw in a bloodline that valued strength above all else. The Flame King, Aslan's grandfather, looked down at the boy with cold, unforgiving eyes. He declared that Aslan must be excluded from the competition for family head, a decision that was final and absolute. Agatha, Aslan's mother, tried to plead with her father, reminding him that the boy was his own flesh and blood grandson. She begged him not to be so cruel as to strip away her son's future completely. The response was a sharp and definitive no from her father. His gaze didn't waver before his daughter's anguished face. He had no room for sentimentality in running the clan. The Flame King stood tall before his daughter, asking if he should let both the Ygritte clan and the Red Magic Tower fall just because he loved his grandson too much. To him, the boy's existence was a burden. He pointed at the family portrait, telling Agatha that if she hadn't married a man carrying Een energy in the first place, none of this would have happened. He blamed her choice for making her son weak. He mentioned a girl in the Red Magic Tower named Abella, a child with a terrifying natural talent for fire magic. That was exactly what the clan needed to maintain its reputation. He decided that if Agatha had no intention of having more children, they would simply adopt Abella as the new successor. He turned his back on his own daughter, his mind made up. The Flame King towered over a trembling Aslan as he left the room, his cloak billowing behind him. He didn't even bother to look at the boy as he delivered a final, contemptuous word to Agatha. He muttered, "Useless brat," under his breath, words sharper than any physical blow. Aslan was left behind in the echo of his grandfather's terrifyingly oppressive aura. Young Aslan watched his grandfather leave, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. If only I were half as good as Abella. He felt the weight of everyone's disappointment pressing down on his small shoulders. He ran to his mother's side, promising to practice magic even harder so his grandfather would notice him again. His face was filled with a tragic, misplaced hope. Agatha's eyes turned cold and flashed a bright red as she looked down at him, her face completely devoid of any motherly warmth. She said that simply working harder was absolutely not enough. She reminded him that his own biological father had been killed by his grandfather, a fact he was never allowed to forget. She told him that from now on, he had to do everything as if his life were hanging by a thread, because it literally was. From that day on, Agatha became the interim family head and transformed herself into a cold, harshly unyielding person. Every action she took was directed toward a single goal, preventing the rest of the clan from killing Aslan. She began to torment her beloved son as if she had become a completely different person, using cruelty as a shield to hide him from the even greater brutality of the Ygritte elders. Aslan fell to the floor, tears streaming down his face as his life became a living nightmare. Once, as they sat by a small fire, Crash rested his chin in his hand and looked at Aslan. He asked the question that had weighed heavily on his mind for a long time. "Aslan, why did your body end up like this?" His gaze lingered on the layers of bandages wrapped around the other man's flesh. Aslan sat opposite the fire, his body hunched over his expression unreadable. He gave a simple yet chilling answer, explaining everything he had endured. Revenge. Aslan stared into the crackling fire, his voice low as he spoke about his grandfather, the Flame King, who only cared about the family's reputation. He was driven by a burning need for vengeance against the man who had taken everything precious to him. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, Aslan recounted the desperate measures he had taken in the past to purge the weakness from his blood. He had even set himself on fire. That sacrifice was meant to burn away the moon shadow body along with his own flesh. A life-or-death gamble that left him scarred but alive. Crash reflected on the history he knew. In the previous timeline, Aslan eventually left the family and surpassed his grandfather to become the legendary Flame Emperor. This knowledge explained why the conditions to unlock the moon shadow body were so demanding. The true requirement to unleash the power of the moon shadow body was to shatter the deep-seated stubbornness within Aslan. It was a mental barrier as well as a physical one, reinforced by years of isolation. Aslan had never wanted to rely on someone else's power to cure his condition. He was determined to overcome the moon shadow body curse through his own willpower alone. Crash looked at him, recognizing that fierce independence. Crash adjusted his posture, a faint layer of aura swirling around him as he thought back to that night in the mansion. He knew that Aslan's stubborn nature was both his greatest weakness and his greatest potential source of strength. Back at the mansion, Aslan held the glowing orb, asking how Crash could possibly know how to revive a spirit when even the Egret clan, the keepers of the forest, lacked that knowledge. The mystery surrounding the young man before him only deepened. Aslan agreed to the plan and promised to inform Lolina of their arrangement. He offered a hand over the moon shadow body immediately, but Crash, still concealed under his hooded cloak, refused because the time wasn't right yet. Crash said he would only take the Constitution when Aslan was truly ready to let go. Left alone, Aslan pondered the true meaning of being ready. Moonlight spilled into the room under the city's night sky as August, in the form of a crow, flew above Crash, asking why he chose such a convoluted path. The bird wondered if Crash was growing soft because Aslan used to be his comrade. Crash looked down, his face partially obscured by his hood. He knew that the upcoming destruction was too massive for him to handle alone. He needed powerful allies he could trust. In the timeline before his regression, Aslan died at the age of 24, exhausting his life force in a foolish attempt to erase his curse. It was a tragic waste of an extraordinary talent that Crash would not allow to happen again. The crow watched with glowing red eyes as Crash explained that things would be different this time. While he fought the calamity on the front lines, he needed Aslan to stand firmly behind him as his support. Crash explained that they couldn't use Siglin and other powerful figures the way Arthur used to, because they were too unpredictable and risky to control. In contrast, Aslan already possessed true strength even before the world turned to ash. Furthermore, the moon shadow body was an essential key to controlling the deadly heat of the flame erosion. By saving Aslan and securing that constitution, Crash was resolving two major obstacles at once. As he walked down the quiet streets, Crash's thoughts drifted back to Lolina. He recalled when she begged him to use his cursed plunder skill for some noble purpose in the future. Lolina had smiled, asking him to look after Master Aslan's true feelings, believing that the two of them were probably the only real friends each other had in this cruel world. Her words carried a weight he couldn't easily cast aside. Crash rubbed the back of his neck, looking back at the path he had chosen. "It's a promise," he muttered to the invisible knight. Though he knew keeping that oath wouldn't be easy, Crash looked down from the mansion heights, finalizing his plan. He had a promise to keep, and if everything went smoothly, he would achieve 3 goals at once. A chaotic memory flashed. Agatha begged for mercy, but the Flame King remained unmoved while Aslan stood in a sea of flames of his own making. The old man's roar was deafening, calling his own flesh-and-blood grandson a disgrace to the direct line for daring to throw his life away. Aslan just stood there, letting the flames consume him. Through the rising smoke, Aslan let out a raspy laugh. He had spent years being invisible to the family, and now he finally had his grandfather's undivided attention. The Flame King didn't care about his words, his hands already glowing with murderous intent. Aslan knew the old man only cared about his perfect successor, Abella. Agatha could only watch in despair as her son reached his breaking point. For Aslan, he had lost everything: his mother's protection and his only friend, Dorothy. The younger version of the boy smiled as the flames licked his flesh. He had lost his entire life to the burden of the family name, and he wouldn't go out in silence, crying but laughing like a madman. Aslan swore to become the ultimate disgrace to the Egret legacy. Agatha rushed toward the center of the explosion, her voice breaking as she screamed her son's name. With a savage roar, the old man unleashed a surge of energy, ready to grant Aslan the death he craved. A massive, condensed fire magic circle formed in midair, cracking with primal destructive power. The Flame King's face hardened, his rage reaching its absolute peak. She lunged forward, desperately trying to pull him back from the brink of total annihilation. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark energy erupted from the ground, slamming into the Flame King's fire and tearing it right down the middle. Aslan raised his head in astonishment as a hand reached through the searing heat, offering a protection he had never expected. Crash swung his sword with absolute precision, blocking the oncoming waves of fire as if they were nothing. Lolina moved like a blur, catching Aslan before he collapsed onto the burning ashes. The maid held him steady while August, in his crow form, watched from the sky. Aslan looked at her in amazement because she had actually returned. She didn't waste a single second, pulling Crash's letter and Dorothy's crystal out of her pocket to show him. Aslan caught his breath as he took the paper, realizing that the thief had actually fulfilled the impossible contract. The letter was simple: follow the crow to the lake, use the spirit dust, and Dorothy will return to the human world. He clutched the scrap of paper like a lifeline. The first real ray of hope returned to his eyes after years of darkness. A brief flashback showed that the crystal was the key to the plan. It was originally meant to lure out the interim family head before the Flame King's unexpected return. Lolina looked up at the two clashing forces of power, her voice trembling as she asked if Crash could really hold his ground. The Flame King was relentless, forcing Crash to use all his strength to contain the old man's colossal power. Aslan yelled at him, still unable to fathom why anyone would willingly accept a curse like the Moonshade body. But if Crash needed it to save Dorothy, he wouldn't hold on to it any longer. He roared at the thief to take the Constitution and the burden that came with it. The transfer was violent and instantaneous. Crash stood firm as a glowing blue energy surged into his body, his eyes flashing with newfound power. A dark vortex began to swirl around him, distorting the air and freezing even the Flame King's breath. The old man's fury vanished, replaced by an expression of utter shock at the sudden shift in power. Crash's presence completely transformed. Deep blue shadow flames danced around his blade as his mana pressure skyrocketed. The Flame King finally recognized him. Deep within his soul space, a massive golden lock groaned under the strain before shattering into pieces. His eyes erupted with a sharp red light. The boy whom everyone in the nobility used to mock as Valheim's failure. A cold, satisfied smile spread across Crash's lips as the plundered power fully integrated into his soul. When declaring that he hadn't just come here as a thief, but also as Aslan's friend. The Flame King was surprised when Crash's power level started bordering on dangerous. The old man finally put a face to the name. That was the kid people called the failure of the Valheim family. Crash only responded with a cold smile. He confirmed his identity and made it absolutely clear that he came here as Aslan's friend. The old man found the idea of friendship hilarious. His aura exploded in response. He focused on the bizarre, cursed flames radiating from the kid. He tried to brush it off, telling Crash to go home, before things got messy for his clan. But Crash didn't back down at all, even while facing one of the 10 strongest people alive. He closed the distance in the blink of an eye, clashing head-on with the old man's flames. He mocked the legend for being arrogant enough to turn his back on a rook. Meanwhile, a massive explosion of fire lit up the sky while Aslan stood in the middle of the river. Lolina screamed at him to hurry up. This was their only chance to bring Dorothy back. Aslan looked down at the glowing orb and the soul fragment in his hand. He remembered how he was the only one in his family who couldn't use flame magic. He had spent his entire life being treated like garbage by his own flesh and blood. Everything changed the day he met Dorothy. Back then, she used to show off her little spirit tricks and ask if he thought she was amazing. He always played it cool, saying any student could do that. He admitted everyone at the academy looked down on him as a failure, but she didn't care. She just wanted him to teach her magic from his books. She even promised to buy him dinner at her favorite spot to pay him back. He used to believe magic was the only thing that gave a person value, but she was a complete mystery to him. She was just happy making a paper airplane fly. When he asked why she cared about magic, she simply replied that it was fun. He couldn't understand that perspective at all. To him, magic was just a burden he was failing to carry. He thought about how kids are always so honest about the things they actually enjoy doing. He remembered the first time he showed his wind magic to his mother. She had been so proud, giving him the kind of love he would later lose. She told him that magic would be the most important thing in his world. He realized that maybe deep down, he used to truly love it. He walked over to Dorothy, who was looking at her airplane. He reached out and touched her shoulder. Then he just went ahead and kissed her. He finally admitted he loved her, leaving her completely dazed. She just laughed and told him he was doing everything in the wrong order. But that peaceful moment didn't last. The paper airplane suddenly burst into flames. A spark shot through the air, and Dorothy lunged forward to shield him. She gave him one last smile before her soul began to shatter into light. Aslan screamed her name as his mother and the guards arrived at the scene. All that was left of her was a glowing fragment resting on a scorched rock. He fell to his knees, desperately trying to explain that she wasn't a terrorist. She was just trying to protect him. When the illegal spirit research group attacked the academy, Dorothy was the one who stayed behind to evacuate students and put out the fires. And when a terrorist explosion caused the entire dormitory to collapse, she didn't hesitate to risk her life just to keep Aslan safe. Back in the present, Aslan's own mother and her guards were looking down at him, unable to believe that a member of the Egret family was protecting his spirit. Tears streamed down Aslan's face as he struggled to find the words to explain who Dorothy really was. To him, she wasn't just a spirit or a research subject. She was the person he loved most in the world, the one who was always by his side. On the battlefield, the Flame King couldn't believe the Valheim family had birthed yet another monster. He had to admit Crash's speed had reached master level, especially for a kid who was technically still a brat. But he didn't want to overlook this interference any longer and told Crash to step aside. As he began to gather his energy, a massive pillar of fire erupted from the old man's hands, illuminating the entire forest. As Krim flew overhead, the crow called out to Crash, signaling that something had changed. A satisfied look appeared on Crash's face. The spirit had finally revived. He realized that the flame erosion slowly killing him had been neutralized thanks to Aslan's moonshade body. Now that the burden was gone, he could channel all his energy into maintaining his power throughout the battle. He began to compress his energy, preparing to launch an attack on a completely different level than before. It was painfully hot, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, knowing he just needed a little more time. The Flame King watched him, his expression shifting from arrogance to genuine worry. He could see the boy's body pushing itself past its absolute limits to generate that much power. Crash activated the second form of the flame-extinguishing heavenly sword. The illusory blue-black flames clashed violently with the old man's fire, tearing up the ground around them. The Flame King was momentarily overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the strike. A massive explosion shook the clearing, sending shockwaves through the woods. Crash stood there panting, clearly exhausted from the effort of a single strike. The old man was astonished that a rookie could shatter his high-tier defensive magic. He realized that the level of Crash's magic was enough to smash his sword. If the battle continued, he risked being genuinely injured by this kid. He looked at Crash with newfound respect, acknowledging his Valheim bloodline and his claim of being Aslan's friend. Crash only replied with a weary smile, saying he knew Aslan so well he was almost sick of him. Adolf looked at him, thinking that with a friend like this, Aslan could truly become a great figure. He envisioned Aslan becoming a globally renowned figure. If Crash stayed by his side, he could lead the new generation and bring further glory to the Egret clan's name. He realized that while he was off looking for Lelina, His grandson had met someone truly unbelievable. But before he could say another word, a massive wall of ice suddenly erupted between them. Agatha screamed at everyone to run, realizing they had angered a high-tier spirit, and the area had become far too dangerous. Crash watched the chaos through the ice, completely calm, while the Flame King looked on in astonishment. Standing inside a glowing magic circle, he spoke to the Flame King, Adolphe Egret, one last time. With a mocking wave, he told the old man he would leave the high-tier spirit for him to handle. Adolphe roared in pure rage when he realized he had been played. He shouted curses, but it was already too late. The group had vanished. A massive magic circle glowed in the forest as the teleportation spell activated. They reappeared at a safe distance, and Safina immediately began scolding Crash for being reckless enough to confront a lord. Agatha stepped forward, nodding in agreement that the chance to face someone like her father didn't come around every day. Aslan turned to Crash, saying he owed him one for everything that happened, but Crash just brushed it off like it was no big deal. Crash asked Aslan what he planned to do now, and Aslan revealed that he wanted to relearn his clan's flame magic since his lunar shadow physique was gone. Crash reminded him that the family head wouldn't be happy, but pointed out that Aslan wasn't alone anymore because he had Dorothy. Seeing Aslan's fierce determination to test his own strength, Crash advised him to enroll in Rahulan Academy next year. He explained it was a way to get away from his family, grow stronger, and buy time to protect Dorothy from those who wanted to exploit her. Crash gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, reminding him they were friends and that he was happy to help. Aslan smiled brightly with joy, finally feeling the weight of loneliness lift as he accepted their friendship. With a wave and an echoing goodbye, Aslan and Dorothy began their new journey. Watching them leave, Safina turned to the maid, Lolina, and asked why she was still following them. Lolina explained that she didn't want to disrupt the intimate moment between the two. Though Crash acknowledged her consideration, Lolina still stepped closer to him, respectfully addressing him as Lord Crash, which caught him a bit off guard. She bowed deeply, expressing her boundless gratitude for him saving Lord Aslan and promising she would never forget this favor. Flustered by her heartfelt thanks, Crash told her it was nothing and told her to get home safely. As he watched the maid leave, Crash pondered the concept of debts and favors. Looking back at his past life before his regression, he realized that these changes in loyalty and gratitude just felt natural now. Back at the Blue Sea Knight's base, Cicely Euphemia gently fed Crash a sandwich, insisting that he eat it. Crash picked at his food, while Cicely remarked that he had been entirely too reckless in his last battle, even breaking his sword. Cicely pointed out it was time for him to find a weapon capable of enduring his flame-extinguishing erosion, and Crash couldn't help but agree. Cicely revealed she had a lead on a legendary weaponsmith, and had already decided on their next destination. Crash's eyes sharpened as he declared they were heading to the Relic Palace, surprising the crow. The Relic Palace was a massive mechanical fortress built by the ancient Barentran civilization within a forbidden zone. History spoke of weapon engineers who collaborated with a world-eroding dwarf to forge weapons capable of withstanding the erosion of reality. The bustling city of lava grew around the tower, thriving on the precious byproducts found within the palace. The deeper one ventured into the palace's mechanical maze, the more legendary the rewards became. Heaps of ancient gold and treasures awaited those brave enough to climb higher into the depths of the tower. Though many adventurer teams tried their luck, no one had ever conquered the upper floors. The reason was that the 8th floor was guarded by a restless phantom named Rakuten. Rakuten was once the legendary leader of the Black Dragon Squad, a hero to all aspiring adventurers. But now he was just a shadow of his former self, cursed by the palace's very life-giving power, making him immortal. Forever bound to the 8th floor, he tightly gripped the divine sword Stormstar, slaughtering anyone who dared approach. In his past life, Crash remembered that Balakan had found the sword first, but after his death, it eventually fell into Charlotte's hands. This time, Crash was determined to defeat Rakuten with his own hands and claim Stormstar for himself. He recalled the years he spent living at the Relic Palace before his regression, when he traveled with Annex and his crew. In his memories, Annex brutally punished a guy claiming to be the king of the palace after they failed to find the sword. A young Crash looked on with a frown, complaining about a whole year wasted because of the guy's lies. The man screamed in pain as Annex used dark power to pin him to the ground. Another teammate warned Annex to stop before he actually killed the guy, but Annex remained cold and expressionless. Annex blamed Crash for being too soft-hearted, arguing that the trash who dare try to kill them first deserved an unforgettable lesson. The rest of the group agreed, reminding him that in a lawless zone like this, there were no rules protecting the weak. Back in the present, a group of thugs was gloating over a beaten man, claiming that defeating Rakuten was a job for the Fendel faction. A spike-haired kid named Fendel stepped on a poster, warning Crash not to get cocky just because he carried the Valheim name. Fendel claimed to be the king of the palace, leading the notorious Fendel Lord faction with an iron fist. Crash looked at him, realizing that even in this timeline, some people never change their troublemaking ways. Crash demanded Fendel apologize for cutting in, making the surrounding crowd curious since everyone knew Fendel's reputation for causing trouble. Seeing Crash's confidence, Fendel mocked him for being just a high-tier expert while he was about to reach master level. To Fendel's surprise, Crash ignored the threat and offered to recommend him for a position in the Valheim Knights. Crash explained that he actually liked Fendel, nodding to the talented commoner who had led an entire faction. With a friendly smile, Crash invited Fendel to join the clan's ranks, asking why he wouldn't want to become a Valheim Knight. Fendel was momentarily moved, his face flushing as he imagined the fame and power that came with the title. He started daydreaming about the glory of being a Valheim Knight, imagining other soldiers bowing before him while he laughed triumphantly. His imagination ran wild with scenes of his old enemies crawling at his feet. But Crash pulled him back to reality by asking what his crew should be called. The friendly face vanished as Crash suggested calling the group the Idiot Squad or the Puppy Squad, mockingly comparing Fendel's behavior to a barking puppy. Trembling with rage, Fendel clenched his fists and demanded Crash repeat himself, but Crash just stood there calmly. Crash looked at him with utter contempt, thinking how pathetic it was that a self-proclaimed king could be so easily swayed just by hearing about a promotion. Fendel tried to control himself, reminding himself that Crash was a Valheim, but warned that making an enemy out of him would only lead to trouble on the 8th floor. Crash just waved it off, confidently declaring that once he defeated Fendel, his entire gang would beg to switch sides and join Crash's team. As Crash turned to leave, a boiling Fendel ordered his subordinates to back down, calling Crash a pampered noble who knew nothing about the real world. Fendel's eyes burned with murderous intent as he swore to break every bone in Crash's body, regardless of his family line. Unshaken by the threat, Crash's gaze remained cold and sharp as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Driven by pure rage, Fendel charged forward, determined to end the young noble's life right then and there. Fendel's mind screamed with murderous intent as he closed the distance, while Crash remained completely composed. Fendel's weapon slammed against Crash's blade, but he was shocked when that heavy strike was blocked seemingly effortlessly. He realized Crash was using a high-grade black iron sword. Assuming superior equipment was the only reason Crash survived the first blow. Believing he was superior in both strength and aura, Fendel prepared to follow up with a more devastating attack. He roared, promising to leave a permanent scar on Crash's neck as he unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes. To Fendel's utter horror, his sword was easily deflected away as Crash countered with a calculated move. Cold sweat poured down Fendel's face as he realized the parry wasn't a fluke. Crash had perfectly read and neutralized his attack. Seeing the flame magic, Crash was entirely unimpressed. It was just a standard move for a high-tier expert. He told the guy that he wasn't the only one with special skills. Electricity surged across the heavy, curved sword. Fendel glowed with green energy, boasting that he was the king of this place. Their weapons clashed, but Crash looked completely unharmed. The crowd spotted the difference. Crash was fighting with a blunt sword. An onlooker gasped, wondering how a kid could use a weapon like that. But Crash already knew every habit by heart from his past life. Fendel swung down with all his might. A massive green spirit wolf exploded behind him, aiming to crush Crash and his sword in a single blow. A girl in the crowd panicked, thinking Fendel actually intended to kill him. Crash remained calm, his eyes flashing with focused energy. He countered with flame-extinguishing erosion, unleashing a surge of blue mana. He ducked under the wolf's jaws, closing the distance. A direct kick landed squarely, sending the arrogant expert flying into the air. Fendel staggered, coughing up blood from the force of the impact. Silence fell over the crowd as they realized Royal Heir had actually lost. Crash flashed a smug smile, finally giving them a name to remember: Crash Valheim. He announced his next move, defeating the 8th floor boss. He held out his hand, inviting anyone who wanted to rewrite history to join his team. My name is Crash Valheim. He was calling for allies to help him conquer the 8th floor and defeat Fallen Heaven. The news rippled through the crowd like a shockwave. Fendel had actually lost, and to a kid from the Valheim family, no less. Lacradian just stood there, completely dazed by the outcome. Crash leaned back, the crow on his shoulder looking way too relaxed for someone who had just caused an uproar, while Rack's blood was absolutely boiling. She gripped her sword hilt so tightly that her hand trembled. She had hit a wall. No matter how much she practiced, she couldn't break through the low-level master threshold. Just then, a large guy named Derek walked up and called out to her. He told her bluntly that this might be her last chance to change her destiny. He reminded her of Fendel, who had wasted 5 years with a useless faction after his defeat. But he saw something in Rack that others lacked. Even when everyone else gave up, she was the only one out there training in the rain day after day. She fell silent for a moment, letting the words sink in. She wouldn't stop. Not today, not ever. She was determined to carve out her own path ahead with her sword. The next day, Crash was taking a stroll, nodding to himself that summer was just around the corner. August asked if he was waiting for someone, and he replied that he was looking for the last light of the Demon Training Palace. In the old timeline, Fendel was the shadow of the palace, while Lacradian was the light everyone admired. Before his regression, he had met her one last time. She had quit being a knight and was just selling fruit at a market. He knew Fendel was the type to seek revenge, and that was exactly what he was counting on. His plan was to steal Fendel's signature skill, Leonier, but there were conditions. First, he had to become the object of Fendel's envy. Then he needed to make Fendel see him as more than just a rival. And the final step was to succeed where Fendel had failed. He wanted to hit the second milestone yesterday, but things didn't go as planned. It was fine. He would run into that guy plenty of times once they were inside the palace. Krim told him to stop acting cool until he actually put a proper crew together. Crash stopped talking when he noticed someone approaching. It was Lacradian. She asked if she could join his 8th floor mission. She was exactly the recruit he had been waiting for. He asked if she was really okay with turning her back on her old teammates. She didn't care. To her, they were both just cowards who had let Fallen Heaven beat them. When he asked why she was trying again, she replied that she just wanted to change herself. Crash smirked and held out his hand. She was in. Rack stood frozen, confused as to how he knew her name. He just told her that he had done his homework before coming to find her. They shook hands, officially forming the team. 2 days later, they stood before the entrance of the massive Demon Training Palace. The palace was a strange place. What you saw on the surface was just a cover for the real challenges underground. Rack remarked that it would take about a month to bypass all the traps and reach the 8th floor. Right then, Derek showed up with his teammate, Finisher. He promised he'd guide the whole group through safely. Derek smiled and thanked Crash, telling him that he was the reason Rack had finally come back. It's an honor to fight alongside everyone. Finisher, the white mage, greeted the team with a polite bow. Crash introduced himself. He was counting on Lacradian's trust in these two. If they were good enough for her, they were good enough to make it to the 8th floor. Derek and Finisher were clearly impressed. For a noble, this kid was surprisingly approachable and down-to-earth. The roles were split up. Finisher took charge of healing and support, while Derek promised to lead the group along the fastest route. But they weren't the only ones in the race. The Fendelord faction had already made their move. Fendel was completely fired up, screaming at his subordinates that they weren't going to let some kid beat them to the punch. He was determined to reclaim the 8th floor at all costs. Watching from afar, Crash wasn't entirely convinced. He knew people didn't change their true nature that easily. The group began their journey deep into the heart of the palace. It was a strange place. Even though they were deep underground, the walls were lined with glass looking out into an endless void. Derek stopped the group in front of a pair of massive double doors. This was the entrance to the first underground floor. Punisher warned that this floor was crawling with monsters called clock rabbits. Crash looked over at Lacradian. He wanted to see exactly what she was capable of before they went any deeper. As the doors slowly creaked open, a pair of glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness. A clock rabbit hopped out, its front paws tightly clutching a golden pocket watch. Up close, it didn't look like a pet at all. It looked more like a nightmare. The rabbit's jaw unhinged, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Without a single word, Lacradian stepped forward and drew her sword. She took a deep breath, steadying her heartbeat. A sharp, sweeping slash tore through the air, turning the rabbits into a heap of fur and blood. She moved with absolute focus, her eyes never leaving her targets. The rest of the team could only stand there and watch in awe. Her movements were perfectly clean, with zero wasted energy. Derek and Punisher cheered, but Crash was busy analyzing. Her straightforward style was a total contrast to Fendel's underhanded tricks. This was exactly what he needed, a chance to observe a low-level master from a frontline perspective. He knew his own limits all too well. Up until now, he had only relied on stolen skills and elixirs to keep up with true masters. He realized that trying to mimic geniuses was a dead end without a solid foundation of his own. That was why he was watching Lacradian so closely. She didn't get strong by taking shortcuts. She built her strength from the absolute basics. He thought that if he could learn the fundamentals from her, he might actually stand a chance against the monsters back at the academy. He decided to stop her right then and there. He had a favor to ask. He wanted her to spar with him every single day until they reached the 8th floor. No magic, no aura, just pure swordplay. The request caught her completely off guard. It was a lot to ask, but she gave a slight nod. She would do it. Crash thanked her and kept walking, leaving Derek standing there with his jaw on the floor. Derek couldn't believe she had agreed to something so grueling, but Rack just said there was something in the kid's eyes. Crash was looking way past this dungeon. He was aiming for something much bigger. Lacradian admitted that she simply couldn't say no to that kind of intensity. With the deal made, the team continued forward into the dark. Up on the surface, a flyer from the Demon King's army strategist fluttered in the wind. Deep in the shadows, a new player entered the game, absolutely furious that someone dared target what belonged to her. Her eyes flashed with a savage and dangerous light. This was Rain Thunderstar, and she wasn't about to let anyone steal what was hers. By the time they reached the 6th floor, the difficulty had ramped up significantly. Crash and Lacradian were locked in battle with a massive stone guardian. It had been a month and a half since they entered the palace, and they had made it to the 6th floor. Since Lacradian was strong enough to get this far on her own, their journey had been incredibly smooth. Derek and Punisher stood back, realizing they didn't even need to step in to help. Derek was amazed by their stamina, considering they had climbed all this way in one go. Crash thanked her, feeling like he was finally getting the hang of the rhythm. Lacradian turned to Crash, nodding in approval at how much he had improved. Punisher watched them with a smile, seeing that both of them were completely fired up. Lacradian looked at him with newfound respect, nodding to acknowledge just how dedicated he really was. Crash admitted he still lacked the proper fundamentals, which was why he wanted to learn as much as he possibly could from her. The request caught Lacradian by surprise, her eyes widening in wonder. She thought about how incredibly rare it was for a swordsman to openly admit they wanted to learn from someone else. Most people would let their pride get in the way, but there wasn't a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He had that do whatever it takes to get stronger mindset. She realized that was probably how he had closed the gap on Fendel so quickly. For the sake of getting stronger, he could even throw away his pride. Lacradian clenched her fists, feeling inspired. If she followed him, maybe she could reach greater heights too. Derek cut off her train of thought, announcing that the entrance to the 7th floor was right ahead. She asked him a core question. Why do you want to get stronger? Crash paused as they stood before the next threshold. Hey, Rack, we're almost at the 7th floor. He gave her a blunt, earth-shattering answer. Because of the apocalypse. He lifted his head, his face dead serious. I want to see if I can stop it with my own strength. Derek burst out laughing, unable to take the talk about the apocalypse seriously, while Punisher was left speechless. Lacradian thought Crash still had a bit of a childish side to him. However, she quickly corrected herself. Looking into his burning gaze, she realized he was completely serious. He truly believed the world was going to end. She decided that if he could pursue his goal with that much conviction, then she should do the same. Crash told himself that Lacradian was a straightforward person, comparing her to a finely sharpened sword. He encouraged her to give it everything she had too. Derek looked at the two of them, thinking they seemed to understand each other in a strange way. Derek cleared his throat to get the group's focus. Ahead lay the 7th floor, the mechanical maze. It was a treacherous place filled with traps and mechanical monsters, where the walls constantly shifted positions. Getting out required either extreme luck or razor-sharp observation skills. As the doors began to open, Derek told them not to worry. He bragged that with a guide as good as him, he would lead them along the easiest path straight to the 8th floor. The group stepped inside, but the maze's mechanisms immediately kicked into gear. Suddenly, the team was separated by the shifting walls. Lacradian found herself alone with Crash, apologizing for letting the Findle Lord faction use underhanded tactics to split them up. Crash remained calm, knowing the enemy would exploit the palace's layout since they couldn't win in a straight fight. He admitted he had anticipated they would make their move on the 7th floor and had only brought one guide to trick them into thinking that was their only hope. Lacradian was bewildered by his confidence. "What do you mean?" Sparks of blue energy began to dance around Crash. He declared that he would guide them out himself using his own abilities. He asked her for a strange favor in return. "Can you give me a piggyback ride?" He explained that using this ability required intense concentration, leaving his body completely vulnerable. Without a second thought, Lacradian hoisted him onto her back and took off running. Crash gave precise directions, telling her to turn right after 500 meters. They sped through the maze as he continuously called out the next direction, telling her to take a left at the fort. Lacradian noticed the walls shifting from black to red, a sign they were getting close to the exit. She realized he was even more accurate than Derek. "Lord Crash, once we're done with this, there's something I want to ask." He agreed to listen, though he remarked that these kinds of requests rarely ended well. Suddenly, the crow let out a sharp cry as it sensed a dangerous presence nearby. Lacradian quickly clapped her hand over Crash's mouth to keep him from making a sound. "Stop, Crash," she whispered urgently. She looked back, sweat masking her face, signaling him to suppress his aura as much as possible. Crash nodded, his expression grim as he complied. Crash looked ahead, his eyes wide with anxiety. Something was happening, and it was pure destruction. Even the palace walls, which were supposed to be indestructible, were being reduced to ash. "Walls, walls everywhere," someone cried out. Amidst the rubble, a terrifying figure emerged. It was the armored princess of the Tiger tribe, a world-eroding entity with seemingly limitless power. Crash was in utter shock. The armored princess? Why is that weapons maniac showing up in the palace? He wondered, his mind racing. He recalled info about world-eroding entities, creatures born from erosion itself, each possessing unique and horrifying power. While some were relatively calm, like evil-esque, others were far more dangerous. Most eroding entities were just destructive monsters. The armored princess charged forward with a savage grin, her bloodlust clear as day. "Wait up! Here I come," she roared. The real problem was that some of these entities possessed power that eclipsed even the 10 strongest people in the world. The crow looked at Crash, its red eyes filled with worry. "What now, Crash?" it seemed to ask. When it came to weapons, the armored princess was notorious for being completely unpredictable. Crash knew from experience that it was best to avoid getting tangled up with her at all costs, but the current situation was critical. This is bad, he thought. Right now, he didn't have a single sword durable enough to hold. If a weapon couldn't withstand his terrifying power, it would shatter, leaving him unable to fight at full strength. He stared at the image of a crumbling sword, a grim reminder of his own limitations. Besides, there was another reason he couldn't let Rain Thunderstar fall into anyone else's hands. He looked at the figure of the armored princess standing amidst the ruins. That sword was a double-edged sword. It could be the ultimate weapon or the worst curse, depending entirely on who wielded it. He looked closely at the intricately carved hilt. If the armored princess handed it over to the Sword Emperor, humanity would stand no chance against the world-eroding entities. The image of a solitary figure holding a colossal sword, standing before a red moon and a field of shattered blades, flashed through his mind. Crash recalled his life before the regression. Charlotte was only able to defeat the Sword Emperor thanks to Rain Thunderstar. He saw Charlotte kneeling on the battlefield in a state of utter exhaustion. So that's why Arthur didn't intervene. He wanted them to clash. This time, he was determined not to use Charlotte as a pawn to save the world. He needed her and everyone else to survive. The floating chess pieces symbolizing his strategic mind were in motion. I will eliminate every single world-eroding entity, one by one. He quietly vowed, clutching the chess piece with the tiger emblem. He refused to let them destroy this world. The crow warned him that it might already be too late. Krim looked at Lacradian. Forget Rain Thunderstar. We're heading to the 8th floor. Lacradian was stunned. What? The crow squawked in surprise, but Crash was resolute. Yes, that's what we came here for. Move out immediately. Crash planned to exploit the unique trait of the 8th floor. Even if they couldn't defeat the armored princess, they could still secure Rain Thunderstar. He remembered that she had once lost to the Grand Commander, Emperor Balro Valheim. If I, a direct heir of Valheim, claimed the sword, he knew she wouldn't dare lay a hand on him out of fear of Balro. He looked at Lacradian, his eyes burning with determination. So, this is our only shot. The 8th floor area was incredibly surreal. It was bizarre to see bright daylight when they were supposed to be deep underground. Findle was gloating, having already planned to push onto the 9th and 10th floors once they finished up here. Soldrich reported that everything was going exactly according to plan. They had successfully separated the Valheim heir from their guide. With those obstacles out of the way, the Findle Lord faction could focus all their might on defeating Fallen Heaven. Soldrich didn't care if people called him underhanded. He was willing to do whatever it took to make sure his leader's efforts didn't go to waste. At the gathering, Findle put on a humble front, telling everyone that he was nothing on his own. He encouraged the adventurers, declaring that if they stood united, they could overcome even the tallest walls. Soldrich stood to the side watching, clearly moved by the speech. The memory of the day their leader Kylan was killed still weighed heavily on the whole group. Findle couldn't help but tear up, promising to keep Kylan's dream of conquering the palace alive. Soldrich looked at the newcomers, inviting anyone who shared their vision to follow them. The whole room erupted into cheers, uniting under the banner of the Findle Lord faction. Soldrich knew that if it hadn't been for Findle's words that day, he would have wasted his entire life. Word arrived that they were closing in on Fallen Heaven's location, catching the whole group by surprise. Findle's face went stone cold. It's finally time to move. He reached for his sword, the unsheathed steel gleaming sharply. He raised his sword high, leading the charge and vowing that they would end this themselves. But a dark, growling presence suddenly enveloped them, making the entire group freeze in their tracks. A beastly mouth licked its lips, clearly finding their little group highly amusing. Rain Thunderstar stepped out from the shadows, looking like a predator about to feast. The pressure she exuded was enough to paralyze the entire group in sheer terror. Findle's confidence vanished in an instant, leaving him drenched in sweat and unable to move a muscle. Someone screamed to run, but Rain Thunderstar had already transformed into a red blur of pure wrath.